7 o'clock against the Seattle Kraken. Also, Mike McCarthy and the Dallas Cowboys are going to part ways after the two could not come to terms on the length of his next contract. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and what I'm about to say, well, it's okay to admit it. Most of us guys, especially if you're not as young as you used to be, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom. And BlueChew can help. You probably know this, but if you didn't already, BlueChew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost. And even better, they're in chewable form, so there's no swallowing pills or needing a glass of water nearby. BlueChew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform. And since BlueChew's an online prescription service, there's no awkward conversations, waiting in line, trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. BlueChew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh Airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here. New year, same great stuff from Schultz Ford as always. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and that new store. Not so new anymore. It's doing so great down in Wheeling. And always online at schultzford.com. You want a truck? You head to Schultz Ford, one of those great locations. F-150s, so many of them. You know what I drove for a little while that I love? That Ranger. That is something. It really is. And work trucks, they got a ton of them. Explorer, go get one. The service is incredible. The selection, the inventory, just can't be beaten. It just can't from Schultz Ford. Richard Bazzi and his staff are going to do so much to make you happy. So, listen, if you're looking for a great new Ford, go to schultzford.com and check it all out, see what you want, or one of those great locations. Schultz Ford, and you can't go wrong, and always online at schultzford.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now it's Tuesday. The Tuesday after the Steelers lost in the playoffs. Making it 8 consecutive seasons now without a playoff win. Still frustrated am I, but it's a new day, and now we're one day closer to next season. Yay. I'm almost not even interested in the Super Bowl because the Steelers have blown this so badly. I'm still going to watch it, and I'll still probably have fun. But we're doing the decompression week after the Steelers didn't do the thing for an 8th consecutive season. You get where I'm coming from? You know how long ago 8 years was? 8 years. You know where I was 8 years ago? You're looking at my sophomore year of college. Yeah. And now, almost 4 years removed from college. Long time. Long time. A lot of things happened in 8 years. Oh, man. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is The Fan, early morning show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, getting you started with your sports talk day. I'm the headliner, and I do the headlines. Get it? But very good. All right. It's cold outside. It's like 12 degrees, so be prepared for that until the sun rises. But if you're getting out early this morning, just be prepared for there's no snow is falling right now. There's no snow outside, but any surface that may have been slick is now probably extra icy. So just, be careful when you're going outside. Hopefully you shoveled, put some salt down, and your walkways are clear enough. I have not shoveled anything, so I almost slipped and fell this morning, but I did not, ultimately, and here I am. So it's nice to be with you. It's nice to be talking with you guys. Nice to be talking with you out there. Makes it easier. It makes the Steelers' frustration, those feelings, just a little bit easier when I understand, like, hey, we're all in this together. Actually, like, we're all in this together. Pittsburgh is united in these feelings that we have, and so we can continue to talk about it. I mean, this week's going to be a whole decompression. Let me talk about the rest of the NFL, too. If you want to, 412-928-9370, pick up the phone, call me, we'll talk. But this is just going to be a decompression week. Let's go over everything we possibly can and get it out, because I'm going to need it. Because, again, September. We got to wait till September to watch true Steelers football again. Meaningful Steelers football. It's going to be rough, and I hate it. I hate the offseason. I've been having conversations with people close to me as well, just asking, like, Nick, like, why, some people are defending Tomlin lightly. They're saying, well, wouldn't you rather have this than, like, losing seasons, like seasons where they aren't competitive? Wouldn't you rather have that? And I said, no, right now this is purgatory. Because when you have a losing season, you're not going to win the Super Bowl, but at least you're prepared earlier on and you get draft compensation for that afterwards. When you make the playoffs in the Steelers' latest states, we knew they weren't going to win the Super Bowl. But they don't get the draft compensation for that. They don't get extra perks for that. They can't put themselves in a position to trade for assets because they're always buyers at the trade deadline. There's nowhere to go once the playoffs begin, and on top of that, there are no pieces you can add that will truly be foundations for you going forward. You got up to 5 years of control for rookies. Bengals are a recent example of a team that did that and made it to the Super Bowl. It was darn near close to winning it. Build yourself a foundation and give yourself a window. At least when you make it to the Super Bowl, it's exciting. I get where fans come from to an extent when they say the Steelers and Steeler fans should be grateful that the team's competitive every season. Like, I understand where that comes from. Because it is fun to be in the playoffs every season, but when you know the outcome, it's not fun. When they don't win a playoff game in 8 seasons, it's not fun. Losing helps rebuild a foundation to become stronger and make a comeback that is stronger. If you do it right, I mean, you got to do it right too. Teams have botched that before, and that's also the big fear. But the Steelers don't go anywhere when they don't win. Steelers don't go anywhere with the way that they win. I'll say it like that as well. When they don't win late, and when they try to play like they do, they're not going to win the Super Bowl. So I rehashed this all to say, and just pay attention to the point, Mike McCarthy, Dallas Cowboys, now former head coach, they couldn't come to an agreement on length, according to reports. So it doesn't look like he's coming back to be their coach. That's one thing. You know, former Cowboys coach, former Green Bay Packers coach Mike McCarthy, so he's out of Dallas now. And there's a huge comparison. There's a giant comparison you can make to the careers of Marvin Lewis, Mike Tomlin, and Mike McCarthy. It just made me think of that. I mean, Dallas is not bringing him back because they don't believe he should get, I'm going to assume it was a long-term deal. I mean, any coach or player wants the job security of a long contract. Because if you're under contract, you're getting paid. In most cases, in the NFL, you know, but that's the point. If you're doing the job, and you have the length in the contract, you have that job security. You're getting paid. Even if they choose to fire you, most likely you're getting some compensation still, despite being fired. Cowboys did it. The Cowboys haven't really done much. They've also fallen short of getting playoff wins, and they kind of bottomed out this year. They struggled. The Cowboys, they're not going to put up with that anymore. The Steelers still do. Cincinnati Bengals, once upon a time, they put up with it for a while, almost to a fault. I'd actually say to a fault, not almost to a fault. They put up with it to a fault. Because they were getting close. Marvin Lewis was getting them to the playoffs. They were becoming better and better progressively. Then they eventually decided, hey, this isn't good enough. We want to try to do better. Taylor comes along, they win a Super Bowl. Nope, that's not a fact. They went to the Super Bowl. Taylor came around, they went to the Super Bowl. Make that clear. They've had a team that's been considered a threat for the longest time now. You get your quarterback, of course. But a head coaching change, changed the culture a little bit. And you've got a feared team. So this is, well, they weren't so much feared this year because they didn't make the playoffs, of course. But you know what I mean. When Joe Burrow's out there, I mean, that offense is scary. And Burrow and the coach, they make the team just that much better. You need a change. You need something to change to take that risk to get to the next level. The Steelers are not taking such risk. The Steelers are not taking any type of significant risk right now with the coaching staff. All because Mike Tomlin is still the head coach. Giving him the extension was the problem for me last season. Last offseason, they gave him the 3-year extension. That, to me, was the overarching problem with everything. Is that he got that 3-year extension. I wonder how he would coach if he felt like he didn't have job security. It's a big question I have. Like I feel like sometimes he coaches differently because he knows he has that job security to come back next year and then try to improve on what he's done the previous season. But I wonder how he would coach if he felt like he doesn't have any more job security. And at least the way he talks and the way he holds himself in public, you think he acts like he has the job security. And he knows better than everyone. Just wonder what would happen if that weren't the case. How he would coach, if anything would change. If they would stop being so conservative. I mean, I've had discussions with people, too, talking about when the Steelers punted on 4th and short, a couple times, albeit on their own half of the field. But the Steelers punted on 4th down a couple times, 4th and short. I mean, I got people arguing with me that I know that are like, well, you never know. Right? You never know in that situation. A punt may have seemed like the best decision. I say no because I knew it when I was watching each one. I said the Ravens are just going to run the ball, pound it at you, dominate possession, and that's how they're going to win. And for the most part, that was their game plan. That's a big reason why they won, is because they dominated possession by running the ball, and they ran efficiently and strongly. The Ravens also did decide to go for it several times on 4th down. They definitely converted a lot of 3rd downs in that game as well. So they took some risks, and they had the right plays to keep getting first downs. Because they knew if they could just get, the short yardage that they did when they needed it, they could continue to dominate possession, and the Steelers wouldn't have a chance because the offense was not good enough to keep up with their offense, especially if they dominated possession. So that's my issue. They're too conservative under Tomlin. I'm just venting at this point. So if you want to call and join, if you have any points, 412-928-9370. Feel free to join me. This is my decompression week. So you can join me in decompression. Yesterday was a field day. Everybody was having a great time just expressing what they believe best practice should be for the Steelers moving forward, what they should do with players, even coaches to some extent. So, yeah, I'm using this as a decompression week. I mean, the Penguins have been struggling too. They lost 2 over the weekend. They're going to play tonight. Pirates are still a while away. Pittman's basketball is a shining light. They lost their last game, but they've been doing overall well this season up until this point. There's not a whole lot to talk about. So we're just going to decompress. I'm going to come on here every morning and just talk to you about what frustrates me most about the Steelers and you can join in the conversation. Express your own frustrations. I don't mind. But that's what we're going to do this week because it's tough. They go over the rest of the NFL playoff picture as well because we're getting to the divisional round coming up here. So, very exciting. The top seeds are going to get to play for both conferences this week. So that's exciting. We also get to see Ohio State and Notre Dame play in the college football national championship next Monday. So that'll be something to look forward to next week. But we got to get through this week. I got to get through this week. Just personally, I got to get through the week. And I hope you do as well. I mean, I'm sure I'll get through, but complaining just helps, I think. I don't know. Complaining, I feel like, helps. Makes me feel better. Because this is rough. I hate waiting the long amounts of time for the Steelers to do just enough to be competitive, but clearly not enough to win a Super Bowl. It's just a tough time. I do wonder what would have happened, too, if the Steelers just would have found a way to beat the Eagles. Not that it seemed likely at all that was going to happen in real time. But if they would have, and then won the division, if a home playoff game would have served them better. I don't know. These are just thoughts that are going through my head. Rough week, tough time. Okay, well, I'm due for a break. If you want to call 412-928-9370, you can talk to me on X as well. At Callis_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33. I do read those as well, and I do respond to those both online, and if the comment's good enough, I will, or question even, you want to ask a question, if it's good enough, I will read it on the air and address it. So feel free to communicate with me either way. Again, on X at Callis_33, CALLAS_33, and then on the phones one more time, 412-928-9370. Quick break. I'll come back, continue to talk about the Steelers and anything else you may want to talk about this morning at 412-928-9370. Nicholas Harry Callis here. This is the Fan of the Morning Show, and you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Old Spice Swagger Body Wash will make you the MVP of freshness and confidence. With its irresistible scent, it will transform your shower experience, leaving you feeling fresh on and off the field. Pair it with Old Spice Swagger Deodorant, the #1 aluminum-free brand that keeps you feeling like a Super Bowl champion 24/7 when used daily. But don't wait. This dynamic duo is available at Costco for a limited time only. Old Spice, official deodorant partner of the NFL and Super Bowl 59, where freshness meets football greatness.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take him to court? Or do you bite him again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top dog law.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, Donnie Football here. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 18 pounds? Why not? I dropped 18 pounds in my first 3 weeks with Awaken 180. Motivation to keep going? I'd say it was. Find yours at awaken180weightloss.com.
There's electricity in the crowd, but when you have electrical problems, you need a family-owned business you can trust. Call Pelman Electric. Pelman Electric has been in business for over 25 years, and their qualified electricians can handle any project. Residential or commercial, outlet repairs in your house, to completing a high-rise office building, Pelman Electric will tackle any job. And if the power goes out, Pelman offers generator installation services. Visit them at pelmanelectric.com. You depend on electricity, depend on Pelman.
With 2025, it's important to think about the possibilities that the new year brings. Larry Richard for G&G Fitness Equipment. It's new year, new home gym season. Talk to the G&G experts about improving your cardio and strength training. Check out the cardio and home gym bundles at G&G Fitness with great financing options. They have everything you need to build your home gym in 2025. Visit one of G&G Fitness Equipment's 4 Pittsburgh locations or online at ggfitness.com.
Get your kids up and active at the Heinz History Center's NFL Play 60 training camp on Saturday, February 1st. Test their skills at the football toss, 40-yard dash, and more. It's free for kids thanks to Dick's Sporting Goods. Get your tickets today at HeinzHistoryCenter.org.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishy.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back now to more of the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. My name is Nicholas Aricalis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on Pittsburgh's hometown sports station, 93.7, The Fan. Waking up with you this morning on a cold Pittsburgh morning. 12 degrees it was when I left my house this morning. No snow, no precipitation, but just cold, and ice is certainly present. A lot of slick surfaces that from the snow that was already there. So just be careful outside this morning as you continue starting your day, since you're up this early in the morning. I always wonder what people do, too, early in the morning like this. Obviously, you know what I do for a living, so here I am. I'm crazy. I'm one of them. Waking up around 4:30, getting to the office, starting my day at 5. So, if you want to tell me what you want to do as well out there, like what you're doing this early in the morning that makes you listen, you can let me know, too. 412-928-9370. Thinking a lot about Mike Tomlin some more after the Dallas Cowboys and Mike McCarthy could not come to terms on another contract for him to continue being the coach of the Cowboys, so they've parted ways. Deion Sanders, by the way, is apparently a top candidate option for that job, which would be oddly fitting. But the Mike McCarthy parting ways with the Dallas Cowboys just keeps making me think about Mike Tomlin, what the Steelers are doing. Steelers just letting Mike Tomlin continue to coach here because that's the Steeler way. Because Mike Tomlin is just good enough every year to not get fired. And so, I'm thinking about it more, and I still feel how I feel. They're not likely to fire him. We know that, per reports and per just general logic. So, I'm complaining, and I'm sitting here, and I'm just sad about it. And this is the week I'm taking to decompress, complaining about the things that I can't control. So you can join me in that. You can talk to me about anything else, Pittsburgh sports related or in general sports related. It's a bit of a slow week. Penguins aren't doing so hot. Pittman's basketball is the headlining sport right now. I mean, they're the best of all the teams. Pirates are still a little too far away to talk about them, and no big off-season moves to talk about. So this is what we do. 412-928-9370. Caller on the line now. Good morning. What's your name? Hello.
Hello.
Hi, you're on the air. What's your name?
Hey, what's up, Harry? I was just calling to let you know what I'm doing for work being up this early.
All right, tell me. Good.
I'm driving up to Zelienople. I'm a welder. I get up like 4:30, start work at 6, work 6 to 4, Monday through Thursday.
Very good. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. So we got a welder who wakes up now on his commute. Welding. Cool. 412-928-9370. Got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Hi, Harry. This is GP from Gilpin Township.
I remember you. Hello. What's up?
Not too much. Hey, a couple things. I'm in construction. I'm a carpenter.
Carpenter. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yep, 35 years.
My grandpa used to do carpentry. He always made fun stuff for us when I was growing up. Little wooden stuff. So that's pretty cool.
Hey, couple things, Harry. You ask about my man Tomlin.
Mm-hmm.
Not, if he has 1-year contract or if he has a 3-year contract or a 5-year contract.
Well, he has a 3 right now. He just got that 3-year extension, so.
Right, but I'm just saying it doesn't matter how many years left. He lives in his fears.
Wow.
I'm not living in his fears, but not going forward on 4th and 1, not making changes in the middle of the game when T.J. Watt's tackling the runner, doesn't have the ball like 5 or 6 times. What about that? I mean, he needs to make some changes, and Rooney's need to really sit down and talk to him one-on-one. Do you agree?
I do, GP, and thank you for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. Yeah, I agree. I think Mark Caboli talked about this yesterday on the Fan Morning Show, just about how the Rooneys may need to sit down and tell Tomlin, like, hey, maybe stop touching the offense as much. Maybe just don't. Maybe trust everybody on staff to do their jobs there and just kind of oversee it and provide feedback as necessary, but don't put your grip on the offense. Yeah, I mean, people say that all the time too. He's the one that lives in his fears. It's just a saying. It's not actually true. Which, yeah, I mean, in a certain way, if you're being conservative, you are living in your fears. It makes sense. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I agree. I wouldn't call it necessarily myself though, living in your fears, quote unquote. But it's just a conservative offense. It's saying, hey, we're just going to go through the motions and do the things because these are the quote-unquote right things to do. Yeah, you're never going to get results like that. Sometimes you got to spice it up a little bit in the playoffs because if you don't win, your season's over. He doesn't play like that. He doesn't coach like that. So, absolutely. Totally understand the perspective. Tomlin living in his fears. I wouldn't go as far as to say that. But it is an overly conservative offense, and I understand what you mean when you say he's living in his fears, because when you're conservative, you are being overly cautious and not willing to take risks. I guess, yeah, true, out of fear that something bad's going to happen, for sure. Understood. 412-928-9370. One more caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Redbeard.
All right, what's your name? What do you want to talk about?
Hey, I just want to let you know I get up at 4:30 every morning. I'm a CNC machinist. I work in Greensburg. I work 6 to 5. Pretty much just sit around all day because I'm lazy and do Sudoku puzzles.
Well, that's great. Thank you for the call. That's all right. So wake up early in the morning, go to your job, do Sudoku puzzles. That's funny. That's a good call to end this show. All right. That's it for me. And just a decompression week. We'll do the same thing tomorrow. We'll continue to decompress. You want to call, you want to talk about stuff, you can. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. Tomorrow, we'll do it again. But for now, my name is Nicholas Harry Callis, and you've been listening to the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you needed one more reason to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler, get this. Diamonds Direct maintains involvement in the entire diamond process and handpicks the best just for you. You see, any jeweler can claim to be a direct importer or have so-called partnerships overseas, but Diamonds Direct has special access that others simply don't have. Nobody can get closer to the source than Diamonds Direct. Indeed, Diamonds Direct is recognized in the industry as a world diamond powerhouse with unrivaled buying power and decades of inside connections that go back to their roots as actual diamond cutters. Bottom line, Diamonds Direct is without question the jeweler here that can truly offer the absolute best value. We're true talking direct importer prices on hand-selected diamonds that come straight from the source. Make no mistake, Diamonds Direct refuses to be undersold on GIA-certified diamonds. And we challenge you, let us prove it. Diamonds Direct, your source for the ultimate diamond value. Proud to call the Steel City home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Montucky Cold Snacks, a snackable light lager born in the majestic Big Sky country. This drool-worthy golden nectar is light in bitterness and full tilt in festivity. Pairs well with adventure, belly laughs, and gas station delights shared with buddies. 4.1% alcohol by volume and only 104 calories. Grab a snack to go in 30 racks, 12 packs, or 16-ounce pounder 6-packs wherever you buy beer. Montucky Cold Snacks. Try one.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves. Tee off on a PGA course and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With the new year, you can achieve your goals, change your brain, change your life with Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist, Dan Vitchoff. If you're an athlete, you can develop focus. He's worked with Olympic champions. You can get the same with the PA Hypnosis Center. Call today for a no-obligation consultation, 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446, the PA Hypnosis Center. Call now.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you can try it for free. Simply call us today at 1-800-942-8302 or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, we can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDK listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
It's 2025, and it's time to get your home Zerorez-ified by calling your cleaning heroes at Zerorez. Take 24% off all services for this month when you call 412-701-1188 or book online anytime at ZerorezPGH.com.
Hey, Donnie Football here. Was your goal goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 18 pounds? Why not? I dropped 18 pounds in my first 3 weeks with Awaken 180. Motivation to keep going? I'd say it was. Find yours at awaken180weightloss.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
It's 2025, and it's time to get your home Zerorez-ified by calling your cleaning heroes at Zerorez. Take 24% off all services for this month when you call 412-701-1188 or book online anytime at ZerorezPGH.com.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show. Crowley, Dickerson, Callis behind the glass. Just catching up here on the text line. This is not the first thing I wanted to read today. Only one team wins the Super Bowl. Tomlin puts us in position every year. No, he doesn't. But we're not talking sports right now. I liked what Callis did. Call in. Tell me about your commute. Why you up so early? I like that. It's cute. Mm-hmm. If someone writes in, I drive a milk truck and have a dairy farm. If you want to tell us what you're doing, why you wake up this early every day, we'd love to hear it.
Yes.
Doran, how you doing today?
I'm fantastic, actually. I'm in a good mood. I'm in a good mood. Just I analyzed the game. Won't talk sports, but Steeler game, and I kind of just let it go because we kind of expected that. And I enjoyed the game last night. I fell asleep, but I think the Rams are going to make it to the Super Bowl. They're high-powered.
That's a team that nobody wants to play.
Mm-hmm.
That's a coach that gives you a shot.
Yes.
They were left for dead at their bye. Then they got silly hot because they got a great coach and they got a really good quarterback, and Philadelphia is going to get all they can handle.
Yep.
When Stafford plays that well, tough to beat them.
Yes, it is.
And the second throw of the game, he puts it right over the shoulder of the linebacker. And I texted you. I was like, oh, Stafford's on it.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking what you said because you called this last week that you're scared that the Rams can actually do some damage. You had the Rams winning yesterday all week last week, and you texted me that, and I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, Crowley just, he's on it. He's on it with the Rams. I mean, they're a scary team. I think that they can actually do it again.
When they beat the Bills, it had me look at that team differently.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I'd say they were a Super Bowl favorite or anything like that, but, I mean, his timing, his accuracy, his guts, I wouldn't want to play them.
Nope.
Texter, I climb billboards. That's why I'm up this early. Man. Damn. How long you been doing that? 412-928-9370. Texter, I'm up this early to play some hockey in Wexford. 6 a.m. puck drop, baby. Now that's fun.
Yes.
A little pickup hockey.
A little stick time. Used to do that back in the day.
Oh,
it's either like 5 a.m. or it's at like 11:58 at night.
I hated the night games because you're amped, but then you drink so much water, I'd have to pee like 100 times overnight.
Yeah.
Hated that.
Oh, stick that.
Texter, I get up at 3 a.m. to haul liquid oxygen in a tractor trailer.
Huh.
Well, damn.
Huh. Jeez.
Pimpin' chips for Utz and Snyder of Berlin. I'm a big Snyder of Berlin fan. Their barbecue,
pretty
potato
good.
chips, oh, with a little dip.
Mm-hmm. You love that.
I love my dip.
That's your favorite snack.
Callis, good morning. How are you? He didn't even say hi today.
I'm all right, thanks. Yeah.
Dexter,
did you wear a jacket?
No.
He's 101, dude.
Yep.
He's 101. My car said 11 degrees this morning when I got into it. I got scared by a bird. That's a different story. And then I got into my car, 11 degrees. This dude traipses on in here for his shift. T-shirt.
Yep.
You wearing shorts?
No.
Okay, that's good.
I'm actually slightly annoyed this morning, too. My dog pooed in the hallway, and I stepped in it 3 times trying to get dressed.
How do you step in it 3 times?
Because it was like there was a big pile, and then there were a couple little turds just on the...
The first one's on the dog. The next 2 are on you.
Yeah.
You can't be stepping in your dog's poop 3 times, Callis. What the hell?
I was so annoyed.
Yeah.
Oh.
Who the hell steps in it
3
thrice?
times? You didn't think to turn the lights on and clean it up after you
I
stepped in
did
the
clean
first?
up the one pile, and then there were just turds. I'm like, I swear I didn't see them. Now, my carpet's
Clearly.
great, too, and I think that they blended into the carpet shades.
Does your dog usually do that?
No.
Must be upset about something.
Steelers playoff loss.
Yeah.
Texter, I'm a chef. Get up at 4:30 every morning. Send us a link.
Yes. Yes.
Another one. I'm up this early delivering milk. We got 2 milk deliverers that text in. 2. Now, are you like the milk people that show up and drop off the glass bottles of milk like it's the 1950s?
Do they still do that?
I don't think so. We're probably talking about milk in bulk. My daughter wants to milk a cow. There's some farm around here you can go milk a cow, so I think we're going to do that when it gets warmer. She's really looking forward to it. Milking the cow. You ever milked a cow?
No.
You have any desire to milk a cow?
Not at all. No.
Callis, would you ever milk a cow?
I mean, if I had to, but I wouldn't choose to.
My daughter saw it on Mr. Rogers, and she was enthralled. I wouldn't mind milking a cow. Say I have. Why not? Yank on a teat?
Oh, my gosh.
What's the problem with that?
It's just unnecessary.
It's the most natural thing in the whole world.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
What do you mean?
It's not. No. It's more natural to eat the cow than to milk it.
Wow.
For sure.
Twitter poll.
There's only so many people that milk cows. They're farmers. Everybody else, a lot of people, probably 80% of at least America eats red meat.
Twitter poll. Is it more natural to milk a cow or to eat it? You make a compelling argument, though. Salient point. Not everyone's milking these bad boys. A lot of people are drinking the milk, though. 2%.
Yeah.
Whole.
Skim.
Chocolate skim.
Yeah.
Skim milk.
Any milk. You know.
You're not a milk guy. I drank a tall glass of milk last night.
That's sickening.
I gurgled it.
That's sick.
I'm just trying to get you to throw up.
I mean, that's sickening. When's the last time, honestly, that you sat down and had a glass of milk?
Last night.
Seriously?
Yeah. I threw some steel around in the basement, and I drank a glass of cold milk. I did. I like to exercise in the middle of the day. We're a couple weeks in, by the way. New Year's resolution.
Pretty long for you.
I'm hanging in there. I'm crushing it. But I like to exercise in the middle of the day. It's better than a nap, I've found. You have energy. It keeps you going. Yesterday, I couldn't do it till about 7:30, 8 o'clock. I don't like that timing.
Can't fall asleep.
Can't fall asleep. But I lifted a couple weights, and then I drank some milk. Texter, I deliver for Schneider Dairy. There you go.
The billboard thing is just, are you strapped? Like, are you like harnessed?
Oh, yeah, you got to be. I'm answering, I don't know, but I would imagine, right?
I don't know. That's just, I ain't doing all that. Heights.
I don't like heights.
Yeah, it's dark out.
I got to get on a plane next month for New Orleans. Quick trip.
You don't like flying either, right?
No. Anything high? Nah.
Mm-mm.
No. Man, no.
Would you ever get in a helicopter?
Absolutely not. I was thinking about it yesterday. We drove past St. Clair Hospital, and a helicopter was taking off, and that's the first thing I thought. I would never get in one of those.
I don't think I would either.
No.
Did you see Cam Newton?
No.
He's on that, show with all the celebrities, and he jumped from the boat onto the helicopter. Did you see that?
Yeah, Nah. What's that show called? It looks sick.
Yeah,
I would watch that.
I know. It's a bunch of celebrities that go there and they have to do all these challenges and stuff, and I think it just gets them right. I forget what it's called, survivalist or something.
Because I would imagine a lot of guys like you. I mean, you've got that. First of all, you got structure, but then I mean, that's got to be a massive thrill, playing ball, smacking into each other, running out in front of 70,000 people, and then all of a sudden, bang, it's gone.
Yeah.
He's thrill searching.
Yes.
Easy for me to say, my God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do miss that, because you can't find that rush anywhere. That rush, that adrenaline rush that you get, where you feel like a superhero.
Yeah.
And you just, you feel like you're simulating. You feel like you're in a video game whenever you're playing, and you can never, and whenever that playing days are over, you search around. And that's why, unfortunately, a lot of them turn to either alcohol or drugs or anything because they just need a thrill.
Yeah.
Nothing is, it's just everything is boring. So that is a good show. I would do something like that. If I had to be challenged to do something like that, I would like to do a challenge like that.
I'll be there for you.
Moral support?
Yeah, put my hand on your back and be like, hey, buddy, you got this.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would do.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. I just wouldn't want to get in the water, though. I'm not getting in the ocean. I'm not getting in the ocean.
You would rather be high than be in the water?
Yes. I'm not putting on scuba gear and having to, survive in the ocean.
Nah.
No way.
Nah, that's not natural. You're talking about what's natural, what's not natural? No. Being underwater for 40 minutes, something like that? No. Show's called Special Forces, people are texting?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're doing stuff that, Navy SEALs are doing?
It's like a Navy SEAL, training, show. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Built different. No chance. He's slapped up, though.
Yeah, he's big.
Cam Newton.
Mm-hmm. He's big.
Every time I see one of those helicopters leave a medical facility, I think, so when my dad got his heart transplant, helicopter comes in, they've got the organ, get it inside, operating room's prepped, he's all ready to go, and you're talking bang, 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 you got to go. It's crazy. So every time I see one of those helicopters, I think, what if someone's life's getting saved?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. People are texting in, you should try to milk a bull. I know what you're doing there. I get it. All right. Said milk a bull, he'll be your friend for life. Would you ever bull fight? Oh.
No. We're running with the bulls?
No. I just don't get it.
Me neither.
You ever had a dream where people are chasing you?
Yeah.
We all have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, people probably don't catch you.
I'm running in sand. I'm slow in my dreams. So.
I hate that.
I know.
Drive me nuts.
Uh-huh.
I'm not fast, but I'm faster than I am in my dreams. You are fast. No one should be catching you. No one's catching Doran Dickerson from behind, even at your advanced age. But the bull thing, you ever see the videos?
Yes.
I get secondhand anxiety.
Mm-hmm. I don't get it at all.
Something running behind you, and you know that it could gore you? Anything can kill you, I guess. But doing something for fun where people have died and the way you're going down is getting trampled or gored by a bull, no thanks. Texter, I'm a flight nurse, and you should come along for a ride in the helicopter. Callis? Would you do that?
With a nurse?
Jeez. That's not what I'm going for. Just a helicopter ride along.
Oh, yeah, sure. Why not?
You got up in the cherry picker in the fire truck.
And you didn't.
No.
Yeah, I don't think I'd ever get in a helicopter. I
hate to say this, but how many people have lost their lives, famous people, when in helicopters and in small planes?
Mm-hmm.
Roy Halladay, I'm going out for a fly.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Yeah, Roberto.
The Kobe thing scares you. Roberto, there's just so... Nah. Texter, you can milk anything with nipples.
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
Can you milk me?
That's such a good scene.
Those movies drive me nuts.
Really?
Yeah. I like them. I like the first one, Meet the Parents.
I love them.
They're really good. Drive me nuts.
Why?
Because Greg, he means so well, and they hate him. He can't do anything right.
Movies like that, they give me anxiety. I think did we talk about that the other day?
I hate that.
It gives me so. I remember going to the drive-in to see that. I saw that in The Replacements with my buddy Matt Bloomer in the year 2000. Meet the parents.
You saw it in the drive-in.
In the drive-in with his parents, yes.
And you should only be going to drive-ins with a lovely lady.
I was like in 6th, 7th grade.
For a date.
I was in 6th, 7th grade. That movie to this day still gives me anxiety, and I know it's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't like. I don't know. I like them. I don't like them. Depends on what day I watch it. Because that kind of thing makes me nuts. When the good guy is so misunderstood, he's doing everything he can. He just wants to be loved. He just wants to be accepted, and he can't be loved or accepted.
And it's not just like her parents. It's her sister, the sister's husband. They're all making fun of him.
Right. They're bad people.
Yeah.
They are bad people. Greg is a nice man.
He was a nurse, too, right?
Yes. And that wasn't good enough for them because he's a male nurse. Well, it's 2025. Or whatever year it was, 2000, like you said. I went to a drive-in to see Borat with my wife.
That's worse than me going to drive-in with my buddy Matt Bloomer's family.
Why? We're having a date.
To see Borat?
Yeah. It was a twofer. We saw something else, too. I can't remember what it was. Some chick flick. I fell asleep. I fell asleep during her movie, and then I was laughing uproariously at Borat. But the problem, we parked in the back. The Porta-John was all the way in the front. I had to pee real bad. We brought, like, pizza and, like, a 2-liter. So then when the 2-liter, we killed the whole 2-liter, which, dumb. I had to pee, tried to pee in the bottle, peed all over my jeans.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So I'm sitting there watching the chick flick with pee all over my jeans. Texter, helicopter ride over the Grand Canyon, greatest experience ever. Yeah, send some videos and some pictures, because that'll be good enough for me.
Yeah, no. I'm good.
Rob from Chicago, truck driver overnight for post office. My father-in-law worked in the post office for like 40 years. Now he's retired. I have an affinity for postal workers. I've always said once I get fired from this job, I wouldn't mind being a mail carrier.
You did say that, yeah.
Going for walks.
Mail carriers walk? Well,
Yeah.
I guess in your neighborhood, yeah.
Yeah.
Mount Lebanon.
Yeah. I mean, it would have to be Mount Lebanon.
Right, yeah.
It would have to send me to Upper St. Clair, Bethel Park, anywhere in the South Hills. I'll carry some mail. I don't mind the cold when you're moving around. Just get some boots so you're not going to slip.
I could see you in the outfit.
Me too. I could too.
People say hi to you. You got to worry about the occasional dog, but dogs love me. I'm affable. I would love to do that. I wouldn't mind picking up garbage.
How many mailmen or women a year get chased by dogs, you think?
I'm on it.
You think that really happens, or is that just in movies?
How many mail carriers get bit by dogs? Let's see what AI has to say about this. Oh!
Nuh-uh.
In 2023. This is insane. I'm out now on this. The United States Postal Service reported more than 5,800 dog bite incidents against mail carriers.
No way.
This is an increase from 2022. 5,300 mail carriers were attacked.
What?
Doran, we need to use our platform here for good. Folks, if you got a dog that you think's going to bite a mail carrier, you need to look in the mirror. Because that ain't the dog's fault. That's your fault.
Well,
get it together.
That's actually like, I mean, you get a dog to some people get dogs to protect their house, and the dog's doing its job.
You're delivering mail.
Well, it's a stranger.
I would not be a stranger. I'd be like, what's his face in Mr. Rogers, where everyone would love me, and I would sing songs, and I'd be a staple of the neighborhood.
You know what? Bit right in your ass.
I would know everybody's name. And be, oh, there's Mr. Crowley, the mail carrier. Look at where his life went.
My mailman.
He's now out in the driving rain delivering my mail because his takes were so bad.
My mailman does a cool thing, actually. His name is Marcus, and he listens to this station all the time. But he started a thing because my dog Larry barks a lot. Not big enough to attack anything. But Marcus leaves a bone in the mailbox for Larry every day.
See?
And Larry's come around.
Yeah, he's so satisfied.
Oh, because Larry knows that Marcus is leaving the bone in the mailbox. Larry's going to the mailbox and getting the bone.
No, he's not going to the mailbox, but I have a bay window in front of my house, and the mailbox is to the right of it. So Larry sees him put the treat in every day.
Okay, there you go.
Marcus, See, Marcus is part of that community's fabric, and that's what I would bring to the table.
Do you think he's doing that for every dog, or just is he playing favoritism?
I don't know. I don't care. I'm not asking questions.
All right, one last text here. Male nurse here. Crowley, you should look into condom catheters for your bladder problems with big events.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pee in my pants. I'm just going to get up and go. And if I inconvenience somebody, I inconvenience somebody. But, like...
People do that at a lot of games, right? In concerts.
I guess.
So they don't miss anything.
If I went to Times Square for the ball dropping, I would probably do that.
Mm-hmm.
Or a diaper. We call them dipes in our house.
Diaper, you get all that. You'll get a rash.
No, I'd Vaseline. All right, you want to talk about the sorry state of our football team?
Yep.
All right, Sam Darnold stunk it up last night, so you could probably scratch one quarterback off the list. We get into that. Russell Wilson spoke on it yesterday. We'll do it in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
That's the plan. I mean, obviously, I love it here and everything else, and I think we have a great football team. Obviously, it didn't go in the way we wanted it to, and I think there's a lot more to do. And I said to you guys before, I always just trust God in the process and all that.
All right, that's Russell Wilson. Lost the last 5 games he played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Finished the season with a quarterback rating of 95.6. Sam Darnold, he stunk it up last night, got sacked 9 times. Stunk it up in the last game of the regular season against the Lions as well. He had a 102.5 quarterback rating. He threw 35 touchdowns this year. His numbers dwarfed, I tell you, Russell Wilson's numbers. But what I read last night from a lot of Steelers fans was, okay, scratch Sam Darnold off the list. It's funny to read that. It's funny to hear that because of 2 bad games for Sam Darnold. In a way, the way he finished the season might make him available to the Steelers. You can't pay that guy $30 million. Not when you've got J.J. McCarthy, a first-round pick, waiting in the wings. But if 2 bad games get you to a place where you say, oh, you can't touch Sam Darnold with a 10-foot pole here, and he had a better season than Russ, I don't know how Steelers fans can argue out of that same mouth, oh, let's bring Russell Wilson back. If you think Sam Darnold is untouchable because of 2 games, wouldn't you say that Russell Wilson is untouchable because of the last 5 games?
I would say no because of history. This is the first time that Sam Darnold looked decent, pretty good in his career, and it just isn't enough resume for, I think, people to take that chance on Sam Darnold. Now, you think about Russ, it's like, okay, last year in Denver, he was, 26-8. He was 20-1 in the red zone this year. You could go through his stats. I don't have him in front of me right now. And you're like, he did look good for a bulk of games, and then down the stretch, he didn't look as good, and you can make some excuses. So I don't know if they're on the same playing field right now. Like, did we see the best of Sam Darnold? And is this the truest form of Sam Darnold? Did we see the best of Russ this year? And is this the truest form of Russ in this last game or the game, the last 4 games? I don't know. I can make an excuse. I can make excuses or reasons why that Russ probably would have a lot more to offer, and it's probably gonna be less money.
Your retort, talking about Russ's history, I think is a good one. That he has the body of work. He could be destined for the Hall of Fame. Sam Darnold has had 1 good year in his entire career, and it came with maybe the best wide receiver core in the NFL, 1A, 1B with Cincinnati, came with one of the best schemers in the NFL in Kevin O'Connell, with a defense that got after people this year. that was probably the best version of Sam Darnold we're ever going to see. I just found it funny that I saw a ton of Steelers fans last night when I woke up this morning. Whoa, you don't want that guy. Okay, Russell Wilson, the last 5 games, they were averaging 14 points a game. And the turnovers were there. Now, I thought he played okay against Baltimore. When you start listing issues that they had against the Ravens,
he was low.
I think he was pretty low on the list. And if you're the Steelers, I'm guessing your thought process is get him a lot of weapons and you see what happens.
Yes.
Get him a more dynamic running back. Get him a legitimate number 1 or number 2 wide receiver and see where this thing goes. I think that's what they're going to do. Me, I'm going with Justin Fields, and I'm drafting a guy. This is not a good draft. I don't care. I am drafting a quarterback from now until they find a franchise quarterback. You're going to spend less money on Justin Fields, you would think, than you would on Russell Wilson, thus allowing you to spend more money on the accessories on offense. And I'm going to try to build my offense around Justin Fields while taking flyers in the draft. That's what I'm doing. I brought this up yesterday. I'll bring it up again. Audiences turn over on average every 5 minutes in radio, so here you go. Quarterbacks in this year's playoffs. Josh Allen, 7th overall pick. Lamar Jackson, 32nd. Mahomes, 10th. Knicks, 12th. Stroud, 2nd. Herbert, 6th. Daniels, 2nd. Love, 26th. Hurts, 53. Baker Mayfield, a first-round pick, free agent. Sam Darnold, a first-round pick, free agent. Jared Goff, a first-round pick, trade. Matt Stafford, a first-round pick, trade. Every quarterback, apart from Russ and apart from Jalen Hurts, that made the playoffs this year at one point was a first-round pick. That's what you got to do. That's how you get your guy. Now, there are exceptions. Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick. Highest paid quarterback in football right now, Dak Prescott. He was a 4th-round pick. Brock Purdy, they're going to pay 7th-round pick. There are exceptions, but the rule, generally, if you want a great quarterback, you're going to have to get him in the first round. So I'm going forward with Justin Fields because he's young and a first-round pick. He's going to be cheaper, and then I'm taking flyers in the draft. I might even trade up this year.
That's what I was going to ask you. Would you trade up? Because what do they have right now? Like the 20th? 21st?
It's the 21st pick. We found that out last night.
They're around the same place every year.
Yep.
I mean, clearly, because they have the same record and they get one and done in the playoffs. So, are you trading up with Justin Fields?
I would consider doing that, absolutely. Because I asked the question yesterday, if you had the 2nd overall pick in the draft, what are you doing? You're taking a quarterback.
Yes.
So why not try to move up into the top 5 and take a quarterback?
And what would that take?
A lot. A lot. And so you consider moving on from Pickens. You consider moving on maybe from a Minkah Fitzpatrick. You try to accrue draft capital so that you can then package draft capital, move up, and try to take a guy. And give yourself an opportunity.
See,
if I'm doing it every damn year.
If I'm doing that this year, then I'm not even signing either guy back. I'm just going to trade up for the quarterback that I think I want. But you need a guy on the roster. I get it.
You know what, Doran? I don't know that I hate that either. And this is what we do here. We're just going to suss this thing out. And we got months and months to do this. If they didn't bring either guy back and they traded up for a quarterback and that guy sucks, well, we just saw with Kenny Pickett, they're not afraid with this regime to move on when they feel like it's a lost cause. So, okay, you trade up, you draft a quarterback. Usually it sets you back 4 or 5 years. For them, it might only set them back 2 years if they miss. Guess what? You might suck. That's not the worst thing in the world either. You play a rookie quarterback next year, you suck. You let him sink or swim. You try that out for a couple of years. If it doesn't work, you're going to be in a draft position to take another guy. And that's a tough place to be for Steelers fans who have a lot of pride, and we're used to, even when times are bad right now, being this 9-8, 10-7 team that is always in the hunt. That's not going to get you the franchise quarterback. I don't think. You got to be around the top 10. Ben was 11. Again, Mahomes is 10. They seem like they got some with Bo Nix. He's 12th. That's where you want to be.
Yes.
That's where you got to be.
Yes.
So if you swing and miss on a guy this year, okay, at least you took a damn shot. But this stopgap thing, what's it going to get you? 10-7, 9-8. Hashtag in the hunt.
I think they have 3 ways to go about this year. I think that they could either sign Russell Wilson back and give him weapons, put weapons around him. They can trade up or draft a quarterback, a young quarterback. Or they can go all in like the Baltimore Ravens did around Justin Fields. And I mean, Justin Fields and Lamar Jackson, pretty big gap, right? But they're the similar players. If the Steelers really believe in Justin Fields, go all in. You know, change the offense and make it a Justin Fields offense, and just let him be the guy. And then so still surround him with weapons, but go the Lamar Jackson route. I mean, that the Baltimore Ravens did. They went all in, and it's somewhat benefited. I mean, they haven't gotten to the Super Bowl, but I mean, you still have one of the best players in the NFL every single year. So that gives you a better chance than Mike Tomlin giving you a chance of having a no losing seasons. So I think there's 3 ways to go about it. Or you could do all 3.
Does Jalen Milroe make it out of the first round?
Yes.
Would it be the worst thing in the world?
Yes.
Justin Fields, bring him back, build around him like you're saying, scheme around him, let him utilize his strengths. Rushed for 1,000 yards before. He is dynamic. We didn't even see the best of Fields because as far as I understand it, when he was the starter, he was still dealing with some hammy issues or knee issues, lower body issues. So we never saw him get up really to full warp speed. We got a taste of it in the Cleveland game in the snow when he sparked them. And he had that long run around the outside. It's like, damn, he didn't look like he was that quick, that fast when he was starting. Build around him. Get old Jalen Milroe. Backup quarterback. See if you can nurture him. Because he could be one of those guys that would play the same way. Because you've said this before.
Yes.
You need your backup to play like your starter. Not a lot of guys who can play like Justin Fields if you go all in playing that style of ball. Maybe Jalen Milroe with his athleticism could do that. He's incredibly raw. He made some bad decisions this year. The Oklahoma game sticks out. But if he's around in the second round, when you're picking, yeah.
Yeah, if he's outside the first.
Take a shot.
Low second.
Take a shot. You ain't winning jack, you know what, without a quarterback. So I'm throwing everything against the wall and I'm seeing what sticks. But I would rather do it with Fields than I would with Russ because of the age gap. And as the season wore on, I think Justin Fields' first 6 games aged well.
They did.
He didn't play great early. None of them did against Indianapolis. But in the second half of that game, he was dynamic. He had one stinker, and it was against Dallas. But he did some nice things. His quarterback rating on the year, it's not the end-all be-all, was 93-ish. Russ's was 95-ish. Last 5 games of Russ's season, they averaged 14 points a game. With Fields, they averaged 21, and they really never took the diaper off him. I'd like to play that out. And in retrospect, beggars, choosers, things of that nature, I wish they just ran with him the whole season.
No, yeah, now.
Now knowing the result, yeah. Really smart radio guy says, hey, now that we know the result, wish they would have done the other thing. I know. But I think we'd be in a better place. I think there's a legit argument that Fields would have got better as the year wore on. Absolutely. They would have maybe gained a little bit more trust in him as the year wore on.
You'd have a good feel. You'd have either a clear feeling or a good feeling right now, a better feeling than you have moving forward.
Yeah.
Moving forward to next year.
Yeah. It would. I don't know that this season was any better than last season. I think you make a lot of arguments that it wasn't. If Fields started the whole year and you wound up in the exact same place, I think you would make the argument that it was a better season because you have a 26-year-old quarterback that you got a full body of work from and you know where you stand with him. But now you go 10-7, you have no idea what you're doing at quarterback. It's not a good place to be. 412-928-9370. Doran threw out 3 options. Sign Russ, or trade up in the draft, or go all in and build around Justin Fields and scheme around Justin Fields. Which one sounds the best to you? People are blowing up the text line. We'd love for you to give us a ring at 412-928-9370 on that fan hotline. It's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We'll take your calls on this when we come back. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins play the Seattle Kraken tonight at 7 o'clock. This will end the Penguins' 5-game homestand. Penguins lost their last 2 games that were played over the weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. We know this about pro athletes. They train all the time to perform better on the field. It takes a lot of time and effort. What, though, would you say if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about BlueChew. And BlueChew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to do this. You got to try it. BlueChew's tablets, they're like a performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you get extra confidence when it is time to perform. You can turn oh no into oh yes. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. So if you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Bowl over your appetite at GetGo Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Turn up the heat and the sweet with GetGo's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. A spicy chicken filet with Market District's hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try the sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, price lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
A Gain Scent Beads story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Breezy with snow today, the high 34.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Thinking Lincoln? Think Beyondy Lincoln. Beyondy Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondyLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. The price of eggs continues to skyrocket. After 17 of the best weeks of his career, Minnesota's Sam Darnold last night laid a second straight costly primetime egg. Unfortunately, he couldn't make the quick decisions or get rid of the football in a 27-9 loss to the Rams. Sadly for Sam, he's once again going to be regarded as a journeyman backup. I'm Boomer Esiason.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You can text us 412-928-9370, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We know the Steelers are not going to move on from Mike Tomlin, so what's the most impactful thing they can do this offseason? Well, that'd be figuring out the quarterback situation. And Doran threw three options out there. I like them. I wrote them down on my shiny notepad over here, Doran. You can either sign Russ, you could trade up in the draft, or you can go all in building around Justin Fields. Those are the three options we're throwing out there at you. Which one would you prefer? 412-928-9370. Now, the nuance of this is you could do options. You can combine some options there. Like you could always bring Russ back and draft a quarterback, or bring Fields back and draft a quarterback. You could maybe, because of the way Russ played down the stretch, have Russ and Justin Fields. They'd have to be amenable to that. So there's nuance here. But of those three options, which one do you like the best? 412-928-9370. I really like the idea of Justin Fields coming back, not costing a lot of money. You get him a dude in the first round at wide receiver, and you try to play like Ravens light.
Yeah.
You find another really good running back to pair with Jaylen Warren, and you zone read people to death, and you RPO them to death, and you use Justin Fields' legs, and you see where it takes you as a quarterback that is 10 years younger than the guy who started your final 12 games of the season. Shall we go to the phone?
Yes.
Or did you have something to add?
I will after this call.
You're going to add after the call. Doran's adding after the call. Tony, you add to the show right now. Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
We're good, Tony.
Okay. I want to make 2 points. The first point is when your owner comes out and says the goal this year is to win a playoff game, that's the problem. The goal of every team is to win a Super Bowl, not to put together some roster just so you could prove everybody wrong and win one playoff game. Number two, the problem is bigger than Tomlin. The problem is talent. To get out of the AFC, there's four big dogs you got to deal with. Kansas City.
Your phone sucks, Tony. Sorry, I couldn't understand what he was saying.
I couldn't understand either.
Okay, very good. You had something to say?
Yeah, I'm looking up the combinations, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday. I don't know if it was off air or on air, but you know, there's whenever you have a young quarterback and you want them to be successful, there's been a trend in the NFL of giving them the wide receiver that they're most comfortable with, or giving them another wide receiver. Like you look at Joe Burrow, it's like, okay, we're close. Let's get Joe Burrow his weapon from college, Jamar Chase. We're going to draft Jamar Chase, and look what they've been doing. You know, Tua Tagovailoa. You know, we're going to get Jalen Waddle. We're also going to add Tyreek Hill, but Jalen Waddle and Tua were in college together. You look at Jalen Hurts, you know, Devonta Smith. We're going to get him his college. Like, if you were all in and you needed to add a weapon and try to add a weapon, and you're all in on Justin Fields, I'm trying to give him as most weapons as possible, clearly, but I'm trying to give him the most comfortable weapons as possible. So my target, I don't know how you could get this done, but my target would be Garrett Wilson, getting him back with a guy that he's familiar with in college, from college at Ohio State, Justin Fields. I would get him a weapon like that. I would draft a guy as well, and I would have George Pickens on the roster. I would not trade away George Pickens. I'm giving him the most weapons as possible, and I do believe that Justin Fields and George Pickens, did they play together at Georgia for like a year or a spring? I think that they did. So, like, you kind of have that there, and they can grow and build together. But I'm getting him a weapon that he is very comfortable with. I'm trying to think of, like, even weapons in Chicago, like somebody that they can hit the ground running. And I think that that's honestly what Russ missed this year. And we talked about Cortland Sutton, and we knew that the Denver Broncos were never going to do that, but he had a rapport with him. We talked about DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett. They had a rapport together. I think that does matter now a little bit in the NFL with young quarterbacks, of having a security blanket that they're used to from college that is just the level of they are, which is a first-round evaluation. I don't know how you could get that done with Garrett Wilson, but I would explore something like that and getting another wide receiver alongside. And, you pray and hope that Roman Wilson can do something this year. So there's 4 guys right there that you can recreate this offense for explosion and production.
Yeah, regardless of who the quarterback is, you can't saddle them with the Van Jeffersons of the world, the Scotty Millers, the Allen Robinsons. That ain't going to work.
No.
We've seen it not work. Deontay Johnson and George Pickens wasn't enough. You need a bona fide guy on the opposite side of George Pickens. Or else we're going to be having the same conversation at the end of next year going, man, the quarterback didn't play all that well. I'm not going to sit here and say that Russell Wilson was the problem, because he wasn't the problem. They don't got enough dudes on offense. I think he became part of the problem. He's not the biggest problem. So whomever the quarterback is, you got to get game breakers.
Yes.
There's too much average on this offense. Too much good, not enough great. Mike and Shaler, hi.
Hey, how you doing?
We're good, Mike.
I would go with the Fields option. Try to sign him to a 3-year deal at a reasonable amount. The quarterback draft is very weak, so I wouldn't go there. Try to build up. They need at least 1, maybe 2 wide receivers. They need a running back, a defensive lineman. You got to start building the draft, because you're in a division that's very difficult. You got Baltimore, you got Cincinnati, which we expect all expect to be better next year. So build the infrastructure, and then hopefully, either if you tank, that's okay. Then maybe next year's quarterback class is better the following year. And if Fields does well, continue to build around him.
Thank you, Mike. You hit on something I was thinking about the other day. Joe Burrow's in the division, and they didn't have the season they wanted to. Lamar Jackson in the division. All right, so you flounder around here, and you try to figure out who your guy is, because the reality is, what are you really going to win? What are you really going to win? And it's not just in division. It's Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
It's Allen. Mm-hmm. Look at the great quarterbacks in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
You need a guy, and the best you can hope to achieve without a guy is probably what they have been achieving, roughly.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd like to win a playoff game or two. I get it. You would love to do that. I get it. But, okay, maybe by the time you find your next guy, Lamar's on the outs, Burrow's on the outs. You would hope it doesn't take that long. But you're not winning anything of significance while those guys are in the division anyway. So, no problem with me throwing a bunch of stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Yeah.
And drafting guys every year behind Justin Fields. 412-928-9370.
At least you have a plan moving forward. I feel like that they had a plan. They think that they want to plan with Russell Wilson, but if you bring him back, I feel like that there's no grand planned.
That's it.
And you need that.
That's so much. Sorry, Norm.
No, you're good. No, you just need that. Like, you need to have a plan, not just for right now, but for moving forward.
Right. You just said what I was trying to say, and you said it a lot better. So let's say you go out and you look around, nothing tickles our fancy. Let's bring Russell Wilson back for 2 years. I hope it's not 3, but you bring him back for 2 years. What are you going to do?
Exactly.
What are you going to win?
Like, you might as well, honestly, and I know you're going to you're going to frown, but you might as well, if that's your thought of like, hey, like, we need a stopgap quarterback because we want to win a playoff game, you might as well bring in Aaron Rodgers. Honestly, if you're going to do this again,
try a different stopgap.
Yes,
Yeah.
try Aaron Rodgers. You might as well. And I know I don't want that to happen. But if that's your thought process, you might as well. 2 years, he probably has 2 more years left in him. You might as well bring in an Aaron Rodgers. If that's your thought. It shouldn't be.
I see exactly what you're saying. We just did it with Russ. They tumbled down the stretch. As bad as any team in football the last month of the season. As bad an offense as any in football the last month of the season. So if you're going to just do that thing, and we're throwing stuff against the wall, you might as well go with Rodgers. I mean, okay, because here's the issue, man. What's the best you can get out of Russell Wilson if let's say you even got Garrett Wilson, and you have George Pickens, and you draft Scatterbo in the second round? I mean, are you winning the Super Bowl?
Probably not.
No.
You're winning a playoff game, though.
Maybe. Because then there's this issue, I don't know, the defense.
But I don't care about winning playoff games. That means nothing to me. That means absolutely nothing. That gets you nowhere. What does it get you? What does it win you?
No, you know what, man? You're right about that. The whole concept is flawed.
Yeah.
The Pirates did this with Dave Littlefield. Now we're going in the Wayback Machine. They were so obsessed with attempting to go over 500 that it was 03, 04, 05, whatever year it was. And they get Reggie Sanders, they get Kenny Lofton, and they've got Aramis Ramirez and Brian Giles. And they were thinking, let's just build to get over 500. And then once we do that, we'll see where it goes from there. But they weren't building a team with any long-term direction. If every year your goal is let's just win a playoff game, you're not seeing the forest through the trees. No. You've got to guide your franchise back to Super Bowl contention. And Russell Wilson coming back next year and surrounding him with weapons, maybe you do win a playoff game. You're not going to win a Super Bowl with that guy. And I'm not saying you're definitely going to win the Super Bowl with Justin Fields, my God. But can you build something around him when he's 26 years old? At least there's some vision there, some long-term vision. But this whole stopgap thing, you're right. You might as well go with Rodgers because we saw how it ended with Russell Wilson. Good point.
Thanks.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The phone lines are jammed, and we'll talk to you about this. What you want to see at quarterback coming up next. 412-928-9370. Jeff Hathorn at 7. Right now it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike McCarthy and the Dallas Cowboys could not come to terms on the length of his next contract, so Mike McCarthy out as head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. More fan headlines, you go to 937thefan.com, and now, here's Dorn.
The action is heating up this playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Here's the same game parlay got cooked up for the national championship, Ohio State, Notre Dame. Going to be a good game. But I like Ohio State a lot. So here's just a little same-game parlay I have cooked up right now. I know it's early. Ohio State given 8 points, paired with the under, which is 45.5 in the national championship. The odds are plus 260 right now, so get on that. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with the promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Odds and lines are subject to change. It must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
When he's good, he's Thorogood. The bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, what do you want to see the Steelers do at quarterback? 412-928-9370. Someone texts in and says, stop with the Rodgers stuff. He'd have Tomlin fired by week 10. All right, then how about you sign Aaron Rodgers? To the phones. And to one of our favorites, Anthony in Oakland. Good morning to you, Anthony.
Thank you for the special dispensation. I only like to call you guys once, but I love talking to you both, but Dorn especially, because he gives us that ex-player perspective, and and it's just good to hear. So I like Dorn very much.
Thank you.
Let me say this, fellas. Chris Olave, you may have to look at too. He played with Justin Fields. But when you have 26-year-old, I don't understand what they were thinking in the first place. You know, when you hear the critiques of Russ by other quarterbacks, they show what he can't do anymore. He doesn't throw over the middle. He gets off his first read. He's starting to do kitty picket pirouettes. I mean, it was a disaster. So, but here's what the owner has to do. Tell the coach, stop meddling with the offensive coordinator. Because Arthur Smith knows how to do the read option. If you're going to keep Fields, then allow him to do it and quit meddling. Okay? I mean, it's just and go get you a nice running back to go with it, and we can be fooled as Monken did to the Steelers on Sunday, where the Steelers were key to stop Henry from the last game, and they played right into their trap.
Yeah. Thank you for the call, Anthony.
I mean, he's right. I mean, Arthur Smith, it's not like he doesn't, with Mariota, with Tannehill, that's what they run. He knows how to run the read option. And with Desmond Ridder.
Tannehill's a hell of an athlete.
Yeah.
Hell of an athlete. Played wide receiver at Texas A&M. And the best year of his career were with Arthur Smith. So you know how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think early in the season with Fields, they didn't quite know what they had in him. And so it was, let's keep him in his shell. Don't let him turn the football over. Limit the risk. Win by playing defense and by running the football. And then they opened things up with Russ. But then when Russ started turning the ball over, they reverted back. If you bring Fields back, if you bring Russ back, you do need to allow Arthur Smith to call the plays, and not just call the plays, be the primary game planner, and be the head coach of the offense.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was for a stretch this year. And I think you can see the line in the sand when Russell Wilson turned the ball over a couple of times against Baltimore. But it's so easy for us to see, when were they good? When you weren't afraid.
Right. They were scared with Fields because they didn't want him to get hurt.
Exactly.
They want to get they barely even ran the read option play whenever Fields was in there because they didn't want him to get hurt. Like they played scared a lot this year, that's just that resembles Tomlin. So like for us to think that this is all Arthur Smith's doing, the way that the offense looked down the stretch, like this is 100% handprints all over it with Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin's handprints were all over this offense. They played scared. They played conservative. They played not to lose, and that's how Mike Tomlin goes about it. So, my point is, how do we have the faith, and how can you have the faith that Tomlin lets that happen this coming year?
You can't unless it's a mandate from up top, and I just don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think that's going to happen either.
Because if you're Art Rooney II, let's think this through for a second here. If you're Art 2, and your solution here is to strip Mike Tomlin of some of his decision-making and some of his power, why wouldn't you just move on?
Right.
What's the point?
Right. And why did you sign him to a 3-year extension? If eventually you're probably going to do this.
That remains laughable to me. It would have been over. You could have just, all right, that's it. Let him figure it out last season. And then, all right, let's evaluate. Is he worth giving a 2-year extension to now? Or can you just have a clean break without nobody needing to get fired? I can't believe he gave him the 3-year deal. I cannot believe it. And maybe I'm naive because this is the way the Steelers have done business since the Beatles were touring. As it's coming out of my mouth, yeah, I sound naive. But not giving him an extension is different than firing him.
Mm-hmm.
And for them to get boat raced in a playoff game last year and then give him the extension, it's just bad business. It's terrible business. All right, the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Mike McCarthy now a free agent. Who's a better coach, Mike McCarthy or Mike Tomlin? We'll get to that a little bit later on in the show. Jeff Hathorn's going to join us at 7. Your call's coming up next at 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins play the Seattle Kraken tonight at 7 o'clock. Final game of the homestand for the Pittsburgh Penguins. They've lost their last 2 games that they played over the weekend. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic for the most part is looking good. No accidents to report at this time. You're moving nicely on the parkways east and west, and 28 is all clear. This traffic is sponsored by GetGo. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamara Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need one truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM-PGT.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
Breaking news, and this one is
.2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, two great divisions in one great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
What are your plans this winter? Snowy walk in the park? Curl up by the fire with a nice book? Get stuck in the hospital with COVID-19? If that last one isn't in your plans, and surely it's not, then consider getting an updated vaccine. Because if you're 65 or older, you're 14 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID-19 than someone under 50. So get your updated vaccine and make the most of this winter. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Russell Wilson asked yesterday if he'll be back. He says that's the plan. Albert Breer reporting from Sports Illustrated that the Steelers are interested in bringing Justin Fields back. What do you want to see them do at quarterback? 412-928-9370. Glenn in Bethlehem joining us now. Hi, Glenn.
How are you guys?
Good.
I like your idea about bringing Fields back. If you're going to go young, you might as well get your quarterback and try and grow. But I think if you're going to trade up, I think the most versatile guy, if you're going to try and build weapons, I really like Tyler Warren out of Penn State. I'm not a Penn State fan, but this guy, if you're going to go Baltimore Ravens, they got Likely, they got they got tight ends. They don't always use their wide receivers, and look at what they did against the Steelers on Saturday. Tomlin's punting on 4th and inches, and they're putting their tight end under center, and quarterback sneaking for a first down.
Listen, Glenn, and thank you for the call. That is music to my ears, man. Oh, man, that made me feel so good. I would absolutely love that. I think Tyler Warren is a fantastic football player, and he's going to have a long career in the NFL. But I don't think the Steelers are in a position to trade up for a tight end. I would obviously I would love that, and I think that he's right. Like if Tyler Warren fell and they didn't have any needs, and they could spend a first-round pick on a tight end, I think that they could really start moving into that direction with Justin Fields. You got Pat Freiermuth, you have Tyler Warren. Of what the Baltimore Ravens do look like, I think they have so many holes right now that they can't even explore that.
I'm looking at, just to pick one, and here we are. Gosh, it's January 14th. I'm looking at the Pro Football Focus big board. I could have clicked on any dozen of these. Tyler Warren, according to them, the 13th best player in the draft. More likely than not that you would have to trade up for him. If he's there at 21, you take him. I don't give a rat's ass wide receiver, tight end. I'm not drafting a running back in the first round. But a tight end to me, or a wide receiver, forget that. Weapon. Yes. You need to invest in offensive weapons. So if he were there, and there's a couple of good wide receivers, but not the number 1 or number 2 wide receiver, yeah, absolutely you take Tyler Warren.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to be there, though.
No.
I wouldn't mind a Scatabo in round 2 if he's there. Where's he on this list? Their number 1 quarterback, by the way, is the 17th rated prospect. So when people say that this is a not wonderful quarterback draft, that's the kind of thing they're talking about.
17th out of everybody.
Yeah. Cam Ward.
They have him. Wow. You're not going to, no. Yeah, okay. I mean, if Shador's there at 21, what do you do?
If his dad wasn't Deion Sanders, I would draft him.
Right.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Is that nice? Probably not, but I don't want to invite that. I think he's a good prospect. I do. He got a great arm. I mean, you get raised with a pro mentality. I think there's a chance he's really good in the NFL. But it reminds me a little too much of the Ball situation with LaMelo and all that
Do you think Deion tries that with Tomlin, though. I think Tomlin, if any coach that would keep Dion at a distance, would be Tomlin. I don't think he'd overstep Tomlin.
I just don't want to run the risk of he opens up his Colorado press conferences talking about how the Steelers' offense is in the Stone Ages. I don't think that's good for anybody, and I think there's a chance that happens. By the by, Scatabo, 48th overall prospect. Would not mind him in the second round at all, because that's a guy I think could take a beating, and you pair him with Jaylen Warren, I think you're cooking with gas there, and he's versatile.
Mm-hmm.
That's a dude.
Yep.
So I wouldn't hate that.
Mm-hmm.
Texter, you could just run 12 personnel all day long with Tyler Warren on the field. Oh, yeah, he'd be the perfect fit for Arthur Smith.
It'd be perfect.
Perfect.
And Arthur would love to have another tight end, trust me.
I just wish that mid-January wasn't draft talk time for us.
I know.
And for the last 8 years, mid-January's been draft talk time for us. Jeff Hathorn's going to join us next. Our sports director, Mike Tomlin, talks today at 12:30. What's the most pressing question that he wants to ask of Mike Tomlin? Get his thoughts on that. And Jeff, brought to you by Bet365. You're listening to the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. It's a brisk morning. Temperatures down into the low teens. Wind chills, most places have now dipped below zero. High temperatures today should get back to the low 20s. Winds will be out of the west at about 10 miles an hour. I don't expect it's going to be a lot, but an additional inch of snow fall this afternoon through the early evening hours across our region. Higher totals of more than 5 inches are expected up in the Erie area. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the Connecticut Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves, tee off on a PGA course, and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitspc.com.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I use precision pointing, loving the results, and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multi-family home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, you know, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Berg. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant Daniel was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location, while supplies last.
When you're behind the wheel of a new Acura from Spitzer Acura, you might take the long way home on purpose. Whether it's an exhilarating new Acura Integra, TLX, or a sophisticated ZDX or MDX, Spitzer Acura has what you want for less than you imagined. Plus, with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner vehicle during service. Hurry in today. Our friendly and knowledgeable consultants are ready to help you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Shop online anytime at SpitzerAcura.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The Parkway North I-279 looks good. No problems for you there, and the HOV lanes are open for today's commute. This traffic is brought to you by Two Men in a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenajuncktruck.com. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamira Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At twomenajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 Men in a Junk Truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Mike Tomlin going to be speaking today at 12:30, the season-ending press conference, and it seems to come in the middle of January every year. Jeff Hathorn joins us right now, our sports director on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Jeff, what do you think? First of all, good morning. What do you think is the most pressing question for Mike Tomlin?
Oh, there are so many. I would like to hear what he's going to do differently. There's going to be stuff that he won't answer about free agents, and there'll be coaching moves that'll be announced probably after his news conference. But what's he going to change, especially offensively? Like, what's going to be different? I know he has a new coordinator, but that's one of the things to me I want to know is, like, are you going to admit that, hey, maybe we need to change this philosophy, not offensive coordinator philosophy, but the overall Steelers philosophy of how you attack offensively?
Do you think the biggest change or the biggest maybe scapegoat is Pat Meyer, the offensive line? Like, if there is change and we identify what the issues were this year, do you think that that's probably the number one glaring issue that Mike Tomlin will change?
Yeah, unless Arthur Smith were to actually be a candidate for one of these head coaching jobs and leave that way, yes, I do believe that would be the change. I mean, Azani's new. Changing the tight ends coach, I don't know how much that really changes anything. But, yeah, I think Pat's a good coach. I think there's some youth involved there, and obviously we haven't seen the performance. Whether it's his fault or not, I could see them making that change.
You think Terrell Austin could be a casualty here?
Potentially. And that goes to, okay, when Keith Butler left, was that really Keith Butler? Or is that Mike's defense that someone else is running? If
his interview with Pony and Muller made me feel like it wasn't exactly a Keith Butler decision there.
Right. No, and that's what I mean. Like, where some of the issues or struggles or what we saw at the end, was that Keith or was that Mike's defense that somebody else was, having to watch? I'll say this for Terrell. I mean, yeah, they've had some struggles on defense, and the coordinator has to be responsible for that. They've also rapidly increased their turnovers since he's arrived. So, it hasn't all been bad for him in there. And I think, too, there's just been some weird execution issues on both sides of the ball that just need to get fixed.
Do you think there's a culture problem there? I think we talked about this last year because Najee, he said something at the end of the year last season. Do you think that we talk about change, right, Jeff? And we always talk about X's and O's change, but you kind of alluded to it, the mentality of the Steelers. Like, is there a culture issue that guys are buying into Tomlin because they like him and because he motivates them, but is the culture right every single day there?
Yeah, I think more so it's a lack of overall talent issue.
Okay.
And especially at quarterback. I think some of this stuff happens even on really good teams where you see breakdowns or there's a personal issue, whatever it might be, but they're good enough to overcome it. And I think it's more about the talent, because when I watch these guys practice, like they're on point, they're doing, especially this year offensively, the difference in watching the crispness of their practice this year compared to last was noticeable. And you thought, okay, this is going to, and it did improve slightly. Obviously not at the end of the year when you really needed it. So I don't see that day to day. I just think overall talent, you stack their rosters against the teams that are still alive, except maybe Houston. Are they better than any of those teams?
I see what you're saying, though, because it is a talent issue. Because you think about the situation with the Eagles, right? In the middle of the season, whenever the Steelers are about to play them, or towards the end of the season, and they're going through the turmoil. A.J. Brown, they overcame that because of talent. Now they don't look as good. They didn't look as good the other day, but they overcame that situation. Like, we haven't even talked about that, about A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts. Because they're like, we look around and we see Saquon Barkley. We have talent. We're going to overcome this. There's something to that, Jeff.
Yeah. If there were, like, for instance, they're a team and they dealt with some injuries, so it's probably not fair to Shanahan. But maybe there's a culture issue with the 49ers, because look at all that talent they've had. Again, they had some injuries that played into that as well. But I look at it more that way, much like I point to the quarterback. You have a good quarterback, you can win. You don't? Man, you have to have every other thing go right. And it is so hard in today's game to win without a franchise quarterback, especially when you look at, you got two elite quarterbacks in your own division you got to beat. Then you got Mahomes, Allen, Stroud is showing signs. May has shown some glimpses. Bo Nix. And you don't have anybody in the middle. You've got a caretaker right now at best in Russ.
Do you think Russ is back?
They've got to make a decision whether they think they can win with Russ, and that the earlier stretch when he started is better than trying to a project like Justin. I'm going to say he's going to be back, and then they're going to try to groom somebody under him.
I don't hate that, and Dorn and I got into this earlier on in the show, Jeff. I'm interested in your opinion on it. This whole win a playoff game philosophy seems so flawed. Let's get in. Let's win a playoff game. Now, we know that didn't happen. They weren't close to winning a playoff game. But if that's what you're shooting for, you're ultimately not shooting for a Super Bowl championship. You're not going to win a Super Bowl with Russell Wilson. So why not just start throwing stuff against the wall and seeing what sticks? And what I mean by that is from a youth standpoint, and see if you can bring somebody in that you can win a Super Bowl with at some point. You ain't going to be better than Joe Burrow next year with Russell Wilson. You're not going to be better than Lamar Jackson next year with Russell Wilson.
No, and that goes back, one of the things I liked about what Kevin Colbert would say every year is, like, did we win a championship? And if we didn't, it wasn't a successful season. Because ultimately in Pittsburgh, you want to win a championship. They don't have a roster to win a championship. I will say this. I thought last offseason, at least they tried. They went and got Justin Fields. Like, maybe we can make this guy our next franchise quarterback. And if that doesn't work, we've got Russell Wilson, or vice versa. Like, they at least went out and got some options. They need to be insanely aggressive offensively. I mean, a slight exaggeration, like 85% of that open cap needs to be spent offensively. I mean, go with Corey Trice at corner and save some money there, opposite Joey Porter. Don't go spending big money on a corner. Like, spend money on receivers, and figure out your quarter. Here's the problem with quarterback. There isn't a free agent. Is there a free agent out there for either of you guys? You're like, okay, this is the guy. If anyone thought that the guy in Minnesota was the guy, I hope last night changed your mind.
Yeah.
So, you could go with Justin and say, okay, we could teach him how to find that touch because he's got athletic ability. If that's the case, that's fine. Their goal next season should not be championship. Their goal should be to find that next quarterback. Yep. Whether that means you win 3 games, find that next quarterback. Because until you find it, I don't care who your head coach is, you're not changing your status.
If the draft was tomorrow, what position would you draft if you were Steelers with the 21st pick?
I mean, receiver would be like if Emeka Ibuka's there. I'm looking hard at that decision. It's funny because I've seen some mocks already, and one had Ashton Genty. Like, if they pick a running back at 21, I think they should just fire the entire staff.
Yes, I'm with you on that. I would pretty much go anywhere offensively apart from running back, Jeff, and I agree with your free agent philosophy, too. If you're going to pinch pennies on the defensive side.
Yeah.
You've gone pouring money into that side of the ball for far too long with no results to speak of. Speaking of defense, TJ Watt, 206 snaps without registering a statistic. How hurt do you think he is?
He's very. I mean, I give him credit for talking yesterday. And I thought of all the guys, he was the most honest. Like, he talked about how he needs to be better. He admitted that he wasn't good enough. He didn't make an impact, and he's right. I mean, for all the people that were pointing fingers at, TJ's been invisible down the stretch. And in that playoff game, he didn't even show up on the stat sheet. I mean, he had nothing. How does that happen in a playoff game? And he said, I need to watch film, figure out how to beat these chips, maybe be into moving around more than he has in the past. Find a way to, beat these quick passes. Maybe learn from Cam. Maybe at times it's just better to get your hand up than try to get all the way back there. He's really upset. And, he said he wanted to be a Steeler because he wants to fix this problem. He wants to be a part of the solution. It's all the things you want to hear. And it's good to hear that a guy that is still an elite player is willing to accept some mistake. Like, those are good steps for a team when a guy like that's willing to say, I need to be better. I wasn't good enough.
I couldn't agree more. It also makes me panic when your guy, your superstar, has a lot of questions too, though. Like, that's your guy, and you don't win without him. And he's here at the end of the season. He's grasping at straws too. Jeff, what was the best thing you heard from Minkah Fitzpatrick?
With all due respect, I don't want to add to the mass communication out there.
Yeah.
That's what we heard. Yeah, I mean, listen, I really try not to judge guys for whether they talk to us or not. But I just think those guys owe it to the fans to say, why were you having communication issues back there? Why was the secondary at sometimes, like, just give the fans an answer. Forget us personally. Like, I thought they deserve that.
And I think, too, Jeff, it's the fans absolutely. When TJ Watt's going to stand there and face the music, I think you owe it to him, too. I think as a leader, you owe it to each other.
Right.
Like, he's going to be out there. He's going to deal with all the tough questions. He's going to put his name on this. You know what? I'm going to take some of that slack off of him, too. I would have liked to see Minkah do that yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, Freiermuth talked yesterday, and, they talked over and over again about execution, and he felt like the scheme was there, but they didn't execute. But, man, we've seen some of the highlights have been very much pointed out on guys kind of running into each other. Like there was some Keystone's cop stuff going on, and it just can't happen. And your margin for error, like if you look back at some of the teams that won a Super Bowl without a franchise quarterback, well, look at some of the quarterbacks they beat on their way, like the Jeff Garcias. There's a story on the website right now that highlights some of those quarterbacks that these teams beat without a franchise quarterback. You ain't going to get that in the AFC. You're not going to get lucky enough to face a Jeff Garcia or a Rich Gannon or somebody like that. You're going to face the elite of the elite. And if you're not better on offense, then you're just spinning your wheels, and you'd be better off just going down and having a Cleveland season and restocking that way.
Jeff, have fun at the Mike Tomlin press conference today.
Yeah.
I'm sure the vibes will be good. Thank you for jumping on with us, and we will talk to you on Thursday.
All right, boys. Thanks.
Thank you. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. It's not going to be great in there today.
Nope.
Wouldn't want to be in Brooke Pryor's shoes. Tell you that. All right, we got Southside Jake at 7:35. So that'll liven the mood around here a little bit. We'll have some trivia fun with him. But coming up next, there's been a shift, Dorn. And to quote the great Bob Dylan, the times, they are a-changing. We'll explain next. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike McCarthy out as head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. He and the team could not agree to the length of the next contract per reports. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my friend, Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Orlando needed to sell his home in Shadyside and contacted Gina to learn more about his options. With Gina's expert marketing of the different neighborhoods and expertise of the different neighborhoods, she was able to correctly price Orlando's home and sold his home in just 2 weeks for over $800,000. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she'll have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and what I'm about to say, well, it's okay to admit it. Most of us guys, especially if you're not as young as you used to be, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, and BlueChew can help. You probably know this, but if you didn't already, BlueChew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost, and even better, they're in chewable form, so there's no swallowing pills or needing a glass of water nearby. BlueChew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform, and since BlueChew's an online prescription service, there's no awkward conversations, waiting in line, trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. BlueChew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-747-1515, 800-747-1515, 800-747-1515.
Sports Minute, presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Pelman Electric with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Don't believe for a minute that Dallas and Mike McCarthy were negotiating a long-term contract in good faith. It was all a sham to make it look like Jerry Jones didn't hire a bad coach while not publicly embarrassing McCarthy at the same time. This alleged mutual parting of the ways was also a favor to McCarthy's agent, one that I guarantee he won't forget, and somehow it will come back to help the Dallas Cowboys. I'm Pelman Electric.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
28 southbound is heavy after the Etna bypass. Stop and go past the 31st Street Bridge. Parkway East backs to Wilkinsburg. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamara Rush on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Steelers were ever to part ways with Mike Tomlin, there'd be 25 teams lining up to hire him, and I agree. I also think there's 25 teams in the league that would be thrilled to make the playoffs every year. It's great. We get to the playoffs. It's awesome. We can do business. We're done. But I think there is a very exclusive fraternity of teams in the league that would hate just making the playoffs every year because they stand for something different. the Steelers are not only in that fraternity, they're the president of it. 8 straight years, it's not working, it's getting worse. It was undignified last night. And whether it's talking about a trade or saying it's not working anymore and let's make a move, I do think it's time to consider a divorce. And I know that's very heavy, and we celebrate Tomlin. I have to serve the fans, and I think it's what the fans are saying.
Kyle Brandt, ladies and gentlemen, and I say the times, they are a-changin' because he's not the only national voice now saying that it's time for the Steelers to move on from Mike Tomlin, which last year, they were lining up to defend him.
Mm-hmm.
Lining up saying not only should he remain the Steelers head coach, but that he did a good job getting that team to 10-7. Same thing after Kenny Pickett's rookie year. Mike Tomlin did a good job. Well, now some national voices are lining up, and that was Kyle Brandt, as mentioned. The big one came out and said it's time, Doran. The big one, the biggest Mike Tomlin defender of them all. Now, he would not go so far as to say that Mike Tomlin's the problem, but that it is time for them to separate amicably. And that's Rich Eisen. Rich Eisen finally came around.
Mm-hmm.
Colin Cowherd. Now, he's been on this for a while, but he lent his voice to it again. Jimmy Johnson talking about a trade back when Mike McCarthy was still under contract with Dallas. Trade McCarthy for Tomlin. You have other guys like Damian Woody, who's got a national platform, Chase Daniel, Chris Canty. So by my count, there's 7 right there. National voices, national platforms saying it's time. And I've been saying for a while that this is what it was going to take to get the Steelers to move on from Tomlin. Clearly, it's not going to happen this offseason. But if this many people are coming out of the woodwork now saying it's time, if it happens again next year, double that or triple it. That seems to be the way this is going.
How much influence do you really think that this has on Art II to make a decision? How much influence do these voices have for real?
I don't think he wants to be the guy that fires Mike Tomlin for a lot of different reasons. He's never had a losing season. His family's philosophy is if you got a good coach, you hang on to them. I also think, he doesn't want to be laughed at as moving on from a guy who then winds up going and having success elsewhere. But if the national media gets in line with the local media and you got more people saying it's time, I think it makes it more palatable for him.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think he wants to be a laughingstock.
Mm-hmm.
And firing a guy that's never had a losing season, there's risk involved, for sure. Because next year's probably not going to look as good as this year did in terms of wins and losses in year one of a new coach. And you're going to have to wear it. And you're going to have to be patient. Now, they've had patience. But it's not going to look good right away. Because I'm guessing if Mike Tomlin left, he would win. He would lift the floor of whatever organization he went into. And I'm guessing whomever you bring in isn't going to have immediate success. And the plan should probably be to stink a little bit to try to find your quarterback with the new guy. So you have to be willing to have that egg on your face. And if there's enough national voices saying, no, this was the right move, I think it makes it more palatable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that. I can. You can drum up the people to have that voice and to put the pressure on Art II. I think that there's a lot of reasons, like you said, too, why he doesn't want to fire Mike Tomlin. The whole, hey, I hired a black head coach and we have the Rooney Rule. I think that there's a little bit to that, and they don't want to be the guy, want to be the team, the organization to fire a black head coach that isn't a losing black head coach.
Right.
That's not a good look. There's a lot of perception things I think that go into this that are deeper than I think just on the surface of just having no losing seasons.
I'm happy you brought that one up because I think a lot of people are afraid to have that conversation. And we talked about this before the show today. I didn't know if you were going to go there. I don't think Art Rooney II wants to tarnish the legacy of his father. And you have a lot of people arguing that that's exactly what's happening right now. I think Dan Rooney looked at his legacy as bigger than football. The Rooney Rule meant an awful lot to him.
Mm-hmm.
And you now have a black head coach who has never had a losing season. People say he wants to live up to his father's name. I'm guessing that's maybe bigger than football to him.
Yes.
And you cannot dismiss that. I think that's absolutely legitimate. It's one thing if your coach has had some losing seasons. This is a black head coach who's never had a losing season.
Right.
That factors into the math, and it might be the number one thing that factors into the math. You're right about that. I haven't heard anybody bring that up because it's
delicate.
It's scary waters to swim in.
Yeah, it's delicate, but it's honesty, and I think that I think that the Rooney Rule is a good thing if it's used the right way. We've seen scenarios where it isn't used the right way, but any opportunity that some of these coaches do get, even if they're fired after a year, they're getting an opportunity to be a head coach. And a lot of these guys, and I know we're getting off the beaten path here, but a lot of, I believe, the Antonio Pierces of the worlds and the Gerard Mayos of the worlds, like they're getting an opportunity that they probably wouldn't have gotten anywhere else. Like Antonio Pierce probably wouldn't have got a head coach opportunity outside of the Raiders.
Not that quick.
So they're getting these opportunities, and that's all you can really ask for at the time. But I think that with this situation, there's a lot more angles to it of why that there is extensions for Mike Tomlin, why that there is a lot of security for Mike Tomlin, than just being a consistent head coach. There's a lot more that goes into it, I think, than just that.
There is, and so texts are pouring in, and I'm just going to get this out of the way. Mike Tomlin was not hired because of the Rooney Rule.
Right.
Mike Tomlin was not the front runner to be their head coach. It was going to be Russ Graham, Ken Wisenhunt, who then wound up taking a team to the Super Bowl. Those were the front runners. Mike Tomlin came in there, and this should be a shock to nobody, knocked their socks off.
Yep.
Because nobody in football today is more eloquent or impressive or charismatic than that guy. And he came in, and immediately you could tell, this guy's going to uphold the culture of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I'm not going to do that, not going to entertain that, not going to read the text, not going to take the calls. They hired Mike Tomlin because he blew their socks off, and then he won a Super Bowl. Mike Tomlin's a hell of a head coach. I think the game's passing him by. I think he still thinks you can win the way you could in 2008 and 2010 when defense was allowed to be played. It's a different game now. You can't win that way anymore. That, to me, is the issue, and being risk-averse. But Mike Tomlin's going to go someplace else if that would ever happen, and he's going to win, and that's okay. Andy Reid won. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's okay. Mike Sullivan, if the Penguins would ever cut bait, I bet you he'd go someplace else and win. But that doesn't mean that it's the right fit now. And it's not the right fit anymore. It is time for the Steelers to move on from Mike Tomlin. But I'm not going to go relitigate the past because they made the right hire when they hired him.
Absolutely.
No question about that.
Absolutely.
They've just hung on too long. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We're going to lighten things up a little bit next with a little trivia with Southside Jake, then we're back into the heavy-hitting football stuff. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins play the Seattle Kraken tonight. It'll be the final game of this rather long homestand they've been on. The Penguins have lost the two games they played over the weekend. They've lost their last two. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then, place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top dog law.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
January is the perfect time to start new at ShorkeyChevy.com. Chevy Silverado pickups and full-size Suburbans up to an incredible $10,000 off. The popular Chevy Tahoe now up to $9,000 off. There's even 0% financing available. Plus huge trade values guaranteed to save you even more. Your New Year deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in both Murraysville and the North Hills. ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-647-8866. That's 800-647-8866. Once again, that's 800-647-8866.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Back to more of Are They Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Oh, yeah, it's back, baby. Are you smarter than a plumber? With Southside, Jake, Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, good morning to you, buddy. How you doing?
Burr, it's cold out there, guys. It's really, really cold.
You got some pipes bursting out there?
Oh, man, pipes bursting. People's furnaces not working. You know, we're hitting the road today running. That's for dang sure.
Well, we're happy you've been able to carve out some time to join us and try to best us in a friendly game of trivia. And let's get right to it, Jake. Let's go. What do you got this week?
All right. You know what? I'm going to throw you guys a bone on this first one, I think. I think you're going to get this one pretty easy,
Okay.
but you know what? Let's go. All right, this athlete. Little clue. It's all NFL this week.
Okay.
Obviously, playoff. This athlete is tied with Calvin Johnson for the most consecutive 100-plus yard receiving games. And that is a NFL record of 8. Okay? He's an undrafted free agent.
Is this regular season or postseason?
This is regular season.
Regular season. 8 consecutive 100-yard games.
Undrafted.
Tied Calvin Johnson. 8 consecutive 100-yard games.
One more clue?
One more clue is he is the oldest active wide receiver in the NFL currently.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's easy. Mike Evans.
Is he that old?
Oldest active.
I know he has that streak of consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. Who else is old out there? I like it.
Wait.
You locking it in?
Oh, I don't like the tone.
I know. Let me just think. 1 second.
Might as well fire it.
Yep.
Might as well fire it.
Lock it in. Mike Evans. That is wrong. It's Adam Thielen.
No!
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yeah, undrafted.
Oh, yeah.
Undrafted.
Me
with
too.
the keyboard.
Yeah, me too.
Messed that up.
Me too. All right, 0 for 1.
Come on.
We're ashamed by that one.
All right.
Didn't realize Thielen was balling like that. All right, let's go. We generally, unlike the Steelers in the playoffs, we rise to the occasion.
All right. This coach is a Super Bowl champ as a coach.
Mm-hmm.
He was, at one point, the NFL Coach of the Year. And he holds the record for the most road playoff wins of 8. That is also an NFL record.
Wasn't Harbaugh always winning on the road? Johnny Harbs. 8 playoff road wins seems like a lot. Coach of the Year, Super Bowl champion, 8 playoff road wins. Active?
Active.
Okay. Because Cowher got the 3 in 1 year. He's kicking our ass today.
Yeah, he is.
Is it a guy who won last night? Sean McVay?
Well, what am I get? What kind of clue is that? What am I going to give you? The answer?
No, I'm looking at Doran. I'm talking to Doran about it.
I think it might be Harbaugh.
That was my gut instinct.
You going to lock it in?
I don't like the tone. Lock it in.
Lock it in, John Harbaugh. You are correct.
There you go. Good job. Way to come back. Way to come back. Way to come back.
All right.
Good job.
All right, rubber match. Last question. Best 2 out of 3. Here we go. Woo-hoo-hoo!
All right.
He would go up to New England and beat those guys. Remember when Ray Rice had like 700 rushing yards?
It was unbelievable. All right. This athlete has won a Super Bowl with the Baltimore Ravens. He is also a former NFL Offensive Player of the Year. And he currently holds the NFL record of most yards from scrimmage in a single season.
One more time.
Won a Super Bowl with the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
Active?
NFL Offensive Player of the Year. NFL record. Most single season scrimmage yards.
Got to be Jamal Lewis.
Is he active or not?
Not active.
Going Jamal.
He didn't win a Super Bowl, did he? Yeah, 2000. No.
Wasn't he on that team? The other
has to be.
My other guess would be Steve Smith. I mean, he had some big years in Carolina. Oh. It's one of those two.
Probably. Oh, man.
Damn it.
Is it, though? Is it one of those two? Is it?
Priest Holmes.
Nah.
Locking it in?
Although, I mean, he did it, but not in. Yeah, I guess if. But I don't think he was on the team.
Was he? Okay.
I'm going.
Yeah, go ahead.
You want to go Jamal? We're going Jamal.
Locked in with Jamal, then. Unfortunately, Dorn was correct. It was Priest Holmes.
Oh,
he was on the 2000. He was on the 2000 Ravens.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, get out of here, Jake. Thank you.
Oh.
Hey, come on.
Hope you don't slip and fall here whenever you're getting out there and helping people.
Every time I win, which I never win, you're always mean to me.
Just be careful out there. Hope your hand doesn't get stuck in a pipe.
Jake.
Southside
See you
Jake.
guys.
See you, buddy. That was good.
Oh, man.
All 3 of those kill me. I mean, I know we got the Harbaugh one right, but that made me have an aneurysm live on the air. And then the other two, I thought Priest was the least likely. I apologize.
No, I mean, I pulled that out of nowhere. Man. Oh, it makes me mad. Sorry.
It's not okay. We'll get him back
I
next
didn't realize
week.
he was on the Super Bowl team. Was Jamal Lewis not on the team? Were they both there?
I'm looking it up right now.
They had both of those guys?
Yeah, 2000 Ravens, Jamal Lewis was on that team.
No wonder why Trent Dilfer, I mean.
Good for him.
He didn't need to do anything.
No, and that's the problem the Steelers are having right now. Like, you can win a Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer. You can win a Super Bowl with Jim McMahon. You can win a Super Bowl with Joe Flacco, but you need everything else to be great.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can almost get there with Brock Purdy, but you need to be perfect. And Steelers are far from perfect. A lot of guys stood up yesterday in the locker room door and took accountability. One guy did not. Do we have a problem with it? We'll get to that coming up next. Jason Mackey at 8 o'clock. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike McCarthy out as Dallas Cowboys head coach because the two sides reportedly could not come to an agreement on the length of the potential contract. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound is back between Carnegie and the top of Green Tree Hill, and Parkway East inbound is back to Wilkinsburg. This traffic report is brought to you by GetGo. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Tamara Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Nesselthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your new year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Well, what's your name?
I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men. In concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Jason Mackey, he's a nuanced guy. We'll talk to him at 8 o'clock. What the hell do you do to fix the Pittsburgh Steelers? Of course, short of firing Mike Tomlin or trading him, because that's not going to happen. So we had our fun with that yesterday. Not that it's fun to fire anybody or call for anybody's firing, but we talked about that ad nauseum yesterday. And it's not going to happen. So we got to find a way to fix the Steelers without doing that. We'll talk to Mackey about that coming up at 8 o'clock. Let me play a clip yesterday, what Minkah Fitzpatrick had to say to the media on locker cleanout day. Really stirring stuff there, Doran.
Wow.
He did not talk. Said he didn't have anything he wanted to say to the masses. And to an extent, I get it. You're pissed. You're emotional. The season personally did not go the way that Minkah wanted it to go. And for the team, nobody wants to end the year losing 5 straight and getting your manhood taken away from you in a playoff game. That being said, when TJ Watt gets up there and talks, when Cam Hayward gets up there and talks after every single loss and wants to, I think you don't owe it to anybody but them. Take some of the pressure off those guys. And there are questions that need to be answered. Why were there so many miscommunications on the back end? Like, what went wrong with the defense? TJ's a leader. Cam's a leader. Minkah's supposed to be one of those guys, too. I think he owed it to his teammates to go out there and talk.
I think in a situation like that, you're definitely absolutely right. And, you know, whether you're the leaders of the team or, you know, you're looked at as a leader of a team, you get together with other leaders and say, how are we going to approach this and what do we want to do? You have a little meeting, right? Kumbaya. But I think that Minkah in his situation was like, if I go up there in front of everybody, I'm going to say what I really feel, and I probably shouldn't do that. Because everything is measured. And we talked about this off air too. Like, what do you think guys are going to say? You think they're going to throw Mike Tomlin under the bus? You think they're going to throw their head coach, their organization under the bus? You think they're going to throw under other guys? No, they're never going to do that. So honestly, to me, like situations like yesterday with locker clean out and getting interviewed and interviewing players is meaningless. You're going to get, you know, TJ Watt I thought was pretty honest, but he was more honest for himself. But you're not going to get what you're really looking for because you're taught and you're built to not say those things. So I think Minkah was like, I am so frustrated right now that I might say something that will be very detrimental to my team and to this organization. So I'd rather not even talk.
I don't think he was very good this year either, Doran. Not what they're paying him. And I don't know how much of that's on him, how much of that's on his usage. I don't like him being 18 yards off the ball every single snap. I think you make it easy to take him out of the game whenever you position him like that. That being said, I also saw him turn into a bug on the bottom of Derrick Henry's shoe, and Derrick's going to do that to a lot of guys. But when you're paying someone $18 million, I don't want to see it be you. Like the game plan, you and I talked about this. Mm-hmm. You know, TJ was going to take the running back, and then it's incumbent on everybody else to deal with Lamar Jackson. And the first third down run of the game by Lamar, he made Minkah look silly. Again, those guys are going to do that to a lot of people. He's one of the few that shouldn't happen with. And that's just an example of the overall season that Minkah had that was not up to his standards and shouldn't be up to fan standards. He didn't play well this year and he didn't talk. That bums me out. It does. I get what you're saying. He's not going to say anything, and if he does, he's probably going to step in it, right? And he doesn't want to step in it. George Pickens talked, George Pickens stepped in it. So I can see your point of view, and that's probably what Minka's thinking. But when you didn't play well this year, and you yourself basically said, I didn't deserve to be in the Pro Bowl, and the defense overall played like crap down the stretch, I'd like to hear from a guy who's a big part of that defense. Maybe people don't agree with me. I've seen fans go back and forth on stuff like this. Oh, they don't owe you anything. It's not about me. It's about the fans. And then it's about your teammates, at least in my opinion. 412-928-9370. You want to weigh in on that. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Up next, Jason Mackey. Mackey's a smart guy. Maybe he's got a quarterback solution. We'll ask him for his. We have ours. We'll kick it around with our guy Jason when we come back. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hockey fans, here's a cool offer. BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving existing customers another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with an NHL Odds Boost token. Take your shot at extra winnings when you bet on NHL action with your favorite sports betting app, BetMGM. All you have to do is log into your existing BetMGM account today to receive your NHL Odds Boost token. Then simply add a hockey wager to your bet slip and activate your token. If your wager lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings on unrestricted bonus dollars. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as withdrawable bonus dollars. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Are they smarter than Jake the Plumber? Was presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too during our winter savings event. Hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Panda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway North I-279, there are some delays between Camp Hill Road and Bellevue Westview. And there are also delays across the Veterans Bridge to exit at 6th and 7th Avenue downtown. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamira Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's It's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team. You can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening. From Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We are joined right now by our friend from the Post-Gazette, columnist Jason Mackey. You can also hear Jason all over the station and hosting shows in the evening time. Jason, how you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing great. Great to be with you guys. What's going on?
Jason, you're going to get mad at me for saying this, but I was watching you on the video stream the other night on my giant TV in my living room. Congratulations to me on all my success. And you really like to bite those nails, Jason. Just a scouting report. Boy. Content of the show, really good. I was riveted. I watched for about 2 hours as I was doing some of my own stuff. But, yeah, those fingernails, man, they're not safe.
It's okay, Jason. I have the same problem.
Dude, and you know what the problem is? The video stream, there are some shows where I just forget it's on. And and I was going to town on my nails the other night. I don't know why. I appreciate that, Adam. Constructive criticism. I'm hosting tonight. I will try to not chomp my fingers away. But, yeah, it's a nasty habit, Doran. We got to stop that.
Yeah, I'm never stopping.
Well, Doran does it farther away from the camera. Mackey was just right up in this thing. Yeah. It was again,
Doran's smarter and more self-aware
great.
than I am.
Yeah, and I'll be watching tonight when I'm giving the baby the bottle, Jason. So if you start doing it, I'll text you. We'll beat that habit out of you. All right, buddy.
I like it.
In all seriousness, the Steelers' season went up in smoke again, as it has the last 5 other times that they've made the postseason in recent memory under Mike Tomlin. They're not going to move on from the head coach. We know that. But in your opinion, do you think that it's time?
Yeah, I do. I think it's not a mark against Mike Tomlin. I mean, I guess it is in this situation, but I think everything sort of runs its course. I don't know how you can look at this situation and not feel that way, guys. I mean, for whatever reason, and we can pick apart reasons, maybe the defense, the offense not having enough. It looked like a team in the first half in Baltimore, and again, I was there, that just didn't want to be there. That just didn't, that was beaten, that didn't have any solutions. And I think there's talent in that locker room. There's not enough of it, but it's not coming together for any sort of common good, which to me is job description number 1 for a head coach. And I think it's time. I'm baffled that decision came out that quickly, seems to be made that quickly. They're not going to entertain anything. I don't know how you take Art Rooney seriously when he meets with the media and says, I want to see this. He said, I want to see playoff wins. It's time, which he was right. They didn't do that, and there are going to be minimal repercussions. I don't understand.
It's one thing to narrow in on the game, and I totally agree with you. It looked like that they were disinterested of being there. As soon as Derrick Henry got the ball a couple times, they were like, all right, like, we're done. Like, we don't want to do this anymore. They look like they just didn't even want to be there. But let's narrow in on the last 5 games, the last 5 losses, the losing streak. What's the main thing you think that went wrong during that losing streak?
Oh, boy.
And let's throw out the 3 games in 11 days, the excuse making of that. Let's throw that out.
Yeah, I don't like that, Doran. I mean, 10 other teams did that, right. I believe, or they were one of 10. Like, I don't think the NFL in general should have any teams playing 3 games in 10 days, 11 days. I think that's stupid and haphazard, but I mean, other teams had to do it. But yeah, I'm trying to think of one thing that sort of the thread sewn through all of them. It sounds weird, but maybe I'd say defense. I just think that, and I wrote about this yesterday, they're paying so much for that unit. You would want it to be a difference maker. I don't think that's an exorbitant ask to say the highest paid unit in the NFL should be your strength, should be your identity. And that waned in those games. They didn't get enough pressure on the quarterback. I mean, look at what they did against Baltimore, what they did against Kansas City. They barely touched Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes. They weren't able to stop the run in key moments. They did not force turnovers, which they thought was a big part of their identity through 13 games. So, I mean, that's not to excuse not having a number 2 wide receiver. That's not to excuse the poor pass protection. That's not to excuse games that I don't think Russell Wilson played particularly well. But if you want to look for big, giant reasons to explain it. I'm going defense.
I would not disagree with that. I'm also spending every single dollar and cent this offseason and maybe most of my draft capital on offense, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got an all-pro player on your defensive line. You've got an all-pro player who rushes the passer and another really good one in Alex Highsmith. You've got a good inside backer in Patrick Queen, and you've got an up-and-comer, though I think he stagnated a little bit this year, in Joey Porter Jr. That should be enough when your head coach is supposed to be this defensive guru. In an offensive league, spend money on offense. Agree?
Well, Adam, this is why I think it's time. I mean, look at what the Steelers are doing, how they're trying to win, how they're spending money, juxtaposed to the rest of the NFL, the teams you see in the playoffs right now. What's the common thread with those teams? They have younger, mobile, bigger quarterbacks. They have offensive weapons, their game plans, what their scheme on offense looks nothing like what the Steelers are trying to do. They have wide receivers, young, fast wide receivers. They're willing to take those risks. The Steelers, they're an anomaly. They're trying to win a way that nobody else is trying to win, and it's not working. And you have a guy who's like dug his heels in on this way of doing things, and it doesn't make sense. The only thing I would disagree with you with, Adam, as far as how they're spending money, they need help at corner. I'm sorry. If Joey Porter Jr. is your best option, I think you're in a tough place. I don't understand. Like Dante Jackson, Corey Trice Jr., James Pierre, Cam Sutton, any combination of those leads me to believe that they need to add some depth there too, whether it's through the draft or free agency.
You saw the free agent market for quarterbacks, and you saw one of the bigger names that would be a free agent that people would be enticed to pay last night, which he lost a lot of money last night. He lost a lot of money last week. That's Sam Darnold.
Yep.
Percentage chance that Russell Wilson is back next year. Percentage chance that Justin Fields is back next year with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I mean, Doran, based on what I was down there yesterday, and based on Russell Wilson, what he said, his body language, how he interacted with us, 95%. I don't know. I think it's very high. I do. And I think that was the plan all along. And based on Russell's comments, I don't know if I see the Steelers moving off of them. They're going to keep Arthur Smith. They're going to keep Mike Tomlin. And I think they're going to run it back with Russell Wilson. And that's sort of astonishing to me. But, if we're assessing what they're doing versus what they should be doing. Now, that's not the direction I would go. I wrote today I would pivot to Justin Fields. I think it's a different option. And that would do a couple things, guys. I mean, one, it would save you a little bit of money, and you could pour it into other offensive weapons, and you could kind of design your offense differently. Two, I think it's going to tell you whether you stink or whether you're any good. Because either Justin Fields is going to figure it out and look like his draft pedigree, and that would be an awesome outcome for the Steelers, or he's not going to be very good. The Steelers aren't going to be very good, and they're going to wind up with a top 10 pick. I wouldn't hate that outcome either. So I'd go with Fields next year, but I don't think that's the way they're going.
I am with you 100%. But now looking at it through their eyes, their perspective, and you just said you think it's a 95% chance that Russ comes back. Do you think that with another really good wide receiver opposite George Pickens, with maybe a more dynamic running back to pair with Jaylen Warren, do you think they could be a 12-win team next year with Russ? Do you think that he's got enough in the tank to win a playoff game if surrounded by more talent?
Yeah, I mean, if surrounded by more talent, sure. And being a 12-win team and being where this team should be, I'm not sure are the same thing. And I know that's a weird line,
you're right. I think you're right.
Yeah, I mean, I could see them. They could have been a 12-win team this year if some things maybe fell differently, if they won some games they shouldn't have won. But are they an actual threat to knock off the Bills or the Chiefs or the Ravens? And I would say no to that, which, again, sounds like a weird thing to say for a 12-win team. But, yeah, so I think they can get back there, Adam. I do. I think they need to spend significant money or draft capital, maybe both. I think you said this earlier on wide receiver. Maybe two guys. I mean, I like Calvin Austin, but I like him as a 3. I'm not sure they have a 4 in that scenario. I mean, they don't have nearly enough depth. If you get the right running back, somebody who actually fits this offense, yeah, I think you can help and support Russ. I think you need to adjust some things in the game plan. Use the middle of the field more, use your tight ends more, that sort of thing. I think they have some decisions to make on defense, but Yeah, I think they can get to the point of being a 12-win team. I just don't know if they can get to a point of being a 12-win team who's an actual threat in the AFC.
Art II is probably going to talk at the end of the month, probably in a couple weeks here, and he's going to talk to the media. And we might as well just copy and paste what he said last year and insert it this year because it's going to be the same thing. We need urgency. We need to make some changes. Things need to be different. We hold ourselves to a higher standard. We need to be better. You know what he's going to say. But last year he did say that, and they did make some changes, right? They fired the offensive coordinator, hired Arthur Smith, got a new receivers coach. They made some in-house changes. Whenever he does say that again, that we know he's going to say it, what changes is he going to talk about this year? And is he going to talk about possibly changes within the organization in Mike Tomlin's power? Because we asked that question last year, and it seemed like that he was maybe going to head in that direction, but didn't. Should he talk about, or should that question be asked of Mike Tomlin's power changing, his power structure changing within the organization?
I think you're hitting on something really important, Doran, and I think that's the one significant thing they can change. I do, and I think we're both talking about the same thing, right? Defensive coordinator. I like Terrell Austin, but I worry that this is going to cost him his job because people pay for this sort of thing with their job all the time and the way they were outclassed against the Ravens. But it's not just Terrell Austin. Like if they move on from him as defensive coordinator, which I would understand. I don't have any problem with them doing it. I think they're going to have to make a change. What they need to do is create a different power structure. Mike Tomlin doesn't need to be meddling in the defense. You need to hire a bright defensive mind and let him do the job. Sink or swim. Mike Tomlin has enough to worry about being the CEO of this thing, being the head coach. Like, yeah, if you want to make fundamental changes to how the Steelers operate, bring in a clock management guy. Bring in an end of quarter, end of half guy.
I'll do it for $80K.
What is it?
I'll do it for $80K. Yeah.
Like I said, bring in Crowley. Do it. Let him name his price. But no, seriously. Why do you not operate like that? Bring in a defensive coordinator, trust the man to do his job. Bring in a clock management guy because that's clearly a blind spot for Mike Tomlin. Take advantage of what Mike Tomlin's strengths are. Allow him to keep the group together. Allow him to motivate. Allow him to create a consistent message. I think there are things that Mike Tomlin does well. I just don't understand why he's, down in the weeds with the defense. Let the defensive coordinator do that.
If your editor said, "Hey, Jason, we like a lot of elements of your writing, but we're going to tell you what to write about," they might as well just fire you. Like if Craig Riley walked in here and said, "Hey, Crowley, there's some things we like you doing as a host, but we're going to tell you what topics to do," they might as well fire me. And so I understand what we're doing here. If you're going to keep Mike Tomlin around, yeah, there should be a change in the philosophy and a change in the power structure. No doubt about it. But if you're having those conversations as Art Rooney this second, you should just move on from the head coach. Jason, this was wonderful. As always, we'll be watching tonight. Maybe wear gloves.
I should. I do have bitter stuff that I put on my nails, but sometimes I don't put it on, and sometimes I just bite right through it.
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Really?
It's almost like nail polish. Yeah.
So one more thing
Apparently
on the whole.
It's not strong enough, though.
Yeah, Jason, I'm sorry to keep hammering you on this. I don't think that bite nails is gross. I really don't. Like I saw Jason putting them in the trash can. That's how closely I was watching you too, by the way, buddy.
What are you doing at home?
It's weird. It's very weird.
I'm just looking out.
I'm
very odd.
Just looking out.
Forget a hobby, Crowley.
See you, Jason.
All right, guys, later.
I got scouting reports on everyone.
What's mine?
Donnie's a big blinker. I'm afraid to tell you yours.
What about me?
Callis, there's not enough time. And when George Pickens was drafted, all these red flags came out. That's your scouting report. Shows up in -4 feels like temperatures wearing a T-shirt.
With no wallet.
With no wallet. Did you find your wallet?
Yes.
That's good.
Where was it?
He's been walletless for days.
It fell off of a table in my house and landed in a corner that I couldn't see from.
Callis, who also stepped in the same dog turd 3 times today.
It wasn't the same dog turd. Told you there's a big pile and 2 other little turds around.
Your existence needs.
There should be documentaries.
Yes.
It should not be Aaron Rodgers enigma. It is Nicholas Harry Callis enigma. And I think we would all sign up to watch that.
Show?
No, but I think Ben Tenuta, our social media guy, could put something together that people would be very interested in. and you could just title it, How Does This Guy Live from One Day to the Next?
that new series, Don't Die, you see the guy that he tries to stay alive. It's like with cows, Don't Die, Part 2. Cows just trying not to die.
It is 8:14. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. There was a lot to chew on there from Jason. I'd like to react to that conversation when we come back and really zoom in on the Justin Fields column that he wrote, because I think it's fascinating. We'll do that coming up next. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins play the Seattle Kraken tonight in the final game of this homestand that they've been on. Penguins lost their last 2 games, both of which were played this past weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Winter, snow, and ice, they wreak havoc on your home. Feels like Tampa, -4 today, especially on your roof, right? Siding and gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice if you think your home isn't properly protected. Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacements, they can do that too. No job is too big, no job is too small for the Pickle. 724-515-5551. Call thepickle.com. They're answering phones 24/7 today.
Ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home, the team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who planned to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey there, Pittsburgh. No one wants a lingering foul odor in your home, or worse, finding dirty, smelly water in your basement. Don't let a backup from a clogged sewer drain ruin your day. Slow drains, gurgling noises, or backups are warning signs. Act now before it's too late. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your go-to experts in sewer and drain clearing. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. They're your solution to a worry-free home.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Good morning, big freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Coit. Incredible 50% savings on all Coit cleaning services. Hurry, call Coit now and save 50%.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The biggest wild card weekend surprises start with 5 of the 6 games being essentially non-competitive. I was stunned to see A.J. Brown reading a book on the sideline and Mike Tomlin not going for it on 4th and a foot. Cool, calm Jaden Daniels played like a seasoned veteran, while veteran Justin Herbert played like, well, a rookie throwing 4 picks. It wasn't great football, folks. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 113 through 115. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East inbound slows between the Churchill and the Wilkinsburg interchanges as you make your way through the Squirrel Hill tunnels, and the Parkway West inbound backs from Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. This traffic report is brought to you by GetGo. From the voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamira Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Start your day with 2 breakfast bagel sandwiches for $6. Build 2 bagel sandwiches with your choice of egg, meat, cheese, and more in the GetGo app. And enjoy a doubly delicious morning of savings. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Texter at 412-928-9370. Question to you guys. How do you know 100% that the Steelers won't fire Tomlin? Did they reach out to you or the station because of your rants yesterday? I think him speaking today, Mike Tomlin, that is, at 12:30 is a pretty good indication he's coming back. Unless he's going to take the podium at 12:30 today and resign.
I'll tell you this. One thing that I know, and I think that you know about the Steelers organization, is that they do not pay people to not be around. They are very, very frugal in what they do, clearly. I mean, just how they operate. They're very, very, tight to the vest with how they spend their money. That's why they didn't fire Matt Canada for so long, because they didn't want him to sit on the couch and collect checks. They are not going to extend somebody, and it doesn't matter who it is, and pay them not to put in the work.
Yeah, and Bob said that yesterday with Starkey, and Starkey said, well, why? I mean, you can. $18 million, $15 million, $20 million, whatever it is they're paying Mike Tomlin, they could afford that. And I think both guys are right. They're not going to do it. You won't do it with a coordinator. You're not going to do it for Mike Tomlin's salary. Not going to happen. Could they? Sure.
Yeah, of course they could.
Sure, they print money.
Of course.
Absolutely, they could.
I'm sure that they have some minority ownership in owners that have come to the table and say, I'll pay his buyout.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pay him off. And Art's like, no.
They're probably closer to, honestly, giving him more power than they are to firing him.
Yes.
They probably view it completely different than anybody in the media views it. And we all think it's pretty obvious that it's just time. I could see them digging their heels in and getting even more entrenched. I don't know what Art's going to say at the end of the month, Doran. My best guess is the way you framed the question to Mackey is how he's going to answer a question. Hey, Art, what do you think went wrong down the stretch? He's going to blame the schedule, man. He's absolutely going to blame the schedule and injuries, and then because of that, you can't build momentum towards the playoffs, so it's no surprise how you look when you get to the playoffs. That's my best guess on what he's going to say.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to make anybody feel good, but that's my best guess. Text line, by the way, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I thought that was really good stuff from Mackey in the last segment, Doran, and he wants to see them go in the Justin Fields direction. So do I. And part of his reasoning I thought was fascinating. All right, build a team around Justin Fields. He's young. You actually had a better winning percentage with him this year than you did with Russell Wilson when it was all said and done. Their quarterback ratings very similar. And you never really built around Fields. There were things you didn't do with Justin because you were afraid that he would be the guy he was in Chicago and turn the ball over and lose you games. They treated him like a backup quarterback in the way that they schemed and the way that they ultimately talked about him.
Mm-hmm.
Utilize his strengths. Let him be Lamar Light. Scheme it up that way. And if it falters, if you fall flat on your face, maybe you do, in a better quarterback draft next year, actually get to pick in the top 10. Because I could see boom or bust potential there. Oh, shoot, maybe it works. Maybe Justin, with all of his experience now and the change of scenery, maybe he lives up to his draft stock. But it also could go down in flames, and that's not the worst thing either. Whereas with Russ, I know they lost their last 5 games. I don't think over a full season, if they improve some of the skill position talent around him, I don't think that you're going to go down in flames. I think you're looking at 9-8, 10-7, 8-9 at absolute worst. I think with Russ, you stay in that mushy middle. I think with Justin Fields, you could be boom or bust.
And I think that there's no way in this lifetime that Mike Tomlin could wrap his mind around going outside of the traditional way of playing football and playing offense. So that probably is out the window. Can you sit there and really see Mike Tomlin be like, okay, we're going to go all in and we're going to recreate an offense for a dynamic quarterback that, it has chances to turn the ball over. Everything's going to be different. I can't see him ever doing that unless he's stripped of some of the power. And I don't see that happening either.
Right.
So we know what the situation is going to be when we could talk about this and try to find every way to think of what the Steelers should do or could do.
And we will.
And we will. But at the end of the day, they're going to be as traditional as possible. And that's Russell Wilson. He brings the old school mentality of offense. He is not the new day and age of quarterback. And
he's not going to turn it over a lot.
Exactly. It's not going to happen with Justin Fields and them going all in on him. Even if Mike Tomlin loves him and thinks he's this fantastic athlete, he is never going to get to the point where he's going to change his mentality of how football should be played.
When do you think it changed with Tomlin? I've been kicking this around too. I think I know when.
Change what?
To where he became this risk-averse guy. Because they were trying to win throwing the ball around. They brought Todd Haley in, get the ball out of Ben's hands quicker. You're throwing it up to Antonio Brown. You're handing it to Le'Veon Bell. You got one of the best offensive lines in the league.
It changed whenever he was the only alpha in the room. Whenever Ben was gone. Ben was the other alpha. He isn't going to say anything to Ben. He's going to let Ben do Ben. Ben was a Hall of Fame quarterback. Whenever he got the chance, when Ben was gone, he's the only alpha in the room, so I'm going to do things my way. That's whenever it changed, whenever Ben retired.
I think it changed before then.
Do you?
I think it was they won 8 games with Duck Hodges and Mason Rudolph, and let's do it with defense. And Duck, you're going to throw it 18 times. And look,
But they still threw with Ben whenever he came back.
Yeah.
And they still did, they still They still put the ball in the air.
But you know what? At the end of Ben's career, it was sideline stuff and it was check down stuff. Ben wasn't throwing it over the middle of the field at the end of his career. And that was one of Ben's biggest strengths, I thought, early on in his career.
And okay, so then it's like, okay, you have two offenses in the room, but Mike Tomlin has ultimate control over the offensive scheme and coordinator now, and I don't think he had the control with Todd Haley. I think Todd Haley was just rogue. Like, he didn't have the full control because that wasn't his guy.
I think ultimately that's why Haley was one of the reasons why Haley was let go.
Yeah.
Or I guess his contract just lapsed because that's the way they do it, is because Haley didn't get along all the time with Ben. And from what I understand about Todd, this is never the Todd I saw. I actually really like the guy.
Me too.
He's cool as hell, Todd Haley.
Yes, he is.
But he would go up and he'd start seeing red and smoke would be coming out of his ears. Yeah. And I think there was probably some back and forth between him and Tomlin, where Haley wanted to do things his way, and Tomlin wants to get his fingers all up in that.
And then Haley was, they split, and then Faulkner was Tom's like, I can control him. He's going to do things my way.
Right.
Haley was not going to do things his way.
No.
Tomlin's way. Matt Canada, he's going to do things my way.
Mm-hmm. You just hire the boob who's going to do what you want him to do. And in this case with Arthur Smith, he ain't hired no boob, but we saw a line in the sand this year, too, when Russ started turning it over. Whoop!
Everything changed.
And it's not like they didn't run the ball all season. I mean, they did. They ran the ball as much as anybody, and there are only a few teams who were less successful on a yards per carry basis than the Steelers. They always wanted to run the ball. But they were scoring 28 points per game until all of a sudden they weren't. All of a sudden Russ is fumbling the ball on the goal line. All of a sudden Russ is throwing the pick six in the Baltimore game, and then, whoa, hold on, wait a second here. We better pull back on the reins. There's no question that that's happening.
Yeah.
None. I think it's fascinating, though, because Tomlin wasn't always scared. I don't think. And then you hear the Sports Minute that we had during the last break, Boomer Esiason. I was shocked that Mike Tomlin didn't go for it on 3rd and a foot. Really? You been watching? That's the thing with the national media, man. They think they know. They know some of the talking points. If they've been watching, they know that there's been a problem for years. Rich Eisen says it's finally time. All right, Rich, what's different this year than last year? Thanks for coming on board, Rich. What, it was just one extra year of the same thing happening over and over again? Anyway, Justin Fields, yeah, I'd ride or die with him. He's younger. If he's great, you've got a solution. If he's not, maybe you stink enough to find the solution. But with Russell Wilson, it's this whole broken philosophy now of we got to win a playoff game. We got to win a playoff game. We'll talk to Doug about this tomorrow. Doug's been saying this for a long time. As a general manager, you are building towards your next championship.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes that means you know we ain't going to do it this year. And you got to be okay with that because it's a long-term process. Well, now the Steelers are shooting for a playoff win. Stopgap quarterbacks, that ain't it. You could bring Russ back. You could add another wide receiver. You could add a dynamic running back. Maybe you bring in another offensive lineman. Whatever. What's Russ going to do? Win a playoff game? So then what? You're picking 24th instead of 21st, but you're nowhere near your ultimate goal, and you're nowhere closer to getting a quarterback. At least with Fields, you could be closer to finding your guy, whether it's him or you stink bad enough that it's somebody else. 412-928-9370. We said a lot there. Feel free to react. We would love to talk to you about it. You can also tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And I have a take coming up next that I know you won't agree with. I just know it. I sort of got into it off air earlier, and you were shaking your head. I'm going to bring it to the air. See what you have to say. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike McCarthy and the Dallas Cowboys are parting ways because the two could not come to terms on the length of a new contract, per reports. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5 amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 113 through 115. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit and no payments for 3 years. Restrictions apply. Have a price? They'll beat it. Schedule your free in-home estimate today.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Listen to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti. Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. They'll share their takes on all the playoff matchups and storylines each week. Presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from LGKG.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit LGKG.com to learn more. LGKG, your home team.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, here it comes, Storm. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Who's a better coach, Mike Tomlin or Mike McCarthy? So far, oh, man. 60% of Steelers fans voting say Mike Tomlin. And that was probably hard for a lot of these Steelers fans because we did a poll last Monday. Do you want Mike Tomlin to get fired? And I think it was 88% of people who said yes. So fans are out here not thrilled with the job that Mike McCarthy has done lately. I think they're the Spider-Man meme. Mm-hmm. They've both had a ton of regular season success. They both probably didn't get enough out of their Hall of Fame quarterbacks. You know, Mike won a Super Bowl with Ben. McCarthy won a Super Bowl with Rodgers. I think Rodgers better than Ben. So you could say that he underachieved maybe even more than Mike Tomlin did with their legit quarterback. Both guys have had some checkered playoff histories. McCarthy, 500 straight up, 11-11. Mike Tomlin, as we know, is 8-11 in the postseason. If there were only two options this offseason, though, keep Mike Tomlin or replace Mike Tomlin with Mike McCarthy, I would replace Mike Tomlin with Mike McCarthy. Now, let me be clear. If I were Art Rooney II, I would trade Mike Tomlin and I would attempt to get Ben Johnson. But if those were the options, either Mike Tomlin or Mike McCarthy, I'm taking McCarthy.
Why?
Because at least in the Spider-Man meme, he's the guy that's the offensive expert Spider-Man. And I would rather, if I'm going to have a coach with that resume, have an offensive background than a defensive background. Because what the hell has Mike Tomlin's defensive background got you? And he's won a playoff game more recently. Now he had Dak Prescott and a good offensive line and all kind of weapons. And then defensively you got Micah Parsons. Like, I get it. But he has done that more recently. So I don't think either one's a great option in 2025. But if I can have one or the other, I think part of it's also the devil that I don't know around here. But I'm going with the offensive guy. I would take Mike McCarthy today over Mike Tomlin.
I see what you're saying.
Thank you.
At first, I was like, "This."
Where's he going with this?
Yeah, I see what you're saying with the offensive mind, and I'm a proponent of that, especially in this day and age of football. But you're just spinning the wheel. Like, I mean, they're the same guy.
Yeah.
They're the same guy. Now, would you let go of Arthur Smith to hire McCarthy if he doesn't get a head coach job?
That's a good one. I mean, ultimately, who's the problem with the offense? Mike Tomlin. I do think you want to talk about power dynamics shifting. Look, Arthur Smith, a 3-year head coach and a good offensive coordinator in Tennessee before that. He doesn't got the resume Mike McCarthy does. And so if you would you want to send a message to your head coach that you don't got all the power and, hey, here's the offense and it's going to be coordinated by somebody. Okay, you bring in Mike McCarthy. I don't think McCarthy would do that, though. Be a coordinator.
If he doesn't have a job?
If you don't have a job, right. Sure. Yeah, I like Arthur. I'd fire him. Sure. Why the hell not? I mean, seriously, right. That's where I am with the Steelers right now. You can throw a lot of stuff past me today because it's still so raw, and it's been 8 years without any semblance of actual legitimate contending. You throw a lot past me today, and I'll go, sure. Mm-hmm. Why the hell not? You did it with Rodgers earlier. If the decision's Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers, I've come around on, sure. Why the hell not? Again, I'd rather it be Justin Fields, but if those are the options, if you want a veteran Super Bowl winner, and that's what they're thinking, we need a veteran Super Bowl winner. Sure. Why not? You ain't winning a Super Bowl with Russ. You're probably not winning one with Rodgers. Might as well enjoy the friggin' show. Isn't that a sad state of affairs?
Yes.
This is where we are. It's become such a puddle of mediocrity around here. Why not get McCarthy and Rodgers and put them together? Mm-hmm. I mean, seriously. What they're doing isn't working, and it's getting further and further away from working.
Do you think if they got McCarthy's OC, and Aaron Rodgers was a quarterback, and they got another weapon at receiver, how do you think that this team would be next year? End up.
With Rodgers.
McCarthy as OC. Tomlin head coach, say a new defensive coordinator that's been around for a long time. What's his guy? The Cincinnati Bengals guy that's
Lou Anarumo.
Yeah.
I don't want him. Is Tomlin still a head coach?
Yes.
10-7, and you lose a first-round playoff game. This is why Justin Fields is the answer. Because you can squint and say he's got so much talent, maybe he can achieve that potential. But if he doesn't, it could look a lot like Chicago where he failed spectacularly. And you know what he did? He failed into a first overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Tomlin's too good at lifting the floor of a team for them to suck bad enough with Justin Fields to get the number 1 overall pick. But could you be top 10 in a better quarterback draft next year? Here's a text, 412-928-9370. How about you tank and get Drew Aller next year? Now, that's one of those ones you can't run by me right now, and I say, why the hell not? No. But I've got you convinced on Fields?
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes. Surround him with some talent. I think it could work. But you have to let Arthur Smith coordinate the offense, and you have to let Justin Fields be Justin Fields. That's the only way it works.
Right.
Because that's what they did in Baltimore with Lamar Jackson. They didn't handcuff him at all whenever they inserted him into the lineup the first time for Flacco.
No, dude.
They let him be him.
And then Greg Roman, who's one of the best schemers of the run game that you're ever going to find, Lamar Jackson wins an MVP with that guy, and they fire him. So let Justin do all the great Justin things he can do, and if it works, wonderful. He's in his mid-20s. If it doesn't, wonderful. Maybe you stink bad enough to get the next guy. But this idea that you're going to climb to a Super Bowl or the doorstep of a Super Bowl with Russell Wilson, I just think if you sign him to a 2-year deal, you're just wasting the next 2 years. At least there's a small chance Justin Fields could be the guy. I don't think it's a great chance, but there's a chance. Mm-hmm. There's no chance with Russ. None. 412-928-9370. The longer we go every day so far, Monday and out today, I just get more depressed and depressed.
Yeah.
Sports depressed. All right, coming up next, we'll go around the NFL. What a performance by Matt Stafford last night. Can they win in the next round? Can they shock the Philadelphia Eagles? Plus, one sexy famous lady said an SEC coach slid into her DMs. I think we all know who that is, but we'll talk about it. First, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittman's basketball next plays against Florida State tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and that will be a road game. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
It's snowy out, and it's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Several accidents to report this morning, one at Bigelow Boulevard and Heron Avenue, and another at Coxcomb Hill Road and Rampart Boulevard in Plumboro. So use caution if you're in those areas. This traffic report is brought to you by Spitzer Automotive. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamara Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The chances of starting your New Year's resolution decreases each day you put it off. Don't let another year go by not knowing how simple losing weight can be. Fast, sustainable, and proven weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com. Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness, the sound of sizzle, the sound of savings. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, deals for days on over 1,000 items throughout the store, plus weekly sales and My Perks for even more savings at the pump. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.
The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Matt Stafford, you knew with the second throw of the game, Minnesota's in trouble. I'm telling you right now, I'm calling my shot. Philadelphia's in trouble.
Yes, they are.
Way they came out offensively, Jalen Hurts, banged up, off for a while. If Hurts plays like that again, Stafford's walking up in there and beating them.
Yep, 2 years in a row.
And they're a 6-point dog. I'm taking the points right now.
100%.
Thank you.
100%. I mean, they have every, they can clearly pass the ball, the Rams, but they had, 9 sacks last night?
Yeah.
And Aaron Donald isn't on the field for them anymore. They figured it out on defense, and they're playing some hell of a brand of football right now, and they can run the football with Kyron Williams. They're a dangerous. I can see them making it to the Super Bowl. I'm going to say that right now. I think the Rams will make it to the Super Bowl. The Lions, they're going to get through the Eagles. The Lions are going to win. They're going to play the Lions in the NFC Championship game. The Lions are still banged up. They're going to be even more banged up after this game. And Stafford's going to go back home, right, to Detroit. And he's going to beat the Lions to go to the Super Bowl in Detroit.
I hate you.
What?
Here I am, putting my neck out there. Oh, geez, I think they're going to pull the upset in Philly. I think I'm going pretty far with that. They're a 6-point dog. You're like, I got you. I'll take you one further, Mr. One-Up guy. I can win a Super Bowl. What a storyline that would be, though. The NFC Championship between Goff and Stafford.
Can't you see it?
Sure I can. Yeah, of course I can, because I think the Lions are going to whoop up on the Commanders.
Yes.
And then I really think that the Eagles are going to bite it at home to the Rams. Yeah, sure. I just think then the Lions would win. But we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. When Stafford had that game against the Bills, I didn't think that was bad defense by the Bills. I just thought that was a guy playing at the apex of his powers, and there's nothing you were going to do about it.
Masterclass.
Yeah. And with Kupp and Nakua. So this brings up, I think, an interesting topic for the top of the hour, which we'll get to. We already went over all the quarterbacks in the playoffs and where they were drafted, how they were acquired. You can trade for a quarterback, too. And I think there's one option that would make some sense for the Steelers, and we'll get to that coming up at the top of the hour. First, though, this Sydney, what's her name? Thompson, the one who was the ring girl for the Mike Tyson fight. Where's her name? I wrote it down. Sydney Thomas. She says that an SEC coach slid into her DMs. Is there any chance that it wasn't Lane Kiffin?
It was. But then Lane Kiffin saw a picture of Sydney Thomas and Nick Saban, I guess, at a golf outing a couple days ago, and said that, we finally have the answer.
Oh, no.
Yep.
He would never do that to Miss Terry, Doran.
No.
Not in a million years.
No, he probably had no idea who that was. And they were like, hey, take a picture with Sydney Thomas. And Saban's probably like, all right.
This is the world we live in now.
Yep.
She was a ring girl for 15 minutes, now she's superstardom.
Yep.
She's like the new Hawk Tua girl.
Yep. But she fell at the face of the earth of stealing people's money, allegedly.
She was stealing money?
Well, she created that, like, Bitcoin or whatever.
Yeah. What did she call it? It was something goofy, too.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know. She made a podcast, Talk Tua, which you couldn't pay me to listen to that.
What? Yeah, what is she?
What do I need to know what she has to say about anything? The Talk Tua podcast?
She's probably a nice young lady, though.
Now, Lane Kiffin is, sure, I'm sure she's great. Lane Kiffin is he's a single man, no?
Is he?
I think so.
He has a bunch of daughters, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
That are probably older than Sydney Thomas.
Oh, God.
Oh, what a bad look that is.
I don't know, man. Shoot your shot.
He got money.
That's right.
If he's single. I don't know if he's single.
At FIU, he was living in Boca Raton, right? I mean, he knows what he's doing. Take your shot. I don't mind it. Single guy?
Then own it.
He should own it.
Yeah.
Don't put it on Saban. All right, coming up next, more than one way to acquire a quarterback. We'll go over another way you can get one coming up when we return. But right now, no, that's it. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. Right now, all customers can get a no-sweat NFL same-game parlay for any game in the divisional round weekend. All you have to do is place a 3-leg NFL same-game parlay, and you're going to get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. The big matchup I can't wait for is Bills and Ravens. Sunday night, two teams with Super Bowl aspirations, two teams with MVP-caliber quarterbacks, and sadly, as much as it pains me to say this, I think Baltimore is going to win the game. The Bills' defense, I think, is going to have a very hard time stopping Derrick Henry. I think this is a very tough spot for the Bills, and I actually expect the Ravens to get back to the AFC Championship game. So what are you waiting for? Get your no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook with FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Refund issued is now eligible bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max wager $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right. They're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
When you're behind the wheel of a new Acura from Spitzer Acura, you might take the long way home on purpose. Whether it's an exhilarating new Acura Integra, TLX, or a sophisticated ZDX or MDX, Spitzer Acura has what you want for less than you imagined. Plus, with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner vehicle during service. Hurry in today. Our friendly and knowledgeable consultants are ready to help you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Shop online anytime at SpitzerAcura.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Reports of an accident at 3rd Avenue and Wood Street downtown. Inbound traffic on the Parkway East slows at Churchill to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. This traffic report is brought to you by GetGo. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamara Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
And you're looking at Jalen Hurts and the Eagles against that offensive juggernaut that is the Lions, or maybe it's the Rams, and you and I actually both think it will be Matt Stafford and shiny Sean McVay. In the AFC, it's either going to be Lamar in that offense, Josh Allen in that offense against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how Steelers fans wake up every day and go, this is, and think that you can even exist in this world. I'll put it that way.
Different game.
It's a different game.
Mm-hmm.
You need a schemer or you need a quarterback, and the teams that have both are the ones that ultimately at the end of the day are going to be vying for the Lombardi Trophy.
Like, you're feeling really, really good, even if you are the Texans or like the Commanders. Like, and you lose, you still have your quarterback, and he's still like in his first or second year. Lamar's in what, 6? Patrick Mahomes is in what, 8, 9? Like, those guys, like, I feel like those guys will play a long time, but they'll get God at some point. And you have your guys now early. Like, if you're the Commanders, you know how you're feeling. Like we talked about Bo Nix a couple days ago. Playing with house money. The Commanders, talk about house money.
You just won a playoff game.
Just won a playoff game against a team that was real hot last year in the playoffs.
Even the Buccaneers should be feeling better than the Steelers.
For sure.
Because you got Baker Mayfield. And so I said this earlier in the show. You can run pretty much anything by me right now regarding the Steelers, and I'll say, sure, why not? Mike McCarthy, sure, why not? Aaron Rodgers, sure, why not? Trade Watt, sure, why not? We're on this hamster wheel, and we have been for about a decade, so I'm open to any new ideas here. At 412-928-9370, you know, growing up, you always heard there's no such thing as a stupid question. I really mean this right now. There is no such thing as a stupid idea because what they've been doing is not working. Why is the national media now jumping off the Mike Tomlin bandwagon? It's because they just got their lunch money taken at the lunchroom. 299 rushing yards allowed, and they had 29. It's one thing when Tom Brady puts up 37 on you, and you go, all right, tip your cap to that guy. Patrick Mahomes puts up 45 on you. Okay, last year, Josh Allen. All right, what are you going to do? This team just bullied you. Mm-hmm. So the one thing that you thought you might have with this physicality and the defense, nope, don't have that either. So any ideas you have at 412-928-9370 and how to help the direction of the Pittsburgh Steelers, I don't think it's a bad idea. We'll suss them all out because it's worth exploring everything. It's worth turning over every stone. So with that being said, Kyler Murray?
I've thought about this a little bit, actually.
And I think you should. Is it the best idea? No. But I think you should explore it. What are you going to pay Russell Wilson? $30 million? Seems like the going rate. You ain't paying him more than that.
Is Kyler Murray even on the? Is he on the the trade block or like?
I think anybody could be had. Sure, they were bad this year. I'd call about Trevor Lawrence. They're not going to move on from him, but I'd give him a ring. Why not? I'd give him a ring on Justin Herbert. They're not going to move on from him, but he didn't bathe himself in glory in that playoff game. He had 4 picks. He was terrible. Kyler Murray cost $18 million this year, 22 next year, 19 the year after that. That's not a lot of money, man. He's 28 years old right now. I'd rather try that than Russ again. I don't think you'd have to give up a ton if he's available.
I think you have a better chance of Justin Fields becoming Kyler Murray than getting Kyler Murray and spinning and trading away and doing all the things you need to do to get him.
That is what I would do. But I'm exploring this. And if we're let's say Justin Fields says, screw it. You guys should have had me as a starter this year. I don't think he'd feel that way. He seems to have a really good head on his shoulders. He handled the transition beautifully. Both of these guys did. Mm-hmm. And I like both guys. Mm-hmm. I do. And there were times this year they both had us jumping out of their seats, out of our seats. Let's just say Justin says, you know what, you should have had me be the starter this year. I could have got you to a playoff win. That's how competitors think. Cleveland wants me to be their starting quarterback. I'll go there. Screw it. You should have had me be the starter this year. I would rather have Kyler Murray than Russell Wilson. I think he costs less. And he's younger. So why not? Again, that's the overwhelming theme of me right now, is why not? 412-928-9370. I mean, if you're going to get a stopgap, you just tried one, it didn't work, go try another one. What's the value in getting the same stopgap back for another year? I don't see it. I don't see how they're winning the Super Bowl with this dude.
No.
You ain't winning it with Kyler Murray either, probably, but he's 29. Maybe he continues to grow. Quarterback rating of 93 this year, lower than Russ's, but you look at the QBR, which takes into account the running, 66. That's 16 points above league average. Mike Tomlin just saw what a mobile quarterback did. He's been talking about mobile quarterbacks forever, and Russ can run around, I think, a little bit, but he ain't what he used to be. Kyler Murray can move. Justin Fields can move. Go in that direction. Go with a young mobile quarterback. We'll take any ideas. 412-928-9370. I know you don't like that one. When you have an incentive in your contract that says you can't be playing video games, I could see why you would scoff at the idea.
Yes.
Here's a text. I love our listeners, man. And you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Crowley, you guys have all these terrible ideas, these grandiose ideas. What the Steelers need is a 350-pound nose guard. I look around the NFL, and I see all these teams that are playing that have 350-pound nose guards. Yeah, that'll do it.
Right. Get the heck out of here.
With all due respect. With all due respect. That's dumber than the Kyler Murray thing. That's when I think about the Baltimore Ravens, Dorn, what I think about is a 350-pound nose guard.
All the teams that are left in the playoffs, you know what they do well?
They got 350-pound nose guards.
No, they run offense.
They got fullbacks, Doran.
Right.
Let's go back to the 90s even more.
350-pound nose guards.
Want to play a game?
Yes.
So 28 head coaches and 25 franchises have won a playoff game since the Steelers last won a playoff game. I'm going to name a team, and you tell me if you'd rather be them right now than the Steelers.
Right now.
Right now.
Okay.
Now, there's obvious ones. Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, Texans, Broncos, Chargers, Bengals. You'd rather be in their shoes, correct?
Yes.
Detroit, Philadelphia, Tampa, the Rams, Vikings, Commanders, Packers. We'd rather be in those positions, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. How about Atlanta?
Yes.
You'd rather have Atlanta's situation?
Yes.
With Michael Penix Jr.?
Yes, and Bijan Robinson, for sure.
And Drake London?
Drake London and Kyle Pitts, for sure.
Didn't make the playoffs this year, but you can easily rationalize that away by saying that Kirk Cousins, you shouldn't have spent that money. He's clearly not what he used to be. He was aging out anyway. He's coming back from an Achilles. If you had Penix all year, who knows?
Right.
I'm with you. Sad state of affairs. Would you rather be the Cowboys?
Are we talking about the whole situation or just like on the field? We talking about, the Jerry Jones, does he play a factor in it?
Would you rather be a fan of the Steelers or the Cowboys?
Oh.
Going forward, forget it's been since 95 and all that, but you are a fan of one team and you are betting on your happiness for like the next 5 years. You think you're going to be happier being a Cowboys fan or you think you're going to be happier being a Steelers fan? I'll answer the question. I'd rather be the Cowboys because you don't have a head coach right now. And I would rather not have a head coach and be interviewing a list of qualified candidates than be stuck with the head coach that you've been spinning on that hamster wheel with for the last better part of a decade.
Good point. Very good point. Yes, Cowboys.
Thank you. Now, if they hire Dion, I would rather – I don't know. I'd rather be in the Steelers' shoes because I'm not sold on Dion as an NFL head coach. 49ers didn't make the playoffs this year.
I'd rather be them night and day, yes.
Even with all the injuries and they got some financial constraints and the paying of Brock Purdy.
Rather be them.
Me too.
Because they can run really good offense.
They got Kyle Shanahan.
Yep.
What about the Jags? I'm not a Trevor Lawrence believer.
But they're going to have a new head coach.
Mm-hmm. And we saw him make the playoffs already and win a playoff game.
And they have players. Like, they have Etienne. They have Brian Thomas Jr. They have players that can play. They just need to get the structure right. So I'd rather be the Jags.
Oh, man. Patriots, I think, is no question.
Yes.
No question. They have a proven culture builder walking in that building in Mike Vrabel, and I think they hit on their quarterback.
Yes, they did. They have the fourth pick, right?
Yep. Let's go to Bill in Baldwin. Good morning, Bill.
Hey, good morning. A couple of things I was thinking is there are obvious moves you got to make. You got to get rid of Moore. You've got to give Jones at least 1 year at left tackle to see if he's a bust or if he can do the job. The Steelers have that history of drafting a guy and moving into a position that he never, ever played, like Green. And the big thing is that I was thinking is this the year where Tomlin's finally going to start hearing the chants from the fans like they did to Canada?
Oh, man.
Are we going to get to that point?
If they played a game today, well, then no, because they'd have won a playoff game. But
yeah,
if they go out there in the first half of next season in the first game and it looks awful, yeah.
I mean, it's amazing in a way that we don't hear it already after losing 4 games in a row. But I think the Steeler fans believe the players when they say that this is the guy, we love this guy, and all this stuff. But what are they going to say? You put a mic in front of T.J. Watt, and he's going to say, yeah, it's time for Tomlin to go. No, he's going to sit back and go, he's the heart and soul of this team. What else are they going to say? That's a stupid question to ask a player.
Thank you, Bill. You got to ask the question regardless of how they're going to answer it. I mean, that's the question all the fans want to know. I mean, it looked like guys quit on the field on Sunday. You had the color commentary guy, Kirk Herbstreit, say that it looked like they quit. Where's the pushback from the Steelers? So, of course, you're going to ask that question because fans want to hear the answer. And you're going to get canned answers a lot of the time, but the question needs to be asked, in my opinion. I think you'd have to start like 0-3 or 0-4. I think it'd have to look in the first handful of games like it did in the back.
You think it takes that long?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, I think it's first half, man, next season.
We haven't gotten it yet. And
we haven't gotten this yet. The outrage right now either. This is more than I could ever.
That's a really good question.
Really
good question. Oh, it definitely is. I mean, when you got Kyle Brandt, when you got Rich Eisen now saying it's time for a parting of the ways, kind of putting it more on the Steelers than on Tomlin. But when you got Eisen saying that and Kyle Brandt and Colin Cowherd and a lot of the national media members, when they haven't called him out in the past, yeah, there's been a dynamic shift on Tomlin nationally. But locally, we've always, for the last few years, been fed up, and you haven't got the fire Tomlin chance. Man,
This is the most fed up I've seen from fans, though.
I agree. It's the most.
The most. Like I mean, it's everywhere.
There's no scapegoat anymore now, though, to Bill's point. Like, there's fire Arthur. We've all seen enough now to know he ain't the problem. 412-928-9370. I also agree with what Bill said regarding Broderick Jones. You move him to left tackle, and you hope playing that position gets him right. But I got to tell you, I don't have a lot of faith in him figuring it out. He's in big-time bust territory right now. You got any ideas on how to fix the Steelers? We're open to them. 412-928-9370. Maybe I went off the reservation a little bit with my Kyler Murray take. I'm open to anything. If you've got what you think is a more reasonable take, we'll hear that too. 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins play tonight against the Seattle Kraken at 7 o'clock. It's the final game of the few that they've had in this homestand. Penguins have lost their last two. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Doran.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
New at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal, your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Ready for an escape from the everyday? Hi, this is Larry Richard. The Bradenton area on Florida's west coast is welcoming visitors. Their world-famous beaches have been restored to their pristine states. Beloved island businesses are bouncing back faster than expected. And their signature Floridian cuisine is just as fresh as ever. Don't wait. Start planning your visit today at BradentonGolfIslands.com.
Add the perfect touch of elegance to your bathroom. Listen, I'm friends with Nick and Larry, owners of Boulevard Glass and Metal. These are the same guys installing those large, half-inch thick glass panels in storefronts at malls and businesses all around town. They also specialize in custom glass shower enclosures. These guys, they know glass. Whether it's a sleek, modern design or a timeless classic, they'll craft the shower enclosure to fit your unique style, space, and personality. Call Boulevard Glass and Metal at 412-621-1799.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Coit. Incredible 50% savings on all Coit cleaning services. Hurry, call Coit now and save 50%.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there, open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. We'll soon hear the narrative that a 23-day layoff will adversely affect the Chiefs. No way they'll be rusty. This is a veteran team, as we all know. New dad Patrick Mahomes' high ankle sprain has healed. And, of course, Andy Reid have Casey ready. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound backs between between Carnegie and the top of Green Hill. Parkway East inbound backs to Wilkinsburg. And 28 southbound is heavy from the Edna Bypass to the 31st Street Bridge. This traffic report is brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamira Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, we said any and all ideas, at least today. I mean, we're going to really get into it over the course of the offseason. But any and all ideas on how to improve the Steelers, we'll take all of them. 412-928-9370. Don't worry if it sounds outlandish or crazy. We're brainstorming here. How do we fix this franchise? Oh, yeah, and you're not allowed to fire Tomlin because that's definitely not happening. 412-928-9370. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Here's what we got so far. Trade for Kyler Murray. Keep Justin Fields and build around him. Keep Russell Wilson and get him some weapons. Trade for Joe Milton just came in on the text line.
I was going to bring that up. That's a good one.
If Fields is your starter and Joe Milton's your backup, I don't think you're in. You're not in a great spot. I don't think you're in that terrible of a spot.
Nope.
Bring in Mike McCarthy. Bring in Aaron Rodgers. Trade up in the draft for Cam Ward. Draft Jalen Milroe in the second round. All of these things have been brought up and discussed today. Oh, yeah, and here's another one. Get a 350-pound nose tackle.
Yes. No.
You got any ideas? Let's talk them out. 412-928-9370. I'd like to be clear on what I want to see happen, too. Just reset on that for a second, Doran. Bring back Justin Fields. He'll be cheaper than Russell Wilson. Build and scheme around him. And if it doesn't work, okay, at least you know. And maybe you stink bad enough that then next year in a better quarterback draft, you're drafting inside of the top 15 instead of 21st. Again, they're always in the 20s.
Always.
Chris in Peters Township, what you got?
So I have two I have two outside thoughts. One, maybe they interviewed Ben Johnson for the head coaching position, see if he'd be open to coming to Pittsburgh. The other is bringing in Malik Willis for a little bit of quarterback competition from the Packers.
Thank you, Chris. Malik looked better this year with LaFleur.
Yeah.
I loved him coming out.
You did.
I'm not ashamed to admit it. Yeah, it's why I'd be okay with Jalen Milroe in the second round.
You're all over him.
I'm a big traits guy. Like, if I was hosting a radio show way back when, I'd have loved Jamarcus Russell because he played really well in one bowl game. You can dangle traits in front of my face, man, and I
just get after it.
I get hypnotized. I do. And it's because you look around and what's everyone got? Like, the days of the Chad Pennington, they're over. You got to be able to run. You got to be able to play within a system, but then also out of the system, like off script. I mean, I don't need to start naming quarterbacks, but look at what you're up against.
Yeah.
Like even Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is today's modern pocket passer.
And he can move.
He can move.
Mm-hmm. I watched clips of the national championship, I think it was. It was on Twitter, like with Jamar Chase, with Justin Jefferson, and they all balled out, but Burrow had over like 60 yards rushing in that game too.
He had a 40-plus yard touchdown run this year.
Yeah.
It's his mobility within the pocket too. I mean, even in the game the Steelers beat him this year, he's climbing the pocket. He's making guys miss because his line's still not good.
Mm-hmm.
And he throws over 40 touchdowns in any other year might have been the MVP of the league. I mean, that is modern-day pocket passing. You got to have a freak. And Justin Fields is the most available freak to them this offseason?
Yes.
Don't let him leave the building. And if it doesn't work out, okay, maybe he'll suck. And that's not bad either. Because as we look at all these quarterbacks and where they're picked, I mean, you got to suck to draft Josh Allen. Now, Lamar was picked 32nd. You had to suck to get Mahomes or to pick in the top 10, unless you're trading up, right? Bo Nix, 12th pick in the draft. Stroud, the 2nd. Herbert, the 6th. Jaden Daniels, 2nd. It's not that hard to figure out. It really isn't. Baker Mayfield, 1. Sam Darnold, first-round guy. Jared Goff, Matt Stafford. Let's go to Brad in Texas. Hi, Brad. Don't say Quinn Ewers, Brad.
No, I called in last year about this time during Pony's afternoon show about tickling the idea of bringing in McCarthy, and he just completely shut it down. But, I mean, here's my take on it. The Cowboys organization is in more disarray, and it has been longer than the Steelers, and it's because of Jones being the owner. You can't really look at McCarthy's success while he was in Dallas because he's got his hands tied behind his back by what he's being fed and told what to do from higher ups. I think, honestly, you have to look back at what he's done with the Packers organization, his time up there. And you know what? A little twist on the fact that he was a Pittsburgh native would be a nice story for the media to kind of shove in people's faces. But bring him in as an offensive coordinator. I mean, I know you said earlier, don't fire Tomlin, but bring him in, get rid of Arthur, maybe sneak McCarthy in, and then eventually, when Tomlin has run his timeout, put McCarthy in as the head coach.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. I said there's no bad ideas. But I said I would rather have McCarthy than Tomlin. Like, if those are the options, I would rather have the offensive head coach that has floundered in the playoffs than the defensive coach that has floundered in the playoffs, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. But they're not going to fire Arthur Smith and bring in Mike McCarthy. And I could give two bleeps that he's from Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
It's the National Football League.
Right.
I don't care.
The thing that's, a mind you-know-what for, I think, Steelers fans, or it should be at least, is you look at all these teams and you name all these quarterbacks, you name all these teams in the playoffs. Right now, like, you can do whatever you want if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. And you have to make some decisions, and you have to you have to execute something, right? Whether you think it's a good idea and it becomes a good idea or not. Even if let's say if they go with Justin Fields and it's good. The teams that are in the playoffs right now, and some of the teams that aren't in the playoffs that are pretty good, they're going to get better too. They are so far behind, even if they try to catch up, they're still going to be behind. Like, you're still going to be behind Buffalo. Buffalo is going to get better next year. The Ravens are going to get better next year. Like, the Chiefs are going to get better. Like, these teams are still good. Just because these teams are in the playoffs and they make it very far doesn't mean that they don't have a chance to get better as well.
No, you're right. And it's like that whole nihilist Arby's thing. Like, what's the point of life? What's the point of any of this? And it's why I think Fields makes the most sense, Doran, because all those teams that you said are going to get better next year. Yeah. So you bring in Russ, and you weren't good enough this year with Russ, and you're going to get better. Everyone's going to get better around you. You're not winning a Super Bowl with Russ. You're not. You're not. You might win a playoff game. Probably won't. So what's the point? The point is find the guy. Maybe Fields is the guy, slim chance. If he's not, maybe you suck, dude. And then maybe Arch Manning's the guy, right? There's no shame in saying that the state of the AFC right now leaves you in a horrible position. So why not lean into being horrible, right? Mm-hmm. And then maybe in a few years, if you got Arch Manning and he grows into it, now they're chasing you and you've got a rookie deal and he grows into a superstar. It's the circle of the NFL. Yes. But bringing Russ back achieves nothing to me. Nothing. Mike Tomlin's press conference today at 12:30. Is there anything he could say that would take any sting away from you Steelers fans right now? Is there anything he could say? We'll get into that coming up. That's next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight against the Seattle Kraken. Pitt men's basketball plays Florida State tomorrow at 9 o'clock. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. Even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way to win on the BetParx app, playing all your favorite casino games, blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, and hot online slots like Peaky Blinders and Breaking Bad, both based on popular streaming TV shows. Join me right now and Chris Muller, And Donnie football on the Bet Parks team. Pro football playoffs this weekend. This is my best bet. Philly, a 6-point favorite against Los Angeles. Let me tell you, I love L.A. at least to cover. Take the points. And new users, download the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See betparks.com for details. Even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app playing all your favorite casino games. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Houston Texans cashed in for me this weekend with a big win over the Chargers. Next up, they face the Kansas City Chiefs on Saturday with the Chiefs defense ranked top 5 in points and 9th in yards allowed. Expect a tight, low-scoring showdown. BetQL has Texans Chiefs under 41.5 as a 4-star best bet. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice, the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Shenderovich and Fishman. And did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big, long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen? Because they don't need one. Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. Because that's your money. And you pay nothing unless recovery is made. You don't need tiny print. You don't need a long disclaimer. It's simple. Their success rate is 99.7%, and when they win, your fee is only 25%. So if you've been injured, dog bite, car accident, motorcycle accident, any accident that causes serious injury or death, you call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The phone number, 1-888-98-TWINS. That's 1-888-98-TWINS. They really do have your back, not your wallet.
All roads lead to Trumbull, trust, and teamwork. With Trumbull, you're getting first-hand access to one of the finest contractor teams in the region. Our resume includes more than 200 bridges, hundreds of miles of highways, and millions of cubic feet of excavation, all completed by our 300-plus expert field and office professionals. Build the region with Trumbull and learn more about our services at www.trumblecorp.com.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
Start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Congratulations to the Ravens, man. They were the better group. That was obvious. And really, the X factor was Lamar's unique talents. It seems like every time we got him behind the sticks, he made up for it. We never really found a fluid answer all day. Obviously, that was highlighted by our inability to convert third downs in the first half, and they wore us down a little bit. The fatigue component of it became a factor. You can sum it all up to say that they were certainly the better group today.
No, they're just the better group. That's the problem I have with Mike Tomlin, among others. After the game, it was, we dropped some passes. We didn't play well. They were the better group today. No, they're the better organization. They're built better. And yes, they have the quarterback. But that roster top to bottom better than Pittsburgh's. So I don't want to hear that kind of stuff today from Mike Tomlin. I don't want to hear from Art Rooney II at the end of the month, we faced a difficult schedule, couldn't build momentum going towards the playoffs. I don't want to hear any of that. This isn't a one-off. This is who they are. So Tomlin speaks today at 12:30, and we've asked the question at 412-928-9370, is there anything he could say that would make you feel a little bit better about the way things are going? And here's a text at 412-928-9370. Good afternoon. I quit. Thank you. I don't think that's going to happen. Now, if I were going to the press conference, if it were my job to go to the press conference, my question would be, what gives you faith that you guys are roster building and scheming in a way that can get you back to Super Bowl contender status? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like they think they're doing everything the right way.
Yeah.
And I'd like to hear his answer to that question. And if he said something to the effect of, we're not doing it the right way, obviously, and because he would say obviously, and we need to look in the mirror and then globally look at the league and try to keep up with the Joneses and look at the trends and try to niche down on that, I wouldn't feel great, but that would actually be some self-reflection that you don't often get from Mike Tomlin. That's the kind of thing I want to hear from him today. I don't think we're going to, but that's what I'd want to hear.
I had a question that I just ran through my head, and not with the getting personal. Like, do you honestly think that the way that you've been in this team has been doing things will lead to success? Like something of that. Like, do you honestly feel that way? Do you feel that you are making the right decisions game in and game out, week in and week out, to put this team in a successful position? Because there's a lot of people who have eyes, and there's a lot of people who know football to a great deal, and there's people who just watch football and just love the game. But, like, it doesn't take the person that is highly educated in football to see what's going on.
Right.
It doesn't take that.
I see it, Doran.
It doesn't. People have eyes that just, if you watch football, you understand that this weekend, a different brand of football is being played this coming weekend. And the Steelers have never really shown that brand of football in years. And that's where you need to get to. So do you really think that you're doing the things necessary to get to that brand of football? Can you ask yourself that? Do you ask yourself that? Are you doing the right things? Are you pushing the right buttons? Are you making the right moves? Are you confident in the structure of this football team, of this franchise? And of course, he's going to say yes. But is that true? I don't know. I don't think so. We don't think so.
No, I mean, the reason I bring up the global thing, right? And we're kind of getting to the same thing here. I look at Philadelphia, right? And they want to be physical, and that's what the Steelers are aspiring to be. That's why they have Andy Weidel. But you drafted a quarterback in the second round. That's a high pick. You hire an offensive coach, and then you spend money on wide receivers. You look at the Rams. You have a quarterback who, when he's on, is as good as anybody in the sport, and you have one of the best play callers and schemers in the sport. You look at Kansas City. Patrick Mahomes, but also one of the great schemers and play callers in the sport. I look at the Ravens, and they're physical, and they're mean, but they don't go about it conventionally. So you can be this physical, hard-nosed team, but you got to have an angle. It can't be, let's put...
Can't just say it.
We can't just say it, and we want to throw 2 extra tight ends out there at you, and you're going to load the box, and we're just going to be tougher than you. No, you got to be tough and smart. And when I think about these last 2 games of this season, did Zach Taylor outcoach Mike Tomlin? I don't think so. Did John Harbaugh outcoach Mike Tomlin? I don't think so. I think Mike twice outcoached himself. They beat Cincinnati the first time, throwing for 414 yards. And so they say, hey, look at what we did last time. We're going to trick you. Sometimes the most obvious thing is the way that you should be going about things. So it worked the first time against Cincinnati. Hey, maybe try it again before pivoting. They don't. Then you think about their history against Lamar Jackson, him being 2-5 against them. And what have they done on read options? Forever. We're going to kill the quarterback. And then what do? They try to tackle the running back on every single mesh point. Whether it's Gus Johnson or Derrick Henry, they're tackling the running back.
Gus Johnson.
Gus Edwards.
Justice Hill. Gus Edwards plays for the Chargers.
I did it again, Doran. Justice Hill, thank you. They think they're smarter than everyone, Doran. We're going to outsmart, and they're clearly smarter than me. We're going to outsmart Cincinnati. We had all this success doing one thing. Let's do the opposite thing. Doesn't work. They hold the ball for 38 minutes. This thing that always works against Lamar, no, let's do the opposite thing. You think TJ Watt's tackling Justice Hill and Derrick Henry every time because he's not playing the way that the coaching staff wants him to play? No.
Right.
He's doing what they're asking him to do. So they outsmarted themselves 2 games in a row.
Tackle. Gus Johnson. Touchdown. Touchdown.
T.O. up top. Ha ha ha. I'm good for one a show, Doran.
Oh, I couldn't help it.
Good for one a show. No, I appreciate the correction. All right. You can weigh in on what you want to hear from Mike Tomlin coming up next at 412-928-9370. Then mercifully we'll hand things over to Joe Starkey. Right now it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin's press conference is today, 12:30. His end of season press conference. Also, Mike McCarthy out as head coach of the Dallas Cowboys after the 2 sides could not come to terms on the length of the contract. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West backs from Carnegie to the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. 65 southbound is heavy backing from Millerton to the McKees Rocks Bridge. This traffic report is brought to you by Spitzer Automotive. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamara Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Get Now Internet. Reliable internet with unlimited data for $30 a month, all in. No commitments, no hidden fees. Now that's calming. Like floating on a cloud, but not in a scary way. More like in a, this cloud is made of cotton candy and it's tasty kind of way. Ooh, that's good. Feeling calmer already. Because Now Internet comes with no worries and plenty of peace of mind, knowing that you've made the best decision. Cheers to you, my friend. The choice is easy. Turn chill mode on with Now Internet, backed by the Xfinity Network. Now, excuse me, gotta run. I see a massage chair with my name on it.
Get Now Internet with unlimited data starting at $30 a month, all in. No commitments. Turn chill mode on at Xfinity.com/now. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. First, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with nearly 200 in stock. From the Forte and Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there's a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing structure gives you the absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a #1 Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson or shop online at CochranKia.com.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet3.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves, tee off on a PGA course, and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
New funky upbeat imaging.
Yeah.
I like it, Doran.
Me too.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Here's a big fear I have walking out of that game after watching the game. So I think reasonable people think, okay, let's pour some resources into, I don't know, offense in an offensive league. They just got run on for 299 yards. I could see the whole offseason being about not letting that happen again.
Yeah.
And leaning even harder into the defensive side of
Just
things.
like the caller 350-pound nose guard.
Yep. Like we got bullied. We got embarrassed against our rival in a way that we have never seen before when there are massive stakes. And that hurts Mike Tomlin probably more than anything as the defensive guy. And so let's just lean into it. I could absolutely see that being their approach this offseason.
If that's their approach, then we'll know that there's no relegation of power with Mike Tomlin and Art II. If that is the approach.
You know what? I don't know about that, though, because I think the organization sees it the same way.
You think Art does, too?
I think Art sees it the same way, too. Run the ball, stop the run.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
And so I'm interested in what he says, Tomlin, today at 12:30 about that. You're going to glean some stuff from this media conference. And if he's focusing a lot on the defense, then I think that tells you the direction they're going this offseason. Now, after the game, he put it more on the offense, which was good. But if he today is putting it on the defense, ruh-roh, Raggy. Like Mackey came on earlier and he said he'd draft a corner in the first round. I agree you need a corner. I ain't doing that.
Nope.
I ain't spending money on a corner free agent either. I'm not doing it. If you're coming back with Watt and you're coming back with Highsmith and you're coming back with Cam Hayward, three guys who can get pressure on the quarterback, I can live with some holes in my secondary. Now what you got to do is you can't line TJ up in the same spot play after play, game after game in perpetuity. You got to change up schematically defensively. I think they've got good enough players to be good enough defensively.
On defense, yeah.
Yes. They've got good enough players. I don't need to add more there. I don't need to spend high draft capital. I don't need to spend dollars on the defensive side of the football. We've seen that. We've done that. Now, the scary thing is, with the $130 million defense, they still got run by the Chiefs and by the Eagles and by the Ravens. But you got to change stuff up schematically and then invest in offense. Last offseason was interesting, and it was a breath of fresh air because they got rid of the entire quarterback room and they spent dollars on a free agent in Patrick Queen. I want to see the same kind of aggressive approach this offseason, but geared offensively.
Yep.
And I'm interested to see what Mike Tomlin has to say about that today. 12:30 right here on The Fan. Appointment listening, Doran. And we'll break it down for the people tomorrow, starting at 5:40. Looking forward to it, buddy. We're going to hand things over to Joe Starkey. But first, I got to tell you about BetParks. Even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way to win on the BetParks app, playing all your favorite casino games like blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, hot online slots like Peaky Blinders and Breaking Bad, both based on the popular streaming TV shows. And right now you can join me, plus Mulsey, plus Donnie Football on the BetParks team. Pro football playoffs this weekend. Philly a 6-point favorite against L.A., Let me tell you, I love L.A. and the points. New users, download the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParks.com for details. Even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way to win on the BetParks app, playing all your favorite casino games. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here. New year, same great stuff from Schultz Ford as always. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and that new store. Not so new anymore. It's doing so great down in Wheeling. And always online at schultzford.com. You want a truck? You head to Schultz Ford, one of those great locations. F-150s, so many of them. You know what I drove for a little while that I love? That Ranger. That is something. It really is. And work trucks, they got a ton of them. Explorer, go get one. The service is incredible. The selection, the inventory, just can't be beaten. It just can't from Schultz Ford. Richard Bazzi and his staff are going to do so much to make you happy. So, listen, if you're looking for a great new Ford, go to schultzford.com and check it all out, see what you want, or one of those great locations. Schultz Ford, and you can't go wrong, and always online at schultzford.com.
Hockey fans, here's a cool offer. BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving existing customers another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with an NHL Odds Boost token. Take your shot at extra winnings when you bet on NHL action with your favorite sports betting app, BetMGM. All you have to do is log into your existing BetMGM account today to receive your NHL Odds Boost token. Then, simply add a hockey wager to your bet slip and activate your token. If your wager lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings on unrestricted bonus dollars. Log in to BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as withdrawable bonus dollars. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling. Just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Reports of an accident on West Carson Street between the Weston Bridge and the Fort Pitt Bridge, so use caution if you're in that area. Parkway West inbound backs from Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. This traffic report is brought to you by Spitzer Automotive. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamara Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
At NJM Insurance, we're like a symphony. It all starts by doing the right thing. Add in dedicated reps and put policyholders first. But no jingles or mascots because it's just not us. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the land.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. On Thursday, the two hottest teams in professional basketball will face off as they look to cement their positions atop their respective conference standings. Cleveland and Oklahoma City hope to have their all-star facilitators take control of the game as they look forward to the long-awaited midseason break in February. All eyes should be on this game as two of the best players in the league go head-to-head. Here's a riddle for you. What do yoga mats, a toothbrush, and a Hyundai have in common? I'll give you a moment.
Time's up. If you guessed they're all fun, well-designed, and super useful, you guessed wrong. The answer is you can order all those things on Amazon. And the best part, you won't even have to break down a car-sized Amazon box after, because you'll pick up your Hyundai at the dealer. Hyundai, now available on Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability pickup through participating Hyundai dealers in select markets. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Rams crush Minnesota. Minnesota, a 14-win team, goes down as the Rams dominated in a game that was played in Glendale, Arizona. Due to the fires in Los Angeles and the devastation, the game was moved. But the Rams move on. They will play in Philadelphia in what was the final game of Wild Card Weekend. The Steelers, who lost by 2 touchdowns against Baltimore, cleaned out their lockers yesterday, and Mike Tomlin will have his season-ending news conference today. You can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan. It will be at 12:30. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Where's what we came for?
Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm morbidly depressed. Limits, I thought that might generate a response from you.
Well, I figured
there caring or inquiry.
I figured there'd probably be a little bit more to the depression comment, but I thought I'd let you rip for a while.
Bob's not here. That's part of it. Ron's no longer here. That's also part of it here on the Pomp and Joe Show. Brian Batko can't come in today because he's going to the Tomlin news conference, which
You're
we're
a
going to
pathetic person, you know that?
So it's me and you. Not that I'm depressed about just being with you. I'm actually happy about that. But
It's going to be absolutely incrinculant, Folsey.
So what really has me depressed is the Steelers and their situation right now. I had something whipped up here on the quarterbacks and on Tomlin, and we'll get to that. But then I had a discussion with Crowley and Doran on the way out, and the nature of it was this. I can't hear out of my right ear, by the way. The doctor, do you ever have the ear clean out thing?
Is it your ear or is it just a headphone?
I don't know. I
Because
think it's
sometimes
my ear. I was having troubles with my ear before I got here. It has to be my ear.
No, sometimes when I plug in these headphones, I can't hear much out of the right ear, but I hear a lot more out of the left ear.
I saw the doctor a few weeks ago on a totally unrelated matter, and she said, do you want me? She noticed there was wax in my ear, like deep in my ear. She said, do you want me to clean out your ears? I said, sure. Now, I've had that done before.
What a fruitful experience this was for you, I can already tell.
I've had the hot wax ear treatment. Did you ever have that?
No.
Somebody holds up a candle to your ear. It's very grotesque in the end.
Does it work?
Yes. This was 15 years ago.
Does the wax just come seeping out of your ear?
It's
just
like
because
lava.
of the heat?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And then you feel like a completely new person.
Like the volcano of your eardrum just erupted?
Yeah, except there's no pain. And then I've had it cleaned out even within the past couple of years just by tweezers with the doctor where it's it's like the game Operation. You know that game?
Yes.
Where you pick the little, the bones out of the body, and if you touch
the shoe
side,
in the guy's leg.
Exactly. You touch the side, there's a horrible ringing or buzzer, I should say. But this was different. She said this is going to be, that's exactly the sound. I'm still traumatized by that sound when I played Operation as a kid. This time it was a power wash, which is how she phrased it. And she took like a almost a hose, it felt like a miniature hose, and blasted it into my left ear. And I said, isn't that going to puncture my eardrum? And she said, no, that's it. The sensation might be one of, powerful water coming in, but it has no chance to do that. So she blasted my left eardrum and then blasted my right eardrum. And everything was fine until later that night I had water in my ears. And then intermittently since, I feel like I lose hearing in my right ear.
You didn't act like you were getting out of the pool and shaking your ear and like patting your head?
I've done that for days at a time since then. I think I have water permanently stuck in my right ear.
I can't imagine that the water would just be stuck there. It would have to, I don't know, evaporate maybe, even though it's like 10 degrees.
Or freeze. That could be the problem today.
Or freeze.
I could have ice in my ear.
You could have a brain freeze.
They called him Old Ice Ear. So, have you ever had the ear cleaning?
No, I never have.
I highly recommend it, despite the story I just told you.
Yeah, despite saying that there's water stuck in your ear? You
2
might
out
be
of 3
frozen
were
like
incredible.
the Ice Age in your head?
I'm telling you. Do you use Q-tips limits?
I used to. But then I was told that that's probably bad because it just further pushes the wax in
Everybody
your ear.
says that. I think if you skillfully use the Q-tip, it doesn't do
I
that.
do agree with that.
Do you
could
clean your
skillfully
ears?
use it. Yeah.
How?
Now, I should not have said that I don't use the Q-tips. I don't use the Q-tips like too finely. Like I only go around like the edges to make sure I don't jam wax down my ear.
Good
Why are we
point.
starting with wax?
I don't know.
Ear wax?
Because I can't hear out of my right ear, and I think I have a case of ice ear. I think that's the problem here. But here's why I was depressed even before that. First, the Steelers quarterback situation that we're going to get to. But then the conversation with Doran and Adam on the way out, where I said, look at the 5 best players on this team. Either you want to measure them by pedigree or the years they had. I'm measuring it by pedigree. The generally regarded 5 best players on the team, okay? The best player, I think, is Cam Hayward. He's 36 years old, or he's going to be very shortly in about, 3 or 4 months. And he petered out at the end of the year. Had an unbelievable season. First team All-Pro. Your best player, I think he was this season, I honestly do, is 36. Your second or first best player, TJ Watt, is going to be 31 next season and needs to be paid a giant amount of money and hasn't done anything in the playoffs mostly. And he's always hurt at the end of the year lately. Didn't seem himself at the end of this year. Your third best player by pedigree is an underachieving safety who's made 1 turnover since Mulsey had hair. He's 28, I think, Minka. In football years, he seems to be 35. Played one of the worst games I've ever seen him play against the Ravens. Your fourth best player is a head case that you don't even know if you're going to sign, even though that should be the obvious move based on his talent. That's George Pickens. And your fifth best player, although he might be your first best player, is your kicker. That's what we're talking about at the top end of the Steelers roster. Notice, first of all, the major flaw there is that I didn't even consider naming a quarterback. So you go around the NFL, if one of your top 5 players isn't your quarterback, you're in trouble. Number 2, you have age, attrition, problematic behavior in one case. And the last one that I mentioned is a kicker. Those are your 5 best players. I was asked today multiple times in the mailbag, what is the cause for optimism for next season? Limits. What is the cause for optimism for next season? And the one guy, he calls himself Runnin' Ref Rick, the 3 R's. I thought he phrased it well. He said, tough to be optimistic about the Steelers' near future. Conservative offense from the 70s, weak O-line despite the draft investments. Other than Pickens, no splash players on offense. Porous D despite the money spent. No obvious QB to count on. Same tired voice at head coach. What am I missing? I said, I think you pretty much covered it, Dr. Ref. Pretty much covered it. Would you agree? I mean, where is the cause for optimism for next season, now that we're basically on to next season? And what about the fact that your top 5 players all have serious questions about them going into this offseason? Can Cam Hayward possibly play at this level next year? And even if he does, can he maintain it into the playoffs at age 36 going on 37?
I feel like we've been saying that for years upon years now, but eventually he will fall off.
Does T.J. Watt merit a new gigantic contract, or is he better traded? What happens with Minka? Do you even want him back? What happens with George Pickens if you actually sign him? He gets the money and he becomes a problem. If you don't sign him, you don't give him the money and he becomes a problem. And your fifth best player is a kicker. And what about the quarterback? Give me a reason for optimism for next year, Limits.
This is going to be very unpopular. Very unpopular. But this is my reason for optimism.
Are you actually optimistic, or are you just working through the exercise here?
This is not optimistic, but this is optimistic in a long-term point of view, not next year.
Okay.
I think what the Steelers truly need is a year like next year where Russell Wilson does not come back. They bring Justin Fields back, and if he plays very well, and you think that you can ride Justin Fields into the playoffs and maybe wins a playoff game, then he is your franchise quarterback moving forward. Or if you want to move off him for another option, fine. But what I think is more likely next year...
Well, how is that a reason for optimism?
This is what I'm getting to. Is that you bring Justin Fields back, and I feel like it would be better off for the team to be bad for a year, have a reset year where they're not as good as middle ground, thinking that they are one of the upper echelon teams in the AFC because they've been proven over the last 5 years that they're just not. And this is not a one-year fix. They are not just a quarterback away from being one of the best teams in the AFC. They're not. There are too many holes on this team in multiple different positions, especially on offense. They need a season where they're picking high in the first round, the second round, the third round.
But listen to what you're saying.
That's what they need.
Your biggest cause for optimism for the 2025 Steelers is, let's hope, against all reason, that they really stink.
Yes. Because then they get a chance to draft a quarterback high in the draft.
They're just good enough.
And there's no good quarterbacks in this year's draft.
They're just good enough not to stink. They're going to split in the division next year. That's 3-3. They're going to lose to the Bills 3-4. Maybe beat the Packers, but probably not. That's 4-4. Colts, they'll beat 5-4. Dolphins, they'll beat 6-4. Vikings, they'll lose to 6-5. Seahawks is split. Let's give them a win, 7-5. They lose to the Lions and Chargers on the road. That's 7-7. Beat the Patriots. That's 8-7. Beat the Jets. That's 9-7. Flip the coin against the Bears. That's either 9-8 or 10-7. Double-digit underdog in the playoffs, and they lose 37-3 on the road in, I don't know, pick a place.
So you'd rather have that than just a year where they're awful and can just totally reset? You need to take two steps back.
Did I say I would rather have that? I said that's what's going to happen. How do I know that? Because that's what always happens.
Yeah. And that's the problem. It's the definition of insanity that they keep repeating it and running it back like something is ultimately going to be different, because it's not. And they need to take 2 steps back to be able to take giant steps forward, or else they're going to be stuck in purgatory and stuck in the middle for years to come.
They
already are.
Yeah, they already are.
But they're going to continue to be.
Well, what leads you to believe that having a team that still has talent on it, you bring back Watt, bring back Hayward, you hope for another good year. You have some decent talent on the offensive line. You have a coach who knows how to get to 500. Well, what in the world would lead you to believe that next year is the year they're going to go 3-14?
Cam Hayward does not have as good of a year as he did this past year. T.J. Watt continues to be injured late in the year, and maybe that progresses over a full season with bad quarterback play.
They'll find a way. They'll find a way.
They probably will.
The over-under going into the year will be 8.5 wins again. They'll get 9 or 10. Tomlin will be lauded for barely exceeding low expectations, which is the standard now. Nobody ever asking nationwide, why are the expectations so low in the first place? Every single year for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's the question nobody ever seems to ask. And Art II will settle again for high-end mediocrity, and we'll have this conversation again next year with Tomlin going into the final year of his deal. And then they'll go 9-8 or 10-7, double-digit underdog in the playoffs, get their asses kicked. Then we'll have another news conference with Art where he says, next year things are really going to change. Next year, I'm not going to put up with this.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
How many years in a row is it now?
And that'll be a precursor to Tomlin signing a 4-year extension. We're going to be sitting here in the year 2050, Limits. And we're going to have a 98-year-old Art II talking about how proud he is that they have a non-losing streak that's up to 47 years.
Mike Tomlin is going in a year 43
He's
as head
72.
coach.
Yeah, he's 72 at that point, or 78, I think, in 2050. He still has never had a losing season. That streak is up to what? 52 years or something? So 52 years. They haven't won a playoff game in 47 years. And Art will be saying, you just wait. You just wait. We need to start winning these playoff games. There is an urgency. There is an urgency with the Pittsburgh Steelers to win playoff games. And next year, when I turn 99 and Mike turns 79, that's going to be our year.
No wonder why you started today saying I'm depressed.
It is, man.
There is no reason. My reason for optimism is that I hope they're bad next year. I mean, you know how upsetting that is?
Right.
I mean, seriously. But
so do I.
That's just what I think is best that they need right now.
So do I. I've been saying that for 8 years almost.
It's not going to happen. They'll find a way to just be, they'll beat all the bad teams. They'll pull off one or two stunning upsets. You're like, wow, where everybody on the national media, great job.
I just don't think it's that admirable to be one of the 44% of the teams that makes the playoffs. And by the way, as I've mentioned many times this week, they've missed the playoffs almost 40% of the time during these 8 years. Don't forget about that. And when you make it, and you make it by a game like they did this year in the end, they made it by a game, and you're a double-digit afterthought and get crushed in the first round, I mean, were you really a playoff? It's almost like the play-in. It's almost like the baseball wild card, It's almost like, yeah, you were sort of fringe in or out. Nobody took you seriously, as evidenced by the point spread every year. Every year you're a double-digit underdog, and every year you get killed in the playoffs. So you're not – you may be a playoff team in title, but you're not a contender in any way, shape, or form. And you've also missed it a bunch of times, like 40% of the time over the last 8 years. Just about. And then it comes out to 37%. I don't mean to paint a depressing picture, but then again, what other picture is there to paint here? It'd be one thing if you were the Denver Broncos. The Denver Broncos have some good young talent, and they appear to have found their quarterback. So you go into Buffalo, you have a resurgence this year. You go into Buffalo, and you get crushed in the first round. You come out of that year feeling pretty good with a lot to look forward to, building around a young core. Your best player is probably Patrick Surtain, yes. But your second best player, second most important player anyway, is the quarterback, and probably the first most important player. So you have a lot to look forward to if you're a Broncos fan. Patrick Surtain's only 24, for God's sakes. You have a great offensive player, potentially, and a great defensive player to build around who are still young. I look at the L.A. Rams, and if I'm a Los Angeles Rams fan, I always have confidence that my team has a chance because of Sean McVay. Look at this team. They had a losing year, I know. They should have folded the franchise. They went 5-12 one year. Oh, my God. What a shame, what an embarrassment to actually have a losing season, right? Well, they went 5-12. They draft good every year. And since Sean McVay got there, and by the way, unlike Mike Tomlin, who inherited a Super Bowl roster, that's what he inherited. And I give him all the credit. I don't go with, he won with Cowher's players. He doesn't get the credit. Yes, he does. He does get credit for everything he did his first 5 years here. It was A+ work. But he also inherited a Super Bowl roster. Indisputably, that was a great roster. They were undone in 2006 because Ben was coming off the motorcycle accident, then had an appendectomy, and then had a concussion, and had the only year of his career where he had more interceptions than touchdowns. Very obviously, Ben's troubles were why they only finished 8-8 that year. So Ben comes back strong the next year, and that's what Tomlin inherited. Usually, when you get a head coaching job in the NFL, you're inheriting a disaster. Why is that? Because that's why they fire coaches, for presiding over disasters. So Sean McVay came in 2017 to a Rams team that was 4-12 and hadn't had a winning year in, I'm losing count of the years, since almost the turn of the millennium. What's he done since then? 11-5, 13-3, goes to the Super Bowl. 9-7, 10-6 playoffs. 12-5, wins the Super Bowl. 5-12, oh my God, a losing season. We can't deal with that. 10-7, back to the playoffs last year. 10-7 this year, gets a home playoff game, wins a division, and wins a playoff game resoundingly against a 14-win team. If I'm a Rams fan, man, I always feel like I have a chance. This is just depressing. And it really does. It starts with the head coach, but it also, even more importantly, yes, more importantly, it's about the quarterback. Most times in the NFL. And I just mentioned McVay. It sure does help to have Matthew Stafford still hanging on and playing great. That guy. He's almost 37 years old, slinging it around. And they've built a good defense. It's a better organization than the Steelers. It just is, you know, not historically necessarily, but certainly over the past just about decade by far, you know. But the quarterback situation, let's talk about that coming up. And here's what I want from you and from my dear friend Wonder Twin. Give me a solution. Let's pretend, you know, you're still trying to win here. And you think you have a chance. Because what I see, and over these last 24 hours, I've taken a deep dive, real deep dive on this. What I see is a lackluster quarterback draft class, a horrific free agent class, an extremely limited trade market, and two guys here who I don't believe I can win a championship with. Other than that, very rosy at the quarterback situation. Give me a call. Give us a call. Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We got the Mike Tomlin news conference at 12:30. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And as always, our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. Thank you, Limits. I could use one of those. Step up to the plate. There's two topics on the table here. Where can you find any optimism for 2025 when all I'd say your three most pedigreed players anyway are all old, banged up at the moment? How much can you expect from them moving forward? In TJ's case, do you want to sign him to another lucrative, $100 million deal? What do you do with Minka? Then maybe your most talented player, certainly in the top couple, is George Pickens. Normally, you would say a guy this talented, of course, you're giving him a second contract here going into his final year. Of course you are. But then you look at the crap that this guy has pulled, and you say, is that a good investment? And part of me says you can't win. You give him a ton of money, and look what happened to Deontay and Antonio Brown, two examples when you gave them money. Problems after problems. But what if you don't give him money? Then you got problems there too. I watched an interview with Terry McLaurin the other day from Washington, who was in Pickens' draft class, I believe, or right around there. One of the young receivers. My God, is he impressive! I don't know if anybody out there saw that. It was with Scott Van Pelt after the Commanders win the other night. That's a guy you want to build around, for God's sakes, just beaming with spirit and leadership and all of that. And the Steelers got stuck with this guy. Why? Because Mike Tomlin doubled down. That's why. We've talked about this many times. Mike Tomlin got angry when people brought up the red flags surrounding Pickens going into that draft. And it wasn't hard to find the quotes. Bruce Feldman had the key story there with quotes from NFL executives, or NFL scouts, I should say, and coaches saying, I wouldn't touch this guy with a 10-foot pole. Mike Tomlin did, because Mike Tomlin, I think, has an arrogant belief that anybody who walks in there he can control and put on the right path. So now you have a George Pickens dilemma, a talented, really young player that you don't even know if you want to keep and that in some ways you feel like you can't win with, no matter what you do with him. Why are you in that position? Because Mike Tomlin handpicked the guy in the draft and took him. Thought he could handle him. He can't. All he does is run interference and make excuses for him. That's why it's depressing around here. So there's that, and then there's the quarterback situation, which is part of it all. Please call me and give me a solution for next season. I'll tell you what I've come around to, and it's also depressing. I hate to be in this mode today, but I don't know of a way out of it. I really don't. I've come around to, I think, a sort of a really defeatist conclusion about the quarterback situation. Maybe you have a better idea. Maybe Limits does. 412-928-9370. You can text him, too, on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
An interesting report from Mike DeFabo that Andrew Filipponi just put out on Twitter saying that George Pickens, with his hamstring injury, when he approached the Kansas City Chiefs game, the day of the game, Mike Tomlin asked players to report to the game 2 hours before kickoff, but Pickens reported an hour and 25 minutes before kickoff, Joe, and it was after the inactive players were announced.
That's what I'm talking about.
How about that?
That might be your most talented player outside of T.J. Watt. That's what you're talking about. And memo to Art Rooney, that goes back to the head coach that you've invested in over and over and over and over again. After this head coach brought you Matt Canada and Kenny Pickett, and that failed, you rewarded that head coach with an unprecedented, at least in recent years, contract extension. It was an extra year and a nice pay raise, and you made him the 5th highest paid coach in all of sports, and he's the guy who got George Pickens for you. Nice call, Art.
And George Pickens was 35 minutes late to the Christmas Day game, as we were talking about how he sat out the next 2 games with his hamstring injury.
Was that because of the hamstring? Now
I'm wondering, just like we were wondering that day.
Well, maybe that's the story now. Fix the quarterback situation and weigh in on Pickens. You said DeFabo's reporting that?
Yes, in The Athletic. More 93.7thefan.com. That's a big headline. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a ho, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to ho like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model.
No appointment necessary.
Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance.
No appointment necessary. No phone call needed.
Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Winter snow and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They're experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacements, they can do that too. No job is too big or too small for The Pickle. 724-515-5551 or call thepickle.com. They're answering phones 24/7 today.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
IBM has entered into a multi-year agreement to become the official fan engagement and data analytics partner of Scuderia Ferrari HP, the most renowned Formula One team, starting in 2025. The partnership brings together two iconic and enduring brands, both driven by a passion for innovation and commitment to progress. IBM and Scuderia Ferrari HP will conceive, develop, and deliver world-class digital experiences to bring racing enthusiasts closer than ever to the racing team, bringing marquee events to life for millions of fans around the world. Sponsored by IBM.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. 5 quarterbacks were drafted in the first round of the 2018 draft. 4 of the 5 had led their teams to the playoffs this season. Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson. The 5th, so what has happened to Josh Rosen? He played for 7 teams in 5 seasons. Now he's pursuing his MBA at the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
IBM has entered into a multi-year agreement to become the official fan engagement and data analytics partner of Scuderia Ferrari HP, the most renowned Formula One team, starting in 2025. The partnership brings together two iconic and enduring brands, both driven by a passion for innovation and commitment to progress. IBM and Scuderia Ferrari HP will conceive, develop, and deliver world-class digital experiences to bring racing enthusiasts closer than ever to the racing team, bringing marquee events to life for millions of fans around the world. Sponsored by IBM.
Looking for a great deal on a new car? South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram is offering incredible savings on all new vehicles. 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee at $229 for 27 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Looking for a rewarding career? Adelphi Western Region is hiring youth counselors at their Highland Detention Center location. If you have 60 college credits and a desire to work in a fast-paced, team-oriented environment, Adelphi wants you. Their youth counselors provide structure, support, and guidance in their detention program, all while gaining valuable experience in the field. Join the Adelphi team today. Apply now at highlandcareers.org. That's highlandcareers.org.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who planned to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue.Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
When he's good, he's Thorogood. Little bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Just as I was lamenting the fact that George Pickens is one of the Steelers' best players, and what the hell do you do with that moving into the future, I'm alerted to a Mike DeFabo story in The Athletic, titled, Steelers Aren't Firing Mike Tomlin, but here are 5 big changes they should consider. This was posted 6 hours ago, and the big news out of it is in the George Pickens section. And I'll read it to you before we get to Mike, who's on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. Okay. So Pickens sat out the next 2 games after Cincy when Tomlin said he needed to grow up with a hamstring injury. When he was finally healthy, how did he respond? Mr. DeFabo writes, by showing up late for the Christmas Day game against the Chiefs. Tomlin asked players to report to games at least 2 hours before kickoff. On December 25th, Pickens walked through the media entrance an hour and 25 minutes before kickoff. That was after inactive players were announced. And then you mentioned all the other things. Mike, first of all, welcome aboard. Thanks on such short notice for coming on.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. Thanks for having me.
Is this something that you spotted yourself or that sources told you?
No, this is something I saw with my very own eyes. To set the scene for you, it was Christmas morning. And I personally was running late because I typically arrive like a responsible person 3 hours before the game. And as I'm kind of hurrying in, I spot a PR staffer from the Steelers looking very frantic. And so then she's like frantic right there at the door. And all of a sudden, here comes George Pickens. They whisk him in. He goes and walks right out onto the field. Now, players before the game, there's early warm-ups that take place like about beginning 2 hours, an hour and 45 minutes before. Guys are out there like working with Russell Wilson, developing chemistry, getting warmed up. You know, if you have a hamstring injury like George Pickens had, properly warming up. And then you have to list the inactives, and you have to release those to the public 90 minutes before the game. And so he wasn't even there before. And so after this happened, I talked with players in the locker room and was trying to get a sense of, like, is this a big deal? What time are you supposed to be here? And the response that I got was most players kind of shrugged and were like, yeah, that's George. You know, that just happens. That's practice. That's all the time. That's just how it is. So, you know, I think it's, as I pointed out in the story, Joe, if you go back to when this whole first-round flame-out streak began with the Jaguars and that no-show performance, Le'Veon Bell was late to that. And the issue for the Steelers is when you have talented players who don't abide by the rules and who aren't professional in their approach, how do you expect them to show up for big games? So this was a regular season game against the Chiefs that did decide a lot. But even if you paid George Pickens a lot of money even if you think you've gotten the best out of him and you think you've gotten his attention, what happens when you go into the AFC Championship game and he shows up late and he's disinterested? And that's the problem with this.
Right. That we even have to ask this is just
ridiculous. The other problem with this, Joe, is that this has been going on so long that I went back and did, okay, let me do my research on this. I vaguely remember Le'Veon showing up late. When did that happen? Well, Ed Bouchette wrote about that when he was at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, before he went to the Athletic, before he retired. This has been going on so long that Ed Bouchette is now 3 stages later in his career, and the Steelers are at the exact same place.
Yeah, and as I recall, Le'Veon was also late to the walkthrough the day before the game, and then mysteriously wasn't around for their first practice the week of the AFC title game against New England. These are guys that Tomlin is handpicking. Le'Veon Bell was absolutely his pick, and Pickens also is handpicked by Tomlin, and it seems like he's been running interference mostly for Pickens since then. He did say George has to grow up, but he didn't do anything that we know of. And the fact that players would tell you, oh, yeah, that's just George, really, really speaks, I think, to a broken, I don't know what I would call it, culture or environment over there. Where are the team captains? Do we have the quote from Todd from the PM show? I don't know if you think this was a solution, but honest to God, where are the guys that are putting him in place, Mike? Have a listen to the guy who called in the PM show one day.
Is anybody anymore in the locker room, like, TJ or Cam, come up to him and say, hey, what are you doing?
Mike, on a serious note, though, where is the leadership when it comes to Pickens? Is there anything anyone can do?
Well, the issue is Mike Tomlin likes to say, I don't treat everybody equally, but I treat everybody fairly. But when you allow one player to put themselves above the team, you're treating everybody else unfairly. That's not fair to Pat Freiermuth, who shows up on time and is ready to play. That's not fair to Calvin Austin. That's not fair to Scotty Miller. And I just think that has to go by the wayside. There need to be roles. It can't be separate standards based on how good you are. Okay, if you have 1,000 receiving yards, then you can do whatever you want. That whole philosophy has to change with the Steelers, and that's one of the biggest issues. But, you do see leaders, and this is my other criticism of and why I believe they need to trade George Pickens. Look at how much they had to take a PR staffer, and her job had to be get George Pickens to play football today, okay? Then during the game, the next game, Pat Freiermuth has to hold back George while he's yelling at fans. Russell Wilson has to take Pickens to the sideline and sit him down and have a talk with him and try to get him to calm down. How much time and emotional energy is spent just trying to get a guy who's paid money to play football? And it shouldn't be this difficult. Mike Tomlin says we want volunteers, not hostages. Well, it sounds like you're getting someone who might be turning into a hostage at this point. And you've reached a crossroads. He's entering the 4th year of his deal, final year of his rookie contract. Deontay Johnson held out in the exact same situation. You gave him his money. You made a mistake, and you had to trade him. Other receivers like Brandon Ayuk, they held out in the same situation and forced teams to give them guaranteed money early. So this is coming to a head whether you like it or not. You can't just say, George, play out this 4th year of your rookie deal and we'll all be happy and we'll go our separate ways. He has some say in this, and he can decide whether he wants to be part of this team and whether he wants to be a part of this team without a big pay raise, and he could force their hand. So the Steelers need to be proactive, I believe, and before it gets to that point, I believe that they should get whatever they can in a trade. I think that's the best approach at this point.
So do I, and what a shame, because it feels like you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. I don't know what would be worse, or what would prompt a worse reaction from George, giving him a bunch of money or not giving him any money at all. There's a chance that both or either could when they gave Antonio money, that's when he went downhill. Deontay, pretty much the same. So I'm with you. I think a trade. What do you think he would net?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not going to be a ton. Probably a 3rd-round pick. I mean, what did they get for Stephon Diggs? Maybe a 2nd-round pick at best. But here's the thing. If you were closer, if you were man, this defense really played lights out. And we think Russell Wilson can make the most of this team, and we think we could take another shot. We're pretty close to winning a Super Bowl or going to an AFC championship. Then you just kind of grit your teeth, get through this next year, realizing that George isn't just your best offensive player. In many instances, he was your only source of offense. I mean, on the field, he is ridiculously talented. His upside is the Hall of Fame if he can put it all together. I mean, I'm taking nothing away from him on the field and have nothing but praise and support for him on the field. And that's, I think, the biggest issue for the Steelers is he's your only reliable player on offense. And he's also, you know, the source of your biggest frustration. And unfortunately, sometimes with players like this, you can't win with them and you can't win without them. And if you were closer, if you really had a team that could contend, then you put up with this kind of thing. But when you're the Pittsburgh Steelers and you're not even close to winning a playoff game, these are the kinds of hard decisions and tough conversations you need to have. And ultimately, I believe that the prudent move, again, is to just move on before it's too late.
Mike DeFabo joining us from The Athletic has a story that he wrote about 6 hours ago. It posted where he reports within it that George Pickens was late for the Christmas Day game against the Chiefs. Just to double check on that, Mike, it sounds like you got no indication whatsoever that that was anything that was excused, that he had something going on, which is why he was late, correct?
That's correct. No indication of that.
If anything, you got indications that this type of thing may happen. I don't know about showing up late for games, although who knows, but that's just George being George. Yeah,
that's what basically players kind of shrugged it off, and they were like, yeah, I mean, he's late for practice often. He's late for other things. Exactly. Like, there needs to be a certain level of professionalism, and it's just obviously not there.
Yeah. And again, you know, I've been very critical of Tomlin and have finally reached a place where I think it's time to move on. But really, I think the focus now, especially in light of if Jerry Dulac's sources are accurate from the other day that Tomlin's coming back, or at least that's the plan, I think the focus needs to move to art and how the steward of this franchise is operating right now, Mike. What do you think of sort of Art Rooney's vision for the franchise, of him tripling down on Tomlin last year, just the Art Rooney tenure in general up to this point and moving ahead? Is this the right steward for this team? Not that anything can be done about it, but your thoughts.
Well, I mean, nothing can be done because he owns it. I mean, you can't take the ownership out of his hands. I think what needs to be done is there need to be steps taken to modernize the Steelers. And you look at other organizations, how many more coaches they have, how many more analysts they have. And I think that needs to be where the Steelers pivot. Like, if I were an organization, running an organization, my competitive advantage would be we pay our coaches the most and we treat them the best. And because of that, we have the best coaching staff because, you know, yes, you're going to pay a little bit more, but you're going to be you pay, you know, Miles Killebrew $3 million to be a special teamer. Like, you already have such a ridiculous payroll that if you paid a coach a little bit more and entice the best coaches, you know, you really might have something there. And especially when it comes to defense, I feel like what they need to do right now, if they're going to keep Mike Tomlin, is bring in a defensive coordinator and give him the autonomy to do what he wants. Because I feel right now like Mike Tomlin kind of can hide behind Terrell Austin, and we don't know, and it's by design that we don't know how much Mike Tomlin's fingerprints are on these game plans and how much it's Terrell Austin. I mean, you go back and this team that is built on defense, that went out and acquired Minkah Fitzpatrick, that has T.J. Watt, Cameron Hayward, and made them for 3 consecutive years the NFL's highest paid defense, they have been embarrassed by the 3 best quarterbacks in the AFC in 3 consecutive games with Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson. And I went back and then within that story as well that you're referencing, Joe, Josh Allen has played 16 career playoff games, and he had his best game ever against the Steelers. Lamar Jackson has played in 7 playoff games. He just played his best game ever. So if your plan is we're going to win with defense, how are you the worst defense at defending these great quarterbacks? And if you have to say, well, what are you going to do? Patrick Mahomes does that to everybody. How do you expect us to stop him? Well, then maybe you should take that money and invest it on offense. And maybe you should go into the modern world. And instead of trying to stop these quarterbacks, you should try to score with them by doing things like having a real number 2 wide receiver instead of trying to gaslight us during press conferences and tell us that these guys are good.
Exactly. Very well said there.
Here's a wild thing for you, Joe. The Steelers could trade Minkah Fitzpatrick and still have the highest paid defense next season. That's how all in they've been on defense. And if you're that all in on defense and you're consistently down 21 points in playoff games, what is the point?
I mean, that's all part of it. I'm just thinking as you're talking, it's such a family organization. It feels like there's nobody to come in from the outside and say, you guys, I guess Andy Weidel, kind of, but what power does he have? As I look up and down the Steelers' hierarchy here, their organizational hierarchy, I see Rooney's, I see a Colbert, I see a Pittsburgh guy in Weidel, I see other familiar names. I see Omar getting elevated to GM. I see Tomlin never leaving. It's all kind of, hey, if I indict you, I'm indicting me. If I say you're not getting the job done, that means I'm not getting the job done. It feels like somebody from the outside needs to be paid to come in here and redo it. And I don't know at what position, at what the job title is there, but this little mom and pop shop isn't really working because of that. One of the reasons. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think along those same lines, they need to bring in some younger, more innovative type of people. I mean, just look at the average age or even who is the youngest person on the entire staff. Maybe a quarterback coach. Other than that, these people have been in their positions for so long, and I feel like it's stale. I feel like in a lot of senses, the game may have passed some of these people by. And as the game continues to evolve and continues to change, I think you need new, fresh ideas and younger people who are on the cutting edge and who are part of this evolution of the game. And instead, it seems like the Steelers go for the old retreads and consistently hire people that they know or they're friends with or who work next door at Pitt. And that's got to change. Like one of the first things we should do is the next hire is if you have a 412 area code, we're not hiring you because
it's too familial, Mike. It's too familial. It's like having a mom and pop drugstore where is dad gonna look at his kid running the store and say something, or his brother running the store and say, if I indict you, I'm indicting me. That type of thing.
Exactly. So, I mean, they have some tough decisions to make, but these are the hard conversations, and I think that the biggest realization they could make is we're not as close as we think that we are. It's not a matter of, man, if we just get a couple different people and couple different players that can push us over the edge. No, there need to be significant changes, and unfortunately that might mean trading some of your best players and trying to turn things over. I mean, there was, I don't know if it was just a myth that we were told when we were kids. I mean, there used to be this belief that the Steelers conducted themselves in a different way, right? I mean, you heard about how much character that they put into things and how guys cared more. Was that all a lie? Was that just a fabrication? You told a kid that they believed in a team that wasn't true, or was there any reality to that? And I feel like that they need to get back to that. I mean, they're an organization that signed Cam Sutton when he was on the run for evading police. They were the one that opened their doors and said, "Come on in." And what did they get from that? Him getting embarrassed in the playoffs because either A, they felt some weird obsession with trying to help somebody that really football is not what he needed. If anything within those allegations was true, and then number two, you did such a poor job of roster construction that you didn't have a nickel defensive back, and so your best bet was to bring in a guy with very questionable character into your locker room who then played very poorly for you. So you kind of got what you deserved there. But it all goes back to the whole thing, same with Pickens, where if you want to be this organization that believes that you have this high character, you can't tolerate these kind of behaviors.
Mike DeFabo. Mike, I have a bunch more questions. Can we do a free association where you give me 1 or 2 word answers and we just get through them because we only have 2 minutes? It's a 2-minute drill.
Yeah, let's do it.
It's 4th and 1, which means the Steelers either won't go for it or won't get it, but here we go. TJ Watt, he gets a new lucrative deal this offseason.
No, I would just let him ride it out, and then you always have the franchise tag. Or if you really if you believe that he wants to retire a Steeler, then he would be willing to negotiate with you after the season.
You're not following the rules.
Okay.
TJ, so you don't think he gets a new deal?
I wouldn't. I would just wait.
But do you think he does? That's what you would do. But what do you think the Steelers will do?
Yes, I think that they will give him a new deal.
They will? How much?
Probably make him one of the highest paid players at his position again.
And then I asked what you would do, and you said that you would not pay him, and neither would I. Minka, pay cut this offseason? Does he get one?
I would trade him.
What do you think they will do?
Keep him and continue to go all in on defense.
Pickens, you said you'd trade. Chance Najee is back. Percent chance.
5%.
Jalen will be back. That's a foregone conclusion, correct?
Yes.
People that Omar has sunk money into, Patrick Queen, Deontay, Freiermuth, Ogunjobi, Highsmith. Which of those, if any, has lived up to the investment?
Highsmith has come the closest. He was injured this year. He's actually a good person and a productive player. That his ankle was messed up, and he kept re-aggravating it even the week leading up to the playoff game. Like, that was a problem, and he was playing through some stuff.
So Highsmith, okay. And then very quickly, Mike, who's the quarterback next year?
Justin Fields.
Holy bird milk. And very quickly, in 10 words or less, what would you do at quarterback?
I would, if you want to be this ground and pound football team, I would just triple down on that and run the rookie year Lamar Jackson offense with Justin Fields and just only run the football. Never throw it. Maybe even install the triple option.
You're a wonderful man. Those are actually my thoughts exactly on the quarterback situation, and I'll say how I got there next. Mike, great reporting and a great piece there to end the season. Thanks again for joining us on short notice.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, Joe.
What a wonderful man he is, huh, Limits?
Yeah, that was great. I was saying goodbye to him. What George Pickens, he saw with his own eyes showing up late to the game.
What a frantic PR person.
It reminds me, remember the PR person that was standing behind George when he was asked that question about Russell Wilson?
Yes.
And he just kind of didn't say anything, and then they're like, all right, guys, thanks.
Man, it's like having problems in a family that the parents allow to repeat themselves with the next kid.
There's no discipline from the parents.
You had Antonio Brown. I guess the idea is to not care about discipline and just try to get the most out of him before you get rid of him. But come on. If, in fact, this is the case, and I have no reason to believe it's not, that you have Pickens doing that, it certainly fits with his other actions, showing up late for the Christmas Day game, walking through the media entrance an hour and 25 minutes before kickoff after the inactives were announced. Come on.
And he's late.
Come on,
often.
Art. Come on, Art. Come on, Omar. And come on, Mike. You guys are basically the parents. What are you doing, to paraphrase our friend Todd? I mean, honestly, on a serious note, what are you guys doing? Really enabling a guy like this. And that's just one thing with Pickens.
Say, hey, what are you doing?
Is anybody over there gonna instill any kind of discipline? Come on. It starts with Art. I want to talk more about Art than I do about Tomlin or Omar today. I don't know. Is Omar even in a position where he could say to Mike Tomlin, hey, this is what we need to do, and we're doing it? I don't think so.
I don't either. That would have to be Art.
So
he has the Belichick power. I mean, he is.
Certainly appears that way.
He's not completely the GM. I mean, I think Omar has a lot to do with it. It's not the Belichick, GM completely, but it's very similar.
Aren't they embarrassed by this?
They should be.
Are they embarrassed with what Kirk Herbstreit said during the game? Are they embarrassed with reports like this, that you have Pickens running roughshod over the franchise? Are you embarrassed that Najee Harris basically told the world that the Steelers were a fractured group because they couldn't handle a little media pressure during their 4-game losing streak? And what are you going to do about it? Oh, I know, nothing. Cosmetic change. You want to change what? The defensive coordinator? Have the next guy be controlled by Tomlin like the last two have been? You know, change your offensive coordinator? Probably not. Man, I mean, this is there's teams that have a legitimate chance to win the Super Bowl. I don't know about 5. There's ones that you could picture having a run and doing it. I'd put the Rams in that category of everything, you could picture it at least without predicting it. And then there's teams that are just sort of in the middle with no chance, and then the dregs of the league. The Steelers are in the middle with no chance. None. It's unimaginable. For a while this season, I thought it was. That not that they would get there, but that they could beat good teams. And they proved by the end of the year that they couldn't once they faced stiffer competition. But then there's all these other additional problems, and it starts at the top, and the top is Art Rooney II. That's the top of the organization. Why wouldn't, obviously he would know about this. If this actually happened with Pickens, why wouldn't you step in and order action on your own, regardless of what anybody else says? Why? If you're this organization, especially that operates on a higher moral plane, and what are you doing bringing in Cam Sutton anyway, like DeFabo said? What are you doing, Art? Really? What does he do anyway? What is he doing? Is he the one that stepped in on Matt Canada?
I think so. I think it was Tomlin's stubbornness that he didn't want to get rid of him and admit that he was wrong.
Listen to this show, Pomp and Joe, every Wednesday. Pomp will be back tomorrow to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. 50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Mike Tomlin News Conference, 12:30. Should be mighty interesting. And in the meantime, the Pickens dilemma, the future, the immediate future, and also what do you do with the quarterback situation? Your best solution is what? I'm going to tell you what mine is next, and I'm almost sad that I reached this conclusion, and maybe you can sway me. I don't know where else to go. It's Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Penguins are home tonight against the Seattle Kraken. It's at 7 o'clock. The Penguins have lost 2 games in a row. They're currently 5th place in the Metropolitan Division standings. They've lost 6 out of their last 7. It does include 3 games in that stretch where they did pick up a point. So the Penguins currently still in the middle ground of the Metro will play against the Buffalo Sabres on Friday, and then the Washington Capitals, a huge game in a back-to-back. That's Friday and Saturday after the game tonight against Seattle. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Foss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves, tee off on a PGA course, and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
So stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-431-2715. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715.
Turn up the heat at GetGo Cafe and Market. Check out GetGo's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. It's a spicy chicken filet with a kick of Market District hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try GetGo's sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today. Download the GetGo app and get a free order of tots. Then use the app to discover deals, track perks, and find a GetGo near you. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you're behind the wheel of a new Acura from Spitzer Acura, you might take the long way home on purpose. Whether it's an exhilarating new Acura Integra, TLX, or a sophisticated ZDX or MDX, Spitzer Acura has what you want for less than you imagined. Plus, with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner vehicle during service. Hurry in today. Our friendly and knowledgeable consultants are ready to help you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Shop online anytime at SpitzerAcura.com.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball has lost 2 games in a row after falling to Louisville on Saturday, 82-78. They'll return to the floor tomorrow night against Florida State. It's at 9 o'clock. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. The road game beginning at 8:30, and also can listen on your Odyssey app. The Penguins will play against the Seattle Kraken today. Penguins have lost 2 games in a row. Last win came against the Oilers last Thursday. They did take 3 consecutive points against the Panthers, Hurricanes, and Blue Jackets, but lost in either overtime or the shootout. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com. Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Man, this Pickens story is truly something else. Mike DeFabo joining us in the last segment to say how he observed this for himself. And, you know, I asked him, I said, there's been no indication that this was an excused lateness for Pickens, and he said none whatsoever. In fact, when he went around and asked players about it, they basically said that's George. But anyway, let's assume that this all happened as Mike is reporting it here. There's no reason not to. So he shows up late for the Christmas Day game against the Chiefs. Tomlin asked the players to report for games at least 2 hours before kickoff. DeFabo said. Doesn't that even seem? I don't know. And Pickens walks through the media entrance an hour and 25 minutes before kickoff. That was after the inactives were announced. Aren't you, if you're Art, Omar, and Mike, saying, if this is evolving as it appears to have evolved, saying this guy doesn't play today? Right? Can someone talk me out of that opinion? You're late. This is going to stop. You're not playing today. 412-928-9370. I'll get into the quarterback stuff in a little while here because we have callers lighting up the lines like Mulsey at a craft beer house, like Crowley at Mountaineer Stadium, like Filipponi at the Carrier Dome. Let's start.
Where would you be lit up at?
Rich Stadium, circa 1991, watching the Bills on their way to losing another Super Bowl. How about you?
Probably PNC Park or
Watching
Beaver Stadium.
Watching the Steelers not win.
At PNC Park?
Yes. I mean, the Pirates. I have Steelers on my mind. They become a little pirate-like. Who has more playoff wins in the last 15 years, 14 years?
I think they're even, 3-3. 2013 wild card game. 2 playoff games after that in the divisional. They didn't win in 14. They didn't win in 15. They haven't been back since. Steelers won, 2 playoff games in 2015?
So I guess 3. Yeah, 3.
Yeah,
3 in 14 years. They're tied.
They are tied.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, not ideal.
Let's go to the lines.
Joe on the road begins.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
So I think what they got to do is fire sale. Trade T.J. Watt for a second for this draft, a first for the next. Get a second round for Pickens, and heck, if they can, trade Tomlin for the same thing as for T.J. And then you got like 3 second-round picks for this draft. You use 2 first rounds for the following one to trade up and get your quarterback, because the next year will be a better draft class. But they just got a fire sale. Tear it all down and then rebuild.
I actually agree with you. It sounds like an emotional fan take during the fourth quarter of a playoff loss. But I think that actually is the way to go here, is to start trading away people. And yes, I mean, if they could ever trade Tomlin, that would be the perfect parting, because you get something in return. It's not a firing. He goes on to, do whatever he's going to do elsewhere, and you get something out of it. But I don't think that's going to happen. Adam Schefter reported that he has a no-trade clause. Tomlin does. I don't think they have it in them to trade TJ. In fact, I think they'll probably wind up signing him. As DeFabo said, that wouldn't be – I wouldn't do that. I mean, everybody loves TJ Watt. Who wouldn't? But he said it well himself yesterday when he said, I'm not getting it done at playoff time. But that's not really the reason that I would part with him. It's because he's going to turn 31, and because the team itself has literally won nothing with him. One of the greatest defensive players ever, maybe. But he's aging at this point. He's having trouble being healthy at playoff time. And do you want to sink tens of millions into him this offseason? I wouldn't. I just think it's very bad timing. I'd probably, if anything, I would look to trade him. I absolutely would. And failing that, I think I'd just have him play out the year and then franchise him if I needed to, or something like that. But even that, as I say that out loud, if that would be my tack, then trading him is the best option right now. You definitely got the best years of his career. He may have another great year or 2 left, but TJ Watt is now past his prime as a football player. He might have had his best year, don't get me wrong, with past his prime. I'm just saying, age-wise, that's a fact. His greatest years are very, very likely behind him. It just seems like, $100 million more dollars? You couldn't win with him in his prime when he was at his very, very best. Next.
Here is Mike in Penn Hills.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, how you guys doing? I believe, thanks for taking my call, Joe, and everything. But I believe I called you at the beginning of the year, and I was like, it's just going to be the same thing. It's just going to be the same thing. Do you remember me now? Just if you don't, that's okay, because you get a lot of calls.
No, I don't. But, I mean, I think that's nice that you said that, but didn't everybody in the world say it's just going to be the same thing? I predicted them to be 10-7. I was right on.
No, I believe I told you they need to make like a big package for Dak Prescott. But, I mean, if you don't remember, I'm listening to all these calls, and other than the playoff game that was absolutely disgusting, I mean, it was so awful. It was like the worst playoff game in the history of this team with the way they played, approached it. It was just like, it was disgusting. I had to watch the Summit game. It was actually really good. Oral Roberts won 83-79. I had to turn the Steeler game off. But all these trades and this all comes down to like coaching and a franchise quarterback. They need to like.
Let me ask you something. Let me jump in and ask you.
This is like so bad.
How do you fix the quarterback situation? What's your fix?
I don't know, and they don't know. There's your problem, because you need a franchise quarterback.
Yes.
We wouldn't even be having this Mike Tomlin conversation if he didn't land in the lap of luxury with a 24-year-old Ben. He would have been gone. He's a 500 coach. That's it. He wouldn't even be here if you don't land in one of the top 10 greatest quarterbacks to ever play. Like,
I mean, it's a fact.
Coach.
It's a fact that Tomlin inherited a Super Bowl roster and a franchise quarterback. I mean,
right.
I mentioned Sean
McVay.
McVay.
Have that, he can't make any adjustments at all at the quarterback position.
Right, and that's what they need to do. That's what they need to do. We talked about this yesterday, man. On one hand, it's an obvious fact that everybody knows is that you need the quarterback. But when you actually look at the numbers and who's winning, who's doing all the winning, it just really just cracks you right across the face. Mahomes and Brady have won 10 of the 24 Super Bowls since the year 2000, since the turn of the millennium. That's 42% of the Super Bowls to two guys, two of the 5 greatest quarterbacks who ever lived. Might make an argument they're the 2 greatest. They win all the Super Bowls, or at least almost half of them. And then who else has won? Almost all have been Hall of Fame quarterbacks in their primes. It's just that simple. You go back to, and the only exceptions to that, since the year 2000, there have been 24 Super Bowl champions. 19 of those championships have been won by Hall of Famers in their prime. Whether you want to talk about Ben, Peyton Manning, and I'm only talking about the first Peyton Manning. The second one, he wasn't in his prime. Eli Manning's going to be a Hall of Famer, whether you like it or not. Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Mahomes, Brady, Stafford I would include. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. He absolutely should be. So there's only 5 exceptions to that rule since the year 2000. Every Super Bowl won by a quarterback in their prime. Do you realize what it takes for guys who don't fit in that category to win? In 3 of the cases, it took legitimately top 10 all-time defenses to overcome that. The 2000 Ravens are on everybody's list of top 10 defenses, or 5 of all time. The 2015 Broncos, or was it, 15 Broncos, they're on everybody's top 10 list. Go look at a top 10 list of defenses. They had DeMarcus Ware rushing from one end, Von Miller from the other, and then the no-fly zone in there. They were unbelievable. A great, great defense. So it took them to lift a Peyton Manning way past his prime to win. And then the third example is Tampa Bay with Brad Johnson, the 2002 Bucks. One of the great defenses of all time. So if you don't have a Hall of Famer in his prime, well, all you need is one of the greatest defenses ever to win the Super Bowl. And there's only 2 quarterbacks, 2 Super Bowl champs who don't fit either category. And that's Joe Flacco And I'm talking since the year 2000. That's Joe Flacco for the 2012 Ravens, and he went on maybe the greatest playoff run of all time. So I guess you can count on that. And then the real outlier is Nick Foles with the Eagles. They had a very good defense, not an all-time great by any means. In fact, they gave a bunch of points in that Super Bowl. And he needed to have the game of his life. Brady threw for 500 and lost the game. Moral of the story being, if you don't have an all-time great defense, which the Steelers have tried to build here, desperately tried to build around Cam, TJ, Minka, throw Highsmith into the mix. They threw a bunch of money at him. That's what they've tried to build. Is we don't, in the post-Ben era, even the late-stage Ben, and then the Ben replacement era, we don't need Patrick Mahomes, because we're going to have a great, great defense. We're going to draft a blood and guts guy like Kenny Pickett, and he's going to be good enough. Well, he wasn't, but the real story there is that the defense has failed miserably under Mike Tomlin's stewardship. And now you're really stuck. Now you're really stuck in both counts because the defense has aged and underperformed. And with the quarterback situation, I don't know where you go. There's nobody on the free agent market I'm interested in. There's nobody, I don't think, that's someone I would trade for who's being talked about as getting traded. The draft class stinks from what I've seen. So what do? I think I come around to what DeFabo said. This is where I'm probably going. Is Justin Fields. I mean, the first thing you have to decide, and believe me, that is a last-ditch option. But the first thing, Limits, that you have to do is decide between Russell and Justin. What's your choice there?
Justin Fields.
Me too.
The younger player. I think there's more upside. His running ability, it's not much of a question for me.
Is there a prospective free agent that you'd be interested in?
A texter has pointed this out, and I'm kind of surprised that you have not ripped into me for Sam Darnold's performance over the last 2 games.
Well, that was the other big thing that happened. That's where I was going at the beginning of the show, before I had the Crowley-Dickerson talk and before the DeFabo news that Pickens was late on Christmas Day. I was gonna say this is very topical. Of the Rams, who keep winning.
Yeah.
I know they had a losing season, and everybody should have gotten fired because that's intolerable. You can't have a losing season. You need to have 19 non-losing seasons in a row. And then there was Sam Darnold. Like, oh, my God, he might have been a hope for the Steelers, but now what? I don't want any part of Sam Darnold. I think he was a Kevin O'Connell creation for a while. I think he's indecisive. I think he was horrible in the pocket last night, and I think he came unraveled in these last 2 games.
There's no defending Sam Darnold from me today. He was bad. He got sacked 9 times. He's responsible for, I think, half of them. He did not deliver the football on numerous occasions where he just stood back in the pocket and thought he had all day to be able to throw. His offensive line did not help him and give him any favors.
Anyone else intrigue you? Cousins, Rodgers, not me.
No,
trading
neither.
for Geno Smith, trading for Kyler Murray.
No, they're not going to trade Kyler Murray. Arizona,
How do you know?
I don't think Arizona's going to trade him.
Yeah, you think if someone came around with a nice offer, they'd like to get out from under that contract?
No, I think they believe that he's their franchise guy, and they're going to continue to build around him.
Huh. All right. He would be one guy that would mildly intrigue me, but not for that kind of money. Who else? Who else comes to mind?
There's not many. There are not many options out there. You're scraping the bottom of the barrel with the Bailey Zappies, Zach Wilsons, the former draft picks that you thought maybe could be something years ago when they were selected in the first round. The quarterback market is very bare. I mean, the free agent market for quarterbacks right now is Sam Darnold, Russell Wilson. Don't even get me started on Daniel Jones. Mac Jones is a lost cause despite being only 27. Jameis Winston, we saw that firsthand.
Please.
Marcus Mariota.
Please.
Andy Dalton.
Don't even mention
Jacoby
these people
Brissett,
anymore. What about Derek Carr?
And Rudolph.
Any
Derek
interest
Carr?
in Derek Carr?
None at all. No inches. Gardner Minshew. Will Levis. Levis and Butthead. Would you like Levis?
Butthead. And then there's the draft. It's not a good draft either.
No.
Now, that wouldn't stop me from maybe taking a flyer in the second round on a guy like Jalen Milroe.
I don't think Jalen Milroe is going to be any good in the NFL. He is.
Maybe not.
He's not a good decision maker. He turns the ball over too much. Some of his tape from Alabama, and I'm not going to act like I'm a tape guru here with NFL tape, but he did not show me much to make me think that he's going to be a good NFL quarterback.
Well, he's definitely got talent, but yeah, I'm not necessarily, taking him in the first round or anything. I don't think anybody will. And then who? Then who in the draft? There's some wild cards in this story on CBS Sports. Maybe somebody who wants to get traded after this season. They think Brock Purdy, if the Niners don't sign him, I have no interest there.
None. He's a system guy.
Matthew Stafford, why would he leave? Kyler Murray. Then the rest of these guys stink. Here's a projection from CBS. Carson Wentz signs with the Steelers as Russell Wilson's backup. Can you imagine if they go into next season with Russell Wilson and Carson Wentz? Limits?
Pony's in here right now trying to riff about Sam Darnold at me. Could you repeat the question, please?
Unbelievable.
I know.
Would
How
you
dare
rather, you
Pony
want to go out and
interrupt
talk
here?
to him? Do you want to talk to Pony?
No,
or go
I
on
don't
their
want to
show,
talk
or
to
you want
Pony.
continue
I
our
don't want to talk to
conversation?
Pony.
For
That's
God's
why I told him
sakes.
to leave.
Can you imagine if the Steelers go into next season with Carson Wentz and Russell Wilson?
No, I cannot imagine that at all. I would want to put a paper bag over my head and not watch the game.
So to make a long story longer, I guess I come back to doubling down on Justin Fields, having no belief that he's going to lead me to a championship. But if they're going to keep Tomlin and they're going to keep Artie Smith, then and they want to be in the 1970s anyway, then let's dive back into the 70s, or at least dive into college football offense when you have a running quarterback. Maybe Rich Rod circa 2007 or something. Or Lamar, like DeFabo said, when Lamar was in his infancy in the NFL, where it was Greg Roman's offense, and it was basically a read option offense. So find yourself a running back and go with Justin Fields and accentuate the positive there, which is the fact that he's an electrifying runner. And just run and run and run and run.
And keep running.
And take a deep shot and run some more.
And use your tight ends.
And then run some more and take a deep shot.
Weren't we told that the Arthur Smith offense was going to be so tight end dependent?
I never believed that. Why was that the belief when the kid they drafted, Kyle Pitts, was a flop? If he's a tight end-oriented guy who gets the most out of your tight ends, why did they take a kid in the top 10 or wherever he was and have him become a flop as a tight end?
And Freiermuth catches the ball 90% of the time. No, it wasn't the case in the last couple of games, but they don't even target. They don't even make specific packages for him, and it's very apparent.
Yeah, I don't know.
There are so many problems, Joe. I mean, we could do a whole entire show on just what is the Steelers' main problem, and there'll be 10 things that we can list.
Quarterback. That's the one.
Quarterback's number one.
That's the one. Quarterback and head coach.
Quarterback, coaching, no corners, no wide receivers. There's some questions with the offensive line. Who's going to be your running back with Jalen Warren? May I go on?
You may. Coming up next, we'll get to more of your calls. Give me a solution at quarterback. Trade. I would say move mountains to go find your quarterback. Like trade up in the draft. Trade all the way up. Use TJ as collateral. Anything. Is Cam Ward going to be a guy? Can you trade all the way to the top, for God's sakes? I don't know. I'm willing to consider literally anything. This is our greatest fear come true. Ron Cook used to warn us about it. I'll say that. He was warning us about this in 2003, before Ben even got here practically. Better not wish for... Be careful what you wish for. Once you lose Ben. He was right.
He's laughing at us now.
When people wanted to run Ben out of town late in his career, Ron would warn them, be careful what you wish for. We're here, Limits. We're actually here where there's nowhere to turn. It's like, being on a street in our city here. Everywhere I turn, there's an orange sign. Work ahead. There's nowhere to go.
This must be what the 80s felt like.
This is a dead end. I mean, this is really bad at quarterback. And Wilson's not even that bad, but he's clearly not a guy you can win a championship with anymore. And he's eroding, It's not going to get better next year. So I guess for the time being, turn to Justin Fields. Or I agree with that guy who called, just blow the whole damn thing up. Bring in Carson Wentz. Have a New York Jets season. We could even all celebrate it. Go be the Bears for a year. Go be the Jets be the Browns for a year.
That's what they need. 2 steps back, 3 steps back to be able to move forward and have a good future.
Trade people. Trade all your good players for whatever you can get and bring in somebody like Jameis Winston or Carson Wentz to be your quarterback and sink.
People are suggesting Joe Milton on the text line. I have no interest in Joe Milton from New England. You need a difference maker at quarterback. Joe Milton's not a difference maker.
Well, not that we know of, yes. I don't know. That's obviously another flyer. So I guess if you're still trying to win, the other alternative is Justin Fields. If that's the best we can all think of is Joe Milton, we might as well bring in John Milton, the famous English poet at this point. By the way, has anybody seen this television series, Mr. and Mrs. Smith? Have you seen that?
No.
Has anybody seen that? It said it was up for Emmys. It's about these 2 people who cast away their identities, and they're hired for this mysterious new, detective job. Highly dangerous, I might add. They almost die in every episode, but it's unbelievably compelling. Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Is it as compelling as NCIS?
I've never seen NCIS.
Or Chicago PD.
Never seen that either. I usually don't get into these things. I went home after work yesterday, took a nap with Bailey, woke up, and had nothing to do and just tried it. And I was binge watching it. I'm 6 episodes in. I can't stop Limits.
Have you ever watched Suits?
No.
Where's Mr. and Mrs. Smith on?
I think Amazon Prime, I think it was.
I think I might have saw a commercial for that during the game.
I can't remember which. Anybody? Text Limits and tell me, am I nuts? All right, coming up, your calls next. Tomlin, 1230. How do you solve the quarterback dilemma? What about this Pickens stuff? This is a disaster, horse. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It was big news that Mike DeFabo confirmed with us that George Pickens showed up 35 minutes late before the game against Kansas City, and the inactives were already announced. Pickens was dealing with an injury, but it's not the first time DeFabo said as well that Pickens has been late to a Steelers function. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Damon John here, the People Shark. I want to share a secret that's changing people's lives. There is a company called National Debt Relief that can help you get out of debt faster than you ever thought possible, like 12 to 48 months from now. With National Debt Relief, you can cut your minimum credit card payments by 50% and pay as little as $250 a month. Imagine, instead of paying multiple high interest payments every month, you can make one low monthly program payment, plus you can get approved in just a few minutes. They've helped hundreds of thousands of people just like you. Trust me when I tell you, National Debt Release got your back and can help you get back on track.
To learn how you can reduce your credit card debt and become debt-free, call 800-467-7711. 800-467-7711. Again, that's 800-467-7711.
Don't wait. Apply today.
Cloudy and breezy this afternoon, the high 34.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Winter weather is here. Time to get around in a brand new Jeep. Deals are happening at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4XE payments starting at $350 for 42 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf. Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The questions facing the Pittsburgh Steelers this offseason are massive. All fingers point to Mike Tomlin staying for a 19th season, but Pittsburgh has to figure out who is playing quarterback next year. They need more receiving weapons for that quarterback. They need the offensive line to gel to help the run game, and a defense that can stop the run more effectively. In short, a laundry list if the Steelers want to win their first playoff game in nearly a decade. I'm Maggie Gray.
Lowe's knows how to help make your Super Bowl 59 party a touchdown. Let us help you prep your home to host with top brands like Charbroil, Blackstone, and LG, so you can be the MVP of game day. Plus, use the Lowe's app to find what you need for a seamless shopping run. Or huddle up with our Lowe's Red Vest associates to help make all your game time hosting decisions.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a Honey Buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better.
Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay on any line. Plus Price Lock, we won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
What are your plans this winter? Snowy walk in the park? Curl up by the fire with a nice book? Get stuck in the hospital with COVID-19? If that last one isn't in your plans, and surely it's not, then consider getting an updated vaccine. Because if you're 65 or older, you're 14 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID-19 than someone under 50. So get your updated vaccine and make the most of this winter. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I've done everything for Mosey. He's done nothing for me.
That's not even the good one. Do you have Bob's? I miss Bob today.
I've done everything for Mosey. He's done nothing for me.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
Where is all this coming from in this segment?
Well, you started singing and didn't know you were on singing, so I thought I'd play you singing because everyone wants to hear you singing.
Yeah.
And I know.
Yeah. 15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. 12:30 is the Mike Tomlin news conference. Patrick Roberts tweets me. I think he's a fan of the show. Hi, Joe. I'm done as a Steelers fan and am thinking of becoming a Bills fan. Any advice? I said prepare for mind-numbing, gut-wrenching, eye-splitting, heartbreaking, soul-crushing pain every single year.
That's a fair way to put it.
But at least they do win a playoff game every once in a while. Actually, they win one every year. It's kind
and they have Josh Allen.
That's a nice
which gives
thing
you
to
optimism. And I have them winning the Super Bowl, Joe. Did you see my predictions?
You do?
I have the Bills beating the Lions in the Super Bowl.
That reminds me. I went back and looked at the Post-Gazette predictions from this year. I'm going to get into that a little bit later. In the meantime, let's get to the lines. All the guys at the Post-Gazette, Dulac, Fittipaldo, Batko, everybody picked where they think the Steelers will wind up this season. and who will be in the Super Bowl. I'm one of the few whose Super Bowl pick is still alive, Limits.
Wow, how about that?
And
The Detroit Lions.
I don't even remember what it was. I think it was Lions-Chiefs.
Yeah, I had Lions and Bengals.
And I picked the Steelers to go 10-7 right on the number.
Yeah, I said 10-7
Not that we have anything to brag about. I'm already picking them 10-7 next year, too, and I'll probably be right. Let's go to the lines.
Here is Thorpe in the car.
Hi, Thorpe.
Joe, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Hey, a couple things. First of all, let's talk about the quarterback real quick. Russell Wilson, obviously, he doesn't use the center of the field. Obviously, the reason is he's 5'9", 5'10". He can't see over the damn lineman. That's the number one reason. I mean, you look at most of these other quarterbacks; they're pretty tall, 6'2", 6'3". So that takes away a good portion of the field. So one other thing I want to mention is I agree with you 100% about Tomlin, about the ills and everything that's going on. But if you remember, you've probably seen a movie called Trading Places with Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd, where the question was, are you a product of your upbringing or a product of your environment? And I say to you, these things run in cycles. I mean, look at the Bengals. They were crummy for a while. If the Steelers, for example, were in the NFC South with New Orleans, Atlanta, Tennessee, and Tampa Bay, there wouldn't even be a discussion. It'd be a 12-win team on their way to the playoffs and most likely winning a playoff game.
I disagree, but go ahead.
Well, that was my whole thing. I think they're a product of where they're at right now. They're in arguably one of the toughest divisions in football, with 2 top 5 quarterbacks in their division, and they just can't hang with these guys. But when you look at the NFC, if they were fortunate to be in another division, I think we'd gloss over a lot of these problems. I mean, that's just me.
I don't know. Didn't they have one? It didn't by the end, and obviously the last 4-game stretch wasn't easy, but didn't they have a very winnable schedule for the most part this year?
Well, to be honest with you, I thought at the beginning of the year that everybody was saying their schedule was difficult, that they would be hard-pressed.
They were saying the end of the schedule would be difficult. More to the point, let's go look at the NFC playoffs. Who would they have beaten in the first round of the playoffs?
Well, let's see who's in there right now. I think they would. I think they could easily beat Tampa.
I don't.
Minnesota didn't show me anything yesterday.
I think they would have gotten killed by Minnesota, beaten by the Rams. And I know Minnesota didn't show well last night, but I think the Steelers were the worst team in the playoffs. I thought they'd have a close game against Baltimore because of the history of their matchup, but I guess I just disagree with your premise that it's a function of playing in that division leads to their demise every year. I mean, you do see that the Browns are in that division at 3-14, right? And they lost to the Browns, which kind of wrecked their season.
Yeah, I agree. But my thing is, I think they would have had a home field game if they were in another division and arguably could have won a playoff game. That's just me. I don't know.
Well, maybe. Which division would they have won? They wouldn't have won the East. They didn't win the North. They wouldn't have won the West. They wouldn't have won the NFC East. They wouldn't have won the NFC North. So I guess the only ones left are the NFC South. Would they have finished ahead of Tampa? I don't know about that. Tampa was a plus 117 on the year with Baker throwing 41 touchdowns. Would they have beaten out the Rams? I don't know. Well, maybe, and maybe the Texans. Maybe they would have had a shot, but I don't think that leads to any sort of playoff success.
Well, you could be right, but they've always had success against Baker Mayfield. The West wasn't that good with the Seattle, who they beat last year. Frisco had a down year. I just think overall they would have had a better chance. That doesn't mitigate any of the problems that they have. I agree with you 100%. I want to get rid of Tomlin. I think after 10 years, you lose your ability to motivate people and have your message heard. But Rooney doesn't have the cojones to do that for a number of reasons, which we don't need to get into. But that's just me. And I have one question about the George Pickens thing. Was the fact that he was late determine whether he was going to play that day? In other words, did was Mike Tomlin waiting to see how he looked on the field before he put the?
I don't know. I don't know. I just learned of this DeFabo report this morning that George was late to the Christmas Day game and played anyway. So I don't have any of the details on that. Honestly, I didn't know about it until this morning. Neither did anybody else. I keep picturing DeFabo, though, himself late to the game, or at least late for him. So he gets to the media entrance, and there's a frantic PR person
waiting, like George.
Waiting for George to show up.
They have a sign out front, like they're the rental car
game
people.
This way. Game this way.
It says George Pickens on it. Can please report here to the rental car. I will take you to the field. George, please, George.
Don't they stay at a local hotel the night before the game? I mean,
it was a home game. He was coming from his apartment or his house.
No, they stay at a hotel the night before home games, too.
They do?
Yeah.
Why?
Teams just do that.
You sure? Because I remember watching a lot of Hard Knocks, and remember watching quarterback and receiver, and they were driving from their homes. I don't know. It might be some people that do.
As far as I know, they stay in a team hotel. I could be wrong about that, Limits, but that's the way it's always been, I think.
For home games.
For home games, yes.
Instead of just driving from their house.
Yes.
Why would they do that?
To be bonded and focused the night before the game.
They're not bonding every day at practice and meetings. And did you ever see that video of Bo Nix in his fellow quarterback room watching Thursday Night Football together? And the girlfriends and wives in the group would video them and ask them all kind of questions.
Do you know college teams do that too for home games?
So you're telling me that Pitt gets a hotel and rents it out for everyone?
A lot of them do. That's all I'm saying.
I did not know that. I learned something new today. I'm curious if that's still the case. I'll have to ask some people. Do you think that's the case at Duquesne? I could ask my Duquesne friends.
I don't know. I don't know. We're going to have to now get into this. But
one might be listening right now.
Who cares? Whether he was coming from home or a hotel, he was late to a home game on Christmas Day.
By 35 minutes.
Yes. And they didn't make him inactive the second that this became an issue.
And they said the inactives were pretty much out. The inactives come out an hour and a half before the game. That's when George Pickens showed up.
Well, even if technically the timing was wrong to put him on the inactive list, although I'd have to, my brain can't seem to figure that out in this minute.
So an hour and a half
You still have to bench him for the game.
He was 5 minutes later than when they announced the inactives. They announced the inactives an hour and a half before.
How late was he already when the inactives came out? How late was he already at that point?
They would have been 5 minutes late.
All right, then
because Tomlin wants them to report 2 hours before the game. The inactives come out an hour and a half before. It was a 1 o'clock game, so the inactives come out at, 11:30? I'm not good with that.
I don't care anymore. He was late to the game, therefore he shouldn't have played. And I don't care what that did to your team. That day you cut off your nose to spite your face. Anyway, Limits. Mike Tomlin at 12:30. And coming up next, more of your calls. And
the text line's right. They agree with you that they stay in a hotel.
Yeah. I covered the NFL for 15 years, Limits. You're 9 years old. What is happening here?
Thank you for educating me.
You're welcome.
And thank you to the texters for backing up Joe's point. Now I look like the idiot. Right, Ann?
That's what I love about you. Your self.
You idiot.
That's directed towards me.
What's the phrase I'm looking for? Your self what?
I'll admit when I'm wrong.
Yes.
Most of the time.
There's a phrase for this, that you have a sense of humor about yourself. What's the phrase?
I can make fun of myself?
No, that's not a phrase.
Well, I know
that's
that.
A whole sentence. It's one word. Self-aware? I don't know.
Now, we need a free association word for that.
You idiot.
Is the food here?
What's behind
hungry.
you? I can't tell from where I'm sitting.
Are people texting you about Mr. and Mrs. Smith? Do they like the show?
A couple of people texted in and said that they liked the show. Somebody says, Joe, you're right. Mr. and Mrs. Smith is great. Somebody else says, yeah, I watched it. I think it's all right. Pretty decent show. So there haven't been any bashing of the show.
I expected more. I think it's absolutely riveting. I mean, I can't wait to go home today. All I want to do is go home, get some lime-flavored Tostitos and a Diet Coke with lemon in it, sit on the couch with Bailey, and go back to episode 9.
Self-deprecating is the word you're looking for.
Self-deprecating.
Thank you to the texters once again.
That's very satisfying to get that word. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. All right, Limits. We're going to get back into the quarterback situation and people's solutions on how we fix it. And then I want to talk about this news conference. What do you want to hear from Tomlin? Is somebody going to ask him about the Pickens thing?
I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog. You might not like it.
Somebody has to, right? Now, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it coming up. First, when Muhammad needed to sell his home in Cranberry, he reached out to Gina. Said that he's glad he did because he didn't realize the importance of working with a top-notch real estate agent until he worked with her. Muhammad said thanks to Gina, they were able to secure their forever home in a difficult buyer's market for over $500,000 in a very constrained time frame, I might add, to make the sale and purchase fit their needs. Muhammad says if you're selling a home or buying one or both, he highly recommends Gina because of her efficiency, knowledge, and flexibility. I would agree with all of that. Plus, or for starters, you can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell your home, ready to buy one, or both, call Gina of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call her at 724-602-9752. That's 724-602-9752. Google G.M. Petro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
According to Mike DeFabo of The Athletic, George Pickens was late to the game on Christmas Day against the Kansas City Chiefs. He saw it with his own eyes, with Pickens showing up 35 minutes late, with Mike Tomlin wanting the team to arrive 2 hours before the game. Penguins will play against the Seattle Kraken at 7 o'clock tonight. That'll be followed up by a back-to-back Friday and Saturday in Buffalo and in Washington. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Half an hour away from the Tomlin press conference. You can hear it right here on The Fan.
Hello, while it isn't expected to be that much, expect around an inch of snow to fall this afternoon with the passage of a mid-level low. Temperatures will remain chilly, not just today, but all the way through Thursday morning. Highs this afternoon should hit the low 20s. Morning lows will dip back to around 10 degrees for Wednesday morning. Wednesday morning wind chills will, again, be near zero. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smile in the KDK Weather Center.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-747-1515. 800-747-1515. 800-747-1515.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your New Year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at Jim Shorkey North Hills Mitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for Shenderovich and Fishman. Did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen because really they don't need one? Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. You know why? Because it's your money, and you pay nothing unless recovery is made. Also remember, you will have the peace of mind knowing that from the minute you contact Shenderovich and Fishman, you will pay zero, no legal retainers, fees, or expenses of any kind until they win your case. And they certainly do win your cases. So if you've been injured, call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The number is 1-888-98-TWINS. And remember, they really do have your back and not your wallet.
Hey, guys, Chris Muller here. We know this about pro athletes. They train all the time to perform better on the field. It takes a lot of time and effort. What, though, would you say if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about BlueChew. And BlueChew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to do this. You got to try it. BlueChew's tablets, they're like a performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you get extra confidence when it is time to perform. You can turn oh no into oh yes. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. So if you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, we're about a half an hour away from the Mike Tomlin press conference as Tomlin will put a close to the 2024 Steelers season that ended on a 5-game losing streak, and the Steelers have lost 6 games in a row in the NFL playoffs. Last night, Vikings lost to the LA Rams. The Rams become the final team to clinch a spot in the NFL divisional round. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The Mike Tomlin News Conference, the last one of the year, unfortunately, coming up here at 12:30. We will have it for you. That's where Pomp is today. If you could inject Mike Tomlin with truth serum, and by the way, that happened on Mr. and Mrs. Smith in episode 2. They get these secret missions, and they have to go fulfill them, and they have no idea what the purpose of the mission is. They're just told to do things, limits.
Wow. And
one of them was to inject this rich guy, this art collector, with truth serum. It was incredible. Anyway, if you could have Mike Tomlin on truth serum and ask him any question, what would it be? Mine would be this: would you accept a trade to another team? Because he might get asked that today, and he's either gonna say no or talk around it.
He's not going to actually answer the question.
That would be my question. How about yours?
Yeah, that would probably be one huge part of it if I can inject him with true serum. The other would be, if you asked that question and I got to go second, Mike, how much personal blame do you put on yourself for the quarterback position over the last 5 years since Ben was gone and for running the defense? Because, I mean, we know it's his defense.
How about
Terrell Austin, sure, maybe might be the figurehead for it, but it's Tomlin's defense.
How about this one? Who's your preferred quarterback, Justin or Russell? I wonder, and that's where I'm most curious today. I want to see him get asked about the Pickens thing. Mike DeFaber reporting Pickens was late to the Christmas Day game, played anyway. I want to hear him get asked about that. I want to hear him get asked about a prospective trade, even though I know he's not going to answer that one, and his preferred quarterback. But last year, you remember he said they were comfortable with Kenny and Mason coming back. Remember, they said they would make an effort to bring Mason back?
Comfortably, yes.
It basically sounded that day like maybe they would bring back the same quarterback room. And I can't wait to hear how he phrases it today. He's probably going to say stuff like, we haven't talked about it yet. And he's going to talk around everything today. That's why the truth serum comes in.
Now, let me ask you this. ESPN is predicting Arthur Smith will be the Jets' next head coach.
Are you kidding me?
What do you think that Mike Tomlin would say about the job that Artie Smith did this year? Is he worthy of being a head coach?
Wait a second. Like, this is imminent, going to happen today type thing?
No, this is not somebody reporting it. This is a writer for ESPN predicting that the Jets will hire Artie Smith.
Artie Smith's trajectory is one of the most incredible things I've seen in the NFL. He was blessed with Derrick Henry. He parlayed that into a head coaching gig in Atlanta where he never had a winning season in 3 seasons and mangled their offense. And then he came here and turned him into Matt Canada Part 2, and now he's going to be a head coach again? As I've said many times, I haven't seen a guy fall up this fast since Matt Rule, who seems to get a new good job all the time and then fail at it. What is happening here? But they're the Jets. I mean, I think it's telling that the 2 teams that want Arthur Smith, or at least want to interview him, are the Jets and the Bears.
And that they didn't even want to interview Ben Johnson. They didn't even want to talk to him.
Just mind-blowing. So this should be very, very interesting, listening to Mike Tomlin coming up here. Do you think the Pickens topic will be broached?
Oh, 1,000% it will be. And he was going to dance around it and say, George has nothing to do with this. We're going to protect George, our greatest asset on offense. We're going to protect him and try to hold up his trade value.
I would ask him, has there ever been any tangible consequence to George's transgressions?
Doesn't seem like it. Maybe the snap management, the 50% of snaps that he played early in the year.
And he couldn't even admit that he benched him.
No.
He's so concerned about Pickens and how he's going to react to things. Like, one of the lasting images of this season for me is the pick 6 on the first series in Cincy, right? And how Tomlin thought it necessary, and maybe it was, to go babysit George immediately, even though, he didn't really have much to do with that play. He got thrown to the ground, and they got a lucky pick 6, really. But he had to go over to George, stay in the game. Remember that part of Hard Knocks? Like, just go over and tend to George after a football play at the beginning of the game.
Is it entirely possible that Mike Tomlin did all of this knowing that they were going to think about trading him based on what they did with previous wide receivers to try to protect their asset as much as possible and get to the finish line this year?
No, that's playing a serious game of chess there. No, I don't think so. I don't, anyway. It's 12:18. Now's the time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at David L. Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet travel reps, book your next vacation spot, discounts, destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com. Mike Tomlin coming up next with the last news conference of the season. Any other question you want to sneak in right now, Limit, since we're not there?
I would ask him, what is the logical purpose for playing Minkah Fitzpatrick 20 yards off the ball, and will you consider changing that to a different type of perspective and a different package for him?
Also on Truth Serum, I would ask him, would you want Aaron Rodgers? Would you want Kirk Cousins? If you could have your pick of potentially available quarterbacks out there, who would it be? Sam Darnold? He has to have an opinion, right?
What does he think of this draft class that everybody's considered to be down? Remember the last quarterback class that was considered down? He drafted Kenny Pickett.
Oh, God. Tomlin News Conference next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The NFL divisional playoffs are set. Houston, in its typical 4:30 time slot, will play against the Kansas City Chiefs on Saturday. That's followed by Washington and Detroit at 8 o'clock. Philadelphia will host the LA Rams on Sunday at 3 o'clock. And Baltimore will play against Buffalo. In Buffalo, the only road team that is favored against the Bills, 6:30 on Sunday. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mike Tomlin next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
See, Hacksaw?
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-353-9057, 800-353-9057, or biglou.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
Lowe's knows how to help make your Super Bowl 59 party a touchdown. Let us help you prep your home to host with top brands like Charbroil, Blackstone, and LG, so you can be the MVP of game day. Plus, use the Lowe's app to find what you need for a seamless shopping run. Or huddle up with our Lowe's Red Vest associates to help make all your game time hosting decisions.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during...
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Coit. Incredible 50% savings on all Coit cleaning services. Hurry, call Coit now and save 50%.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The questions facing the Pittsburgh Steelers this offseason are massive. All fingers point to Mike Tomlin staying for a 19th season, but Pittsburgh has to figure out who is playing quarterback next year. They need more receiving weapons for that quarterback. They need the offensive line to gel to help the run game, and a defense that can stop the run more effectively. In short, a laundry list if the Steelers want to win their first playoff game in nearly a decade. I'm Maggie Gray.
Lowe's knows how to help make your Super Bowl 59 party a touchdown. Let us help you prep your home to host with top brands like Charbroil, Blackstone, and LG, so you can be the MVP of game day. Plus, use the Lowe's app to find what you need for a seamless shopping run. Or huddle up with our Lowe's Red Vest associates to help make all your game time hosting decisions.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal. Your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's time for the Tomlin Rewind. The Tomlin Rewind, a recap of the coach's presser, is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Time for the final Mike Tomlin news conference of the season, earlier than anybody wanted it to be. The Steelers wanted to win their division and win a playoff game this season, and they accomplished neither and just collapsed. I mean, it was an epic and historic collapse, and now it's 8 years without a playoff win. What kinds of questions will be lobbed at Mike? For sure, the quarterback situation, maybe the prospect of a trade. I'd like to hear somebody ask him to confirm that he has a no-trade clause. Would he be open to a trade to another team? I think that would be a great question. His quarterback situation, of course, the future of Russell Wilson, a future with Justin Fields, why these things happened, down the stretch. Why was he living in his fears in Baltimore? He's often said if you can't get a yard, you can't win. He's gone for it deep in his own territory. But in that game, in that situation, he punts on 4th and inches. And another time on 4th and short. There's so much to talk about with the Steelers coach. If he's gotten assurances that he will indeed be back, as Jerry Dulac reported, at least that's the plan, Dulac reported. If he's open to big changes on his staff. All kinds of things to ask the coach today, Limits. And Bob Pompiani is the guy who's going to introduce Tomlin here any moment. As I said, though, I think the trade stuff is very interesting. Mike, do you have a no-trade clause? Would you be open at all to that? Things like that, of that nature regarding that, just to get him on the record about such things, you know?
It's because he's well compensated. Yeah, I mean, you would think that just because of how compensated he is, he'd have to answer that type of question.
How would he feel, do you think, about major changes on his staff already?
Not well.
I think the best thing for the Steelers is that Artie gets the New York Jets job or something, because this just didn't work.
No, and then Terrell Austin just becomes the fall guy on defense, and they get a new coordinator. But my biggest concern is, would the new coordinator have control?
How about a new offensive line coach?
How about a new wide receivers coach? Even
How
I don't
about
know
a
if
new
it was his
secondary
fault.
coach?
Yeah, could use that.
How about new coaches at every single position?
Bob's wearing a nice sweater today.
Is he? I'm glad to hear that. I am truly glad to hear that. This is
All right, Joe.
broken record. Here we go.
Good afternoon. Certainly disappointing to be conducting this business today, but I don't view it as misfortune, to be quite honest with you. Particularly at this level in this business and game, there's football justice. You get what you deserve, and so we're here, and we're here for really tangible reasons, man. We didn't involve in the right ways. We didn't strike the right chords at the right time, particularly down the stretch, and so we've been eliminated from the single elimination tournament. And so for us, it's about assessing the reasons why, doing assessment of every component of what it is we do here, and the manner in which we do it. But we're at the very infancy of that. It comes to a screeching halt in this business. And those of us that have been in it for a long time kind of understand that. But we also understand that moving forward happens pretty quickly. And so, since Saturday night, that's what's been going on behind the scenes here. The very beginning stages of assessing what transpired and why. Certainly there's disappointment in that, but there's also lessons and information within that. And so we're going through some procedural things that allow that information to come, to rise to the surface and to be hopefully utilized for the foundations of 2025. We had a team meeting yesterday at 2 o'clock, and, we outlined some of those things, some of those initiatives. We talked about exiting the season appropriately, professionally, whether it's health related or whether it's meeting related, whether it's positional coaches, unit coaches, myself. Those things are just beginning here today for individual players. For me as a collective, or us as a collective, there's obviously a lot that happens this time of year. There'll be some questions that you have that I won't necessarily have the answer for. And that's just a component of this time of year. Certainly there's change that comes with this time of year. Certainly there's change that comes when we don't have the desired outcome, and so those are just the realities of the business. I'd imagine there's going to be some things that change around here on a lot of levels, but that's this game, as I mentioned. And so I understand that. I'm open to that. Really just beginning the processes of some of the decision-making that has to transpire. I met with Art Rooney yesterday. I met with Omar yesterday, and those are just the very beginning of multiple conversations in terms of how we wrap a bow around some of the lessons learned, analyze some of the decisions made, personnel, strategy, et cetera. And those type of discussions are going on a lot of levels. How can we keep our team healthier was a discussion that happened yesterday, for example. We experienced a rash of soft tissue injuries this year that was impactful. And that's just an example of many of the things and subjects that we have covered and will continue to cover as we assess what transpired and quickly transition ourselves and build for the future at the same time. There's a lot of unanswered questions regarding the direction that this could go, free agency and so forth. Don't have a lot of answers there, but certainly happy to field and address questions along those lines to the best of my ability. Again, just assessing what transpired specifically in the stadium. You know, I believe what I said to you after the game, that they were the better team on Saturday night. I thought that was displayed, and that is not comfortable to say, but it is truth. And for us and for me, moving forward, is having sober conversations such as that, and then beginning the process of unearthing why. When I originally opened, I talked about the level of disappointment that we're going through this today, and certainly that is the case. But a component of that disappointment is I thought that this collective was better positioned, maybe more so than in recent years, to not be in this similar place. But we are. And so there's obviously a lot of work to do. To be quite honest with you, I'm energized in terms of beginning the process and doing it because I'm a competitor. I love this game and this business, even when it's miserable. To be quite honest with you, I've seen so much in it and been through so much in it. I very rarely do I respond to present circumstance, whether it's positive or negative, because of the depths of the relationship that I have with the game. I expressed that to the team yesterday because it's not only my job to, you know, obviously lead the group and strategize and so forth, but also to provide perspective. We got a lot of young guys who played major roles, man, who evolved in a lot of ways. I'm excited about them continuing their individual journeys and enhancing those and getting better and better positioning themselves to be significant as we move forward. There's a lot of, you know, successes within the story. Certainly, I don't feel like it's the time to highlight those or to search for those, but I certainly acknowledge that it exists. You know, it's important that we recognize that although we have some ills and certainly a lot of things to address, we do have some really solid foundational things to build upon and to enhance. And so a component of moving forward not only is acknowledging that, which stinks quite honestly, but also acknowledging the things that are moving in the right direction or the things that are really assets to us, and figuring out ways that we can continue that or enhance that. And so there's complexities to the next few days and weeks for us and for me, but, you know, it's what comes with this thing at the highest level. Certainly there's going to be pain in terms of watching the rest of the tournament from the outside. But again, as I mentioned at the outset, there's not a lot of misfortune in this business. Ultimately, you get what you got coming to you. And so certainly, as uncomfortable it is, there better be growth in it for us individually and collectively in the effort to make sure 2025 doesn't end in a similar way. Don't have a lot of updates in terms of the general medical component. A lot of those exit physicals and examinations and decision-making regarding those things are still ongoing, but certainly if you got a question about an individual, I'll do the best of my ability to answer it. I'll pause and open it up for questions.
Mike, you said you imagine there'll be changes on a lot of levels. Does that start with your coaching staff?
You know, I think changing in coaching staffs are a component of our business. I certainly don't think all of our coaches are under contract, and so you know, change is a component of it, and I acknowledge it. But we're at the very early stages of making those type of decisions and discussions.
Mike, does the franchise feel stuck right now?
You know, I don't know that I've looked at it from that perspective. I'm certainly disappointed that I'm not working to prepare to play this week, and I've certainly felt that in recent years. But stuck is kind of a helpless feeling, and I don't know that I feel helpless.
Well, what gives you optimism? Where does that optimism that you guys can emerge from this sort of place you've been in?
I don't know that I'm ready to be overly optimistic or sell optimism to you either. I'm just acknowledging what transpired and what has to happen and what is beginning to happen, and acknowledging the complexity and the amount of work that's ahead of us. Certainly feel capable, but definitely doesn't feel in the mood for optimism or the selling of optimism. I don't know that that's appropriate. It's disappointing not to be working, and so that's where we are.
Mike, do you have a plan for quarterback?
Obviously, we don't have a quarterback under contract, and so we got some major discussions there. It was a really good experience with the 3 quarterbacks that were on our roster this year, individually and collectively. We certainly are open to considering those guys, but there's a lot of work ahead of us. And the major work, obviously, starts first and foremost with just understanding what our options are, what the field looks like in terms of free agency, what the draft pool looks like, and then beginning the process in terms of decision-making based on, known variables. And so, Omar and I have got a half a day carved out here this week just to begin that component of the discussion.
For whatever reason, time in the last 4 years, I think, I'm sorry, it's going to be the third time in the last 4 years you go in with some uncertainty or maybe instability at quarterback. I mean, is that itself disconcerting moving forward?
It's also been, I guess, 3 times out of the last 4 years we've taken a quick exit from the tournament. And so we're having all of those discussions and acknowledge that those similarities exist. And obviously that's going to be a component of us in terms of our decision-making this time around relative to the subject.
Mike, what have you seen from Russ and or Justin that makes you think they can take it to the next step or where you need to get to?
Just their professionalism, approach to business, their relationship with the game was an encouragement in that regard, certainly.
Mike, you said that you thought this collective was better positioned than you were a year ago, but as this season ends, how do you feel like you guys are positioned to close the gap from where you are to where you want to be?
I think I'm just at the very early stages of unearthing that, to be quite honest with you. I acknowledge that, we got some things to unearth, but these exit interviews and things of that nature are the very beginnings of that, and that's something that's going to be asked and discovered over the upcoming days and weeks and months even, as we prepare for the draft and free agency, because obviously talent acquisition is a major component of it, and then obviously the strategic component of it in terms of the schematics. And so, those are questions that will be addressed and subjects that will be addressed over the course of the next days, weeks, months.
For whatever reason, Russ should move on, be it your choice or his. Did Justin show you enough that you think he could be a starter for you guys and enter next year in the pole position as Russ did this year?
Certainly.
And what more steps would he need to take than to perhaps be a 17-game starter?
I think he took them. I thought that the way that he managed his professional circumstance was really impressive. I thought he brought an urgency to his day-to-day work regardless of his role. I thought he got continually better within our system of ball throughout the process. I thought the way he conducted himself makes that a legitimate thought or idea at this juncture.
Mike, you mentioned potential coaching changes are a component of this. Last 8 times, you guys haven't been able to make it a win in the playoffs. I think a lot of fans have been questioning coaching at the top, starting with you, if you are still the right guy for this job. What's your message to them?
I have no response to that. I understand the nature of what it is that we do, the attention and criticism that comes with it. As a matter of fact, I embrace it, to be quite honest with you. I enjoy the urgency that comes with what I do and what we do. I don't make excuses for failure. I own it. But I also feel like I'm capable. And so as long as I'm afforded an opportunity to do that, I will continue. But I certainly understand their frustrations, and probably more importantly than that, I share it because that's how I'm wired. And so I'm not a big-time comfort seeker, and particularly in circumstances such as this, I don't view myself as a comfort provider because there's words are hollow, to be quite honest with you. It's about what we do and less about what we say. And so I've learned to say very little when things are going good, and I've learned to say less when they aren't.
Mike, whenever you've had several seasons that have ended in similar ways, does that make you rethink the way that you either go about your job or the way that you go about just handling stuff?
Certainly. I have a cliche that the guys oftentimes throw back at me in jest, but it's true. 2 is a pattern. And I say that because there's an expiration date on adjusting and adapting, and so I use that phrase to reflect urgency, to reflect how quickly it is we need to adapt and adjust and move. And so, although, as you mentioned, we've had similar results, rest assured that, we're not doing the same things hoping for a different result. We have adapted. We have altered our approach, and we will continue because we're not getting what we seek, and that's the confetti game, is to be world champs. And so our goals are really clear. It's also really clear that we're falling short of it, and falling short of it in a consistent way. And so we're still going to continue to be open to adapting our behavior, our program, the structure of what it is that we do, to turn over every stone in an effort to get what we desire. That's just the appropriate and mature way to approach it.
That's been a calling card of your teams over the last few years, has been the ability to absorb some negativity and then respond and rally. Why do you think that wasn't able to happen this year? Why did 3 losses turn into 4 and 5 at the end of the year?
I'm unearthing that, and I guess that's the spirit in which I open this, because I know you got questions, but the answer to some of those questions would be speculative from my perspective at this point. I'd be making something up, and I'm not going to do that. But make no mistake, man, that's what the upcoming days and weeks and even months are about for us as we begin the process of laying a foundation for 2025.
In that same vein, it has been, in the same previous question, it's been 8 years since this team has won a playoff game. What about your approach do you feel needs to change?
No, that's what I was talking directly regarding when I answered that question. Certainly I'm open to adaptation and change, and have been. And so it's not a new discussion. It's not like I've been doing the same things over that stretch that you mentioned.
Mike, you said you met with Art. What was his message to you?
I think we share the same sentiment, to be quite honest with you. We're really disappointed that we're not working this week, and we have a real commitment to making sure that we're not in that same space 12 months from now. But that's cool in spirit, but what's transpiring in a tangible way in terms of how we construct these upcoming days and weeks and months is going to be critical to making sure that there's teeth to that. And that's what I was talking about when I was saying words don't weigh a lot. It's about what we do, and particularly what we do over the upcoming days and weeks.
When you say that words don't mean a lot, it's what you do. What about the way the season has ended this year and recently tells you that your message is still resonating in this locker room?
I don't worry about messaging resonating. I speak with great clarity and transparency. I've learned that over a long time at this level. I know what works and what doesn't. And so, that component of it is probably less of a concern of, more strategic things and other discussions that dictate outcome. Messaging is such a small component of what it is that we do. It just really is. There's complexities to it.
You guys have employed the NFL's highest paid defense the last 3 years. In light of the way that defense has performed in the postseason, you have to reevaluate the way you guys structure the contract, the roster in a cap league.
Certainly, everything is up to discussions, but things don't happen in a vacuum. And so there's certainly components of what we do that you can isolate and analyze, but every component that you isolate and analyze is affected by others, and that's just the makeup of what we do. And so it's I'd be remiss if I didn't say that it's not as black and white as you present it.
Mike, it seemed like the offensive line early in the season when you were going through some injury issues there was still performing above the line, and that didn't seem to be quite the case at the end of the season when you had more continuity. Was there something going on with that unit there? Were you happy with that unit?
Certainly, it didn't end the way we would like as a collective and as a smaller collective that you mentioned. We absorbed a lot of attrition during the course of the journey. We ended up playing a lot of young people. They responded in a real positive way, but maybe they fatigued mentally and physically. Those are things that we're unearthing as we begin this information gathering process. I hadn't had a lot of individual meetings to this point. I'm a half a day into my exit interviews, and so those are some hardcore questions that I have and things to unearth, and we'll see where it leads us in terms of ascertaining the reasons why.
Accountability was a big talking point towards the end of the season. I'm curious to know, do you feel, you mentioned your conversation with Art, do you feel that he's holding you and your coaching staff accountable enough?
I'll leave that up to him. I don't know that that's appropriate for me to assess from his perspective. I know he'll get an opportunity to visit with you all at some point, and so I'll leave that up to him.
I'm sorry. You guys' defense has been the ability to stop the run. You guys weren't able to do it a few times late in the season, especially in the playoffs. What has to change from you guys' approach to be that kind of consistent team, especially late in the season?
Again, as I mentioned, those are questions that are going to be answered over the course of a longer period of time as we study not only our personnel but our schematics and the combinations of both. And also look at trends in the game. The quarterback mobility component, the design quarterback run component is a component of the discussion as well, and making sure that we're in the right lanes in that regard schematically. And so there's a lot of complex discussions to be had and things to analyze in that regard, but I'm excited about embarking on it.
Is it an off-season priority of the franchise to get George Pickens a contract extension?
We haven't had any conversations about pecking orders or priorities regarding any individuals contractually. We're not there yet. And I don't know that that's going to transpire this week. We're just still assessing what transpired in 2024. Those are more 2025 things.
Mike, how would you assess George's season then? Particularly not the production, but maybe some of the other stuff. I mean, you got a lot of letters from the league. Got a lot of.
There's certainly, obviously, more room for growth there. I think he covered some ground in 2024, but there's certainly a heck of a lot more ground to be covered, and we'll see where it leads us.
Are you concerned 3 years in? I mean, he's a veteran now, and you're still sort of seeing the same problems pop up.
I'm always concerned about the growth and development of individuals, whether it's, skill relative to the positions that they hold, professionalism, maturity, or combinations of all of the above.
I know you don't talk about how you manage different players to us specifically, but with a now veteran 3 years in, do you consider changing your philosophy when it comes to coaching guys like that?
I think I'm always in consideration of changing my approach to get a desired result, particularly when it gets repetitive.
I know you talked about moving. He needs to be open to moving around more in your defense. Late in the year, it seemed like.
I'm sorry, I missed the front part of it.
T.J. Watt said
yes.
he needs to be more open to moving around and where he lines up in your defense. I think during the season there were a couple games where he did move around, but through that 5-game stretch he stayed on the left side. What in your approach do you have to change to open up what has been your best defensive playmaker on this team?
I don't know that a lot of dramatic changes need to be made regarding T.J. Watt, to be quite honest with you. I think his resume and production speaks for itself. He's been ridiculously consistent over his stay here. And even, in the midst of the 2024 season that didn't unfold the way that any of us would like. And I got a lot of things that have my attention before I start getting into T.J. Watt-like production in terms of my to-do list.
You said you neither seek comfort nor offer it. How much do you weigh and maybe balance looking for answers from talking to players, talking to coaches, talking to staff, versus just trusting your gut and saying, this is what I felt like went wrong, and are you seeking answers, maybe kind of...
It's all interrelated. It's all interrelated. Somewhere in there lies the truth, Everyone has a perspective. It's my job to absorb that information and discern reality. And so that's just a part of this process.
How
would you describe Russell and Arthur Smith's working relationship this year?
I thought it was pretty good and fluid. I know they do an awesome job of spending time together and communicating formally and informally. We're not paid by the hour in this business, and I think their willingness to work together is kind of a reflection of that sentiment.
Mike, beyond schematics or personnel, what was your opinion of your defense against the Ravens, the engagement level, the bringing what needed to be brought to the fight?
The Ravens present a unique challenge in terms of their run game. You got to play 11-on-11 football, and at times we could have performed better schematically, and at times we could have performed better as individuals. Particularly the last two games that we played them, we didn't do a good enough job of controlling that component of the game, and that leads to possession down play and situational play, and we didn't have them in enough one-dimensional circumstances to create the type of negativity that's been a calling card of us winning those games with consistency.
Mike, understanding that you're still unearthing things, as far as the offense goes, to compete in the NFL to get to where you want to go, does the offense need to be constructed in a way that it can score more points and be involved in shootouts, and is this offense capable of that?
It certainly needs to score more points, and whatever way that happens is whatever way that happens. It doesn't necessarily mean construction, but we certainly got to score more points. You're not going to score 14 points a week in January and be very successful.
When you look around at the quarterbacks who are still alive, and then you have those discussions with Omar about that position, how important is quarterback mobility to you going forward?
Very, but that's not a new discussion. I've expressed that in this setting, in settings like these, for years. The X factor that quarterback mobility is in our game and how it's trending and been trending, that is not a new discussion.
Mike, you guys have had a lot of turnover on offense over the past several years. What do you guys have to do as a coaching staff to cultivate a nucleus that can bring forward a more consistent unit going forward?
I'm not overly concerned about turnover. Turnover is a component of this thing. If you look at the course of a 12-month calendar, there's enough opportunity to develop the cohesion that you mentioned. I'm not going to allow that to be a place of comfort or an excuse. Everyone goes through turnover in this game at this level in any phase of the game. And so for us, it's about getting better and not making, continuity or some of those discussions a component of it, just simply how do we get better.
Understanding that not everything happens in a vacuum, of course, everybody, but Russell's kind of, there's market delineation, his first 6 or 7 starts and his last few starts. He's 36 years old. Is that a factor in it? And when you look at quarterback, is it something that you prefer not to have somebody in their late 30s? Or
I'm certain that will be a component of the discussion, but those discussions haven't been had to this point.
Like I'm sure you heard by now, on the broadcast over the weekend, one of the broadcasters mentioned it seemed like there was a lack of fight in this team. Lack of fight from the outside, potentially lack of discipline, lack of winning the last few years, and that's not really consistent with the culture that we've all grown to see over the last decades with the Steelers. Why the shift that we're seeing from the outside?
I just think everyone's entitled to their opinions. It sounds like what you outlined is an opinion. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time addressing or disputing opinions. I respect opinions, but opinions aren't often reality for me. And so, I tend to focus my energies on things that I have control over, how we're constructed, the manner in which we work, our preparedness, the outcomes that you mentioned, and I worry less about opinions.
In your opinion, has the culture changed since you started here?
The fact that we're communicating today in the manner in which we're communicating is bothersome to me, and so, I'm open to addressing any component of it.
You talk a lot about the second-year jump as being the biggest jump. Did you see that from whether it be Joey, Keanu, Darnell, or that group collectively?
I hadn't thought a lot about it, to be honest with you. I think, certainly I felt it at different times from all the individuals that you mentioned, but I hadn't analyzed it more broadly to this point. But that is a reasonable expectation, certainly.
When you look at the teams that are still playing, a lot of these quarterbacks are taken way at the top of the draft. You guys very rarely pick there. How do you see a way forward? I mean, Russ is 36. Obviously, it's not a long-term plan to getting back to elite play at the quarterback position and is potentially having a season where you have to take a step back, part of that equation?
Lamar wasn't taken at the top of the draft. Hurts wasn't taken in the first round. So I don't know that I necessarily agree with the question.
Mike, last year when you were talking to us, you said, I understand I have more football behind me than in front of me. Talked about urgency. Do you feel that your players share that same urgency? PQ mentioned after the game that he thought guys got comfortable.
Again, you mentioned an opinion, based on circumstance, and oftentimes our emotions control our opinions, and I just don't feel the need to respond to some of those things.
Do you feel your players got comfortable?
I do not.
How do you evaluate Arthur's first season with you guys?
I thought we had, a good experience in a lot of areas. Certainly the fact that we're talking here today is reflective of it's not always been good. But that could be any component of this thing, man. Like, we're so interdependent in this business, and that's why it's the ultimate team game. I get asked often how Russ performed or how Arthur performed or how the defense performed, and those lines get blurred because of the interdependency in this game, and that's just a component of it. And so certainly there's impact from outside forces on evaluations, but that's why what we're doing right now is so significant, because we got to comb through it and get to the guts of the matters. And so that's why the exit interviews and the analysis of what transpired is so important, because I need to have a better understanding of evaluation components such as that. Because from my perspective, and particularly as you stand here at the end of it, we win together, we lose together, and there's complexities in all of those discussions.
You acknowledged bickering in the defense at one of the late games there. Looking back, did that become more of a problem, or no?
I've never been around a prideful unit that doesn't bicker when things aren't going well. Bickering is not always a negative thing. Bickering is a cleansing. Bickering is a gaining of understanding, But sometimes, particularly in today's sport culture, it's presented as somewhat of a negative thing. It's not. These guys play hard, they live hard, they love hard, they talk hard, they communicate hard. That's the world we live in. And so what is viewed as from the outside as potentially a negative isn't always a negative from those that are involved. It's very necessary in an effort to gain clarity or a cleansing or an understanding sometimes.
Mike, at least one team has reached out to inquire about your availability, understanding that you have no trade clause in your contract. What's your message to any team that may reach out to the Steelers to gauge interest or availability in your services?
I have no message. Save your time.
Mike, you mentioned
on, the running game and even.
I'm sorry, I missed the very beginning.
I'm sorry. Your thoughts on the running game and even Najee Harris and how his 24th win, and the fact that he too is going to become a free agent.
We like to ride the wave that our running game provides and produce chunks in the play passing game off of it and some of those things, and control games and minimize the potential of negativity in terms of turning the ball over. At different times we had really good traction and success in that area. It didn't feel that way at the end, but we need to go back and comb through with it in totality and understand why. Naj has had an awesome 4 years here. I understand that he is a free agent. Again, it's at the very beginnings of that process in terms of us assessing what we're capable of doing or what we desire to do. And I'd imagine it's the same thing from a player's perspective. But rest assured, we've had a good experience with him, and obviously the ridiculous consistency in his performance in terms of producing four straight 1,000-yard seasons speaks for itself.
A few more here. A lot in the offensive run game to improve it over the past few years. What hasn't clicked to make it a more consistent unit, especially in the big games like this past week?
There's a lot of things, like the attrition that I mentioned in the offensive line at the early stages, and the elevation of a lot of young guys, and what that might mean over the course of the journey is one example of it. But there's a lot of things to analyze, and we certainly will do so.
Mike, you mentioned before the game and after the game, the playoff baggage is something you tote alone. Is it getting heavier, and how do you bear the weight?
I got big shoulders.
Mike, is there any any accuracy to the report that Pickens was late on Christmas Day to the game against the Chiefs?
Man, that's a few days back. I really don't know I have the answer to that, to be quite honest with you. I got a lot going on in pregame. I can't answer that definitively.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
What? Oh, my.
Benzie from the top rope near
I'm
the
glad
end of the
somebody
match. This is incredible. I was going to start out by saying we have a major story today. Mike DeFabo reporting that George Pickens was late to the game on Christmas Day and nobody has asked about it. And then Benzie comes flying out of the ceiling. This is incredible.
He
Limits.
dropped in like a wrestler on the top rope at WWE, like a Mark Cabali table, or at a Buffalo game, jumping through tables.
Bills Mafia. He doesn't remember if his most talented player maybe on the team was late for a game?
He's like, I don't know. I got a lot going on pregame.
So I think we can assume, if we didn't already, that DeFabo's report is accurate. What a damning quote that was. Oh, my God. What an answer that was. That's a few days back. I've got a lot going on pregame. Hey, Mike, your quarterback isn't here today. You know what? I'm busy. I'll get back to you later. There's a lot going on here in pregame. What? What a story by DeFabo, and it would appear to be true by that answer. That George Pickens, as DeFabo reported, was late to the Christmas Day game. They were supposed to get there 2 hours before the game. He was, what was he, half hour late at least?
Yeah, about 35 minutes.
And just sort of, got ready in a hurry, I guess. And DeFabo, who was on with me earlier, said he asked other guys about that, and they're just like, that's George. Can you believe that answer, Limits?
No. And he seemed very caught off guard by it.
He did.
Like, he did not know that report was out there. Or I wonder how much Tomlin preps for these press conferences, Just kind of he knows what questions are going to be asked. It seemed like that one completely stunned him. One, that maybe anybody knew that.
Yeah.
Or two, that he was asked it as the cherry on top to close the press conference.
Well, guess who asked him what happened to Antonio Brown the day of the Bengals game all those years ago? Yes, that's right. It was the savvy old news hound after the game. And I got an answer like, just very vanilla. Like, yeah, he wasn't available today. Like, no. Meanwhile, the story came out then, within hours, if not days, that Antonio had thrown a ball at Ben and quit and was not, anywhere to be found, and then showed up on game day in a fur coat, ready to play in the morning. And the point there is they told him to go home.
Yeah.
With this guy, they invited him into the game.
They bring him right back in.
Yeah. Go ahead, George, play. I didn't even know you were late. I'm busy on game day.
Man, that was a few days back. I've got a lot going on pregame.
This is incredible. So they saved the biggest questions for last. Brooke Pryor with the no trade clause. And what would you tell other teams? And Tomlin says, save your time. I'll tell you what I took most from that. And then we got to hit a brief intermission and then finish up. Is that, well, the Pickens answer. But Mike Tomlin speaks as if he is Art Rooney's co-CEO. Like, who oversees Tomlin? He was asked about Art and his discussion, how you guys, what happened there. We share the same sentiment. We're really disappointed we're not working this week. They sound like partners, like co-CEOs, instead of boss and employee. And if you're the boss, you can't have had a pleasant conversation with your coach this week. You just can't. Because the other question I was hoping would get asked very directly was, Mike, do you think your team quit on you in Baltimore like, Kirk Herbstreit basically told the entire country? This is 8 years in a row where they haven't been competitive one time in a playoff game when they've gotten there. And they've missed the playoffs about 37% of the time, 3 of 8. This can no longer be acceptable. But it sounds like, from Mike's characterization, that him and Art were, yeah, man, this is disappointing, huh? How the team's doing, right? Me and you, co-CEOs. Gosh, things aren't going well. What are we going to do about it? That's the part that stands out to me, how fast that report got to Jerry Dulac. No change. Like, how dare anybody even think there would be a change? Of course there's no change at coach. We got co-CEOs here, Art and Mike. That's the part that stood out to me, too. Let's talk about it next. 50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. It's 1:10. That was a long one. Now's the time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. And, of course, we still have playoff football. Even if the local team is done, from big upsets to game-winning drives, NFL playoffs are better with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, because right now new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. The FanDuel app gives you everything you need for live bets, same-game parlays, so much more. Plus, when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. I think I like the Rams to cover coming up in this game. And get started with $200 in bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. Make this playoff season unforgettable with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A lot to digest from the Mike Tomlin news conference, but Tomlin on the report that George Pickens showed up late to the Christmas Day game against Kansas City said, man, that was a few days back. I've got a lot going on pregame and didn't really have much of an answer. Tomlin, when asked on his no-trade clause and potentially teams asking to trade for him, said, I have no message, save your time. And when asked about national comments, in part being what Kurt Herbstreit said about where's the fight on the Amazon Prime broadcast during the playoff game, Tomlin said everyone's entitled to their opinions, but opinions aren't often reality for me. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Our reactions next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Tailgate Party is presented by Mike's Beer Bar and Saloni's Italian Bakery. The PM Team Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football with John from New Flow Men's Health. Erectile dysfunction is brutal, and John, it can really take a toll.
Correct. Your performance in the bedroom is dreadful. You have zero confidence. Your relationship is suffering. You know it, and she knows it too.
And we all know pills and injections won't work.
Pills and injections are horrible for you, and a short-term fix at best. Even crazier if you're getting them off the internet. You should hear the horror stories.
Guys, eliminate your ED issues long-term. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Hey, Adam.
Yes, Doran.
You know what I love about Guardian Protection?
What do you love?
They make home security so smart, it's like having your own personal security team.
You're not kidding. And their video surveillance has 24/7 HD recording, motion alerts, even two-way audio, so you can check in anytime.
Plus, smarter analytics mean your cameras can tell the difference between people, animals, and vehicles.
And that's why they're the best. Visit guardianprotection.com/FAN or call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's guardianprotection.com/FAN. Call now for special offers.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who planned to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Nothing beats playoff football with teams fighting to punch their ticket to the big game in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action from kickoff to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Bowl over your appetite at GetGo Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $165 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $179 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys. Injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hockey fans, here's a cool offer. BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving existing customers another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with an NHL Odds Boost token. Take your shot at extra winnings when you bet on NHL action with your favorite sports betting app, BetMGM. All you have to do is log into your existing BetMGM account today to receive your NHL Odds Boost token. Then simply add a hockey wager to your bet slip and activate your token. If your wager lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings on unrestricted bonus dollars. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as withdrawable bonus dollars. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice, the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations, Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Winter weather is here. Time to get around in a brand new Jeep. Deals are happening at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport starting at $235 for 39 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Start your 2025 with a more energy efficient, more comfortable home with new windows from Universal Windows Direct. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. There is no limit. Plus 36 months of no-interest financing. And if you've already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct, and they'll beat it. Call them today, 412-545-6003, to schedule your free in-home estimate, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, a lot to unpack with the Mike Tomlin press conference. One of the main ones being, though, that Tomlin was seemingly stunned when asked about George Pickens and a report that came out from Mike DeFabo, who joined us earlier, that he was late for the Christmas Day game against Kansas City. And Tomlin said it was a few days back and that he's got a lot going on pregame. Tomlin also said at the very beginning of his press conference, you get what you deserve, and said that the Steelers have adapted, and said that Russell Wilson and Arthur Smith have had a good working relationship with each other. ESPN earlier today in an article predicted that Arthur Smith would become the next head coach of the New York Jets. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Papa Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Holy bird follicles. I'm still trying to get over the Benzie coming off the top rope there. I'm trying to figure this out. How could Tomlin have been surprised? The only thing, here's what I think. Normally, if a story breaks like that, Tomlin will be prepared by whoever prepares him for his news conference. Hey, Mike, you're going to get asked about, Ben saying he played with broken toes. Remember that one with Cowher?
Oh, yeah.
You're going to get asked about that. The DeFabo story of George Pickens being late to the Christmas Day game was basically buried in a story about what changes the Steelers need to make for next season. That story did not have its own headline. So is there a chance that nobody over there saw it because it didn't have a headline? Somebody monitoring social media should have seen it, though.
You'd think. And you would imagine that, somebody might have just heard us even talking about it.
Right.
Or DeFabo on social media,
yes.
Or the social content.
Oh, my God.
I can't believe that he seems so surprised and so stunned by that.
That is such a bad look. It really is. You're the head coach. It's a gigantic game on Christmas Day. One of your players was late. You obviously knew about it. If you didn't know about it, there's more problems with communication on and off the field than we even knew about with the Steelers. You had to know about it. In fact, you had to be weighing whether or not to bench George Pickens that day, I would hope. Why not just say that? And if it wasn't true, he would have just said absolutely not. That's a false story. Instead, and this was at the end of the news conference, I think we were down, was it the last or second last question?
You could hear, last question from somebody as a part of the Steelers.
I think that was Bert. We were down to, last call at the bar. It reminds me of Slomba's in Buffalo.
It's 2 a.m. Do we have to go? Yes, get out of here.
It was 4 a.m. in 1986 in Buffalo at Slomba's when the lights would come on and you'd get the one more, they would say at Slomba's. And that's what we got here was one more. And little Benzie comes flying off the ceiling and delivers. I'm not a wrestling guy. What would he deliver there on Tomlin? What kind of move? You're a wrestling guy?
No.
We need Donnie. We need Donnie.
Or Malzi. Or Cavalli.
Yeah, some sort of wrestling move there. But this is the question and the answer that was basically the end of the news conference.
Mike, is there any accuracy to the report that Pickens was late on Christmas Day to the game against the Chiefs?
Man, that's a few days back. I really don't know I have the answer to that, to be quite honest with you. I got a lot going on in pregame. I can't answer that definitively.
I have to imagine that right after that, there was an interesting conversation with Tomlin and his people. That's what I'm imagining.
Probably.
I have never heard him, I don't think, not off the top of my head, react to a question like that.
You could kind of hear the gears turning a little bit, the steam puffing out of his ears, just angry at someone for not prepping him for this. This is your job to take care of this, and you failed.
Oh,
just like the season that ended on a 5-game losing streak.
Let's hear it again because it was jarring. Like when Benzie asked it, if you would have frozen time there, and I could have guessed at what Tomlin would have said, he had many options. I thought he was going to say, no, there's no truth to that report. Or he was going to say, I haven't heard of anything like that, which is normally the route that he's gone in the past. To my best thinking here is George being late. No, I hadn't heard anything about that. He knows it's true, I'm assuming. So Benzie, you got to give Benzie, Al Michaels called Tomlin a grand chess master during the game the other day. Benzie had him at checkmate, didn't he?
Pretty much.
Benzie had him at checkmate.
He had the 3-move checkmate. He had him right where you want him, everybody.
Wow. Let's hear it again. You'll hear, I think it's Bert in the background saying, last question, and in flies Benzie. Do you think he actually flew down from the ceiling over on the south side?
With what the Texans are either calling a Randy Savage Macho Man elbow smash or a flying elbow drop.
Mike, is there any accuracy to the report that Pickens was late on Christmas Day to the game against the Chiefs?
Man, that's a few days back. I really don't know I have the answer to that, to be quite honest with you. I got a lot going on in pregame. I can't answer that definitively.
Wow. Just wow on that one. So we assume that story is certainly true. And unfortunately, it just comes back to, and listen, I do get this, and I'm sure anybody who's ever coached at any level of sports, from like 7-year-olds through the pros, you get that sometimes there's a questionable character on your team for whatever reason. Somebody wants the limelight. It's basketball. Somebody wants to take every shot. The parents are a problem. Blah, blah, blah. But they help you win. But they help you win. So there's sometimes a very fine line there as to how you treat that person, when you choose to exercise discipline in that situation. I do get it. I really do. He's in a tough position with Pickens. But he made this problem for himself by taking George Pickens in the draft, and it was absolutely a Tomlin pick, when there were severe questions about this guy that you can go back and look up from before the draft. Different stories with scouts and NFL coaches position coaches being quoted anonymously, obviously, because nobody would want to be quoted on that on the record, saying, I wouldn't touch that guy. He's been enabled his whole life. Red flags all around him. And Tomlin has mostly been defending him since, although he's had a couple of mildly critical things to say when he's pressed into it. You know what I mean? When somebody comes out today and says things like, George did all these things this year. Yeah, there's a lot of growing up to do, he said. But Tomlin also said he took steps forward in 2024. In what way? I mean, literally, he ran backward in the Cincinnati game. He executed a full Deontay. Let's see what else. He quit on routes in the Dallas game. He had the F word on his eye black for one game on national television for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He had the worst game I've ever seen a receiver play in 50 years of watching football when he had the full Deontay combined with 1 catch for 0 yards and 3 drops in the Cincy game, right? He was apparently late to a game, we've now learned. Teammates suggested to DeFabo, that's George, and DeFabo said he's late to a lot of things. Tomlin has enabled this, likely in an effort to get the most out of George before they have to get rid of him. And at some point they will, and it probably should be this offseason, but there's been no change in the way that Tomlin handles problematic receivers. He believes his way has been right in the name of getting production. And I would argue with Antonio Brown, he's probably right about that. Antonio Brown is just off the wall, right? Maybe other coaches would have lost him long before Tomlin did. And he got many years of high production out of Brown before he lost him and just, you don't need me to tell you how that story ended. But with all these guys, it's a different story. Chase Claypool, Deontay Johnson, Martavis Bryant.
Speaking of Deontay, he just got waived by the Texans. She was at his name. The Texans, according to Ian Rappaport, Mike Garafolo, Adam Schefter, whoever you want to name, they just got rid of Deontay.
How does this keep happening to this guy? Huh?
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Deontay has run backwards once again out of a job.
Yeah, I can just see him now walking backwards onto the plane, which will fly backwards to, I don't know where he lives these days. He only takes planes that fly backwards to his next destination. I don't know. If you can't cry, you have to laugh, right, at this point. I mean, this is just ridiculous. It really
Help me,
is.
Dan, please. I can't take it anymore.
We'll be back to wrap up with a couple of other Tomlin items, including, man, it sure sounds to me like they're going to wind up thinking that Justin Fields is the best option here. We'll play what Tomlin had to say about if it comes down to Justin, what did he do to show he can be the starter? We'll play that next. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Did I do the last FanDuel read? Do I owe you any more reads limits?
You do not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, to hockey, the Penguins will play against the Kraken tonight at 7 o'clock and then follow it up by playing 6 games in a row on the road, 7, as it'll be Buffalo and Washington. Lost track for a second. 2 7 o'clock games in a row, Friday night and Saturday night, in a back-to-back before the Penguins will hit the West Coast and play against the LA Kings, Anaheim Ducks, Seattle Kraken on the road, San Jose Sharks, and the first trip to Utah against the Utah Hockey Club. That'll end the month of January. More 93.7 TheFan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Crowley is wrestling with the idea of giving the Steelers a pass if they lose to the Browns.
She was.
No!
He was talking back and forth.
A little bit. I'm saying this for everybody to hear. I'm not going to overreact one way or the other to these games.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. But you say you're not going to overreact, but then you're going to show up on Monday.
Yeah.
Come on.
Ah, screw it. If they lose to the Browns, I'm out.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and what I'm about to say, well, it's okay to admit it. Most of us guys, especially if you're not as young as you used to be, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom. And BlueChew can help. You probably know this, but if you didn't already, BlueChew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost. And even better, they're in chewable form, so there's no swallowing pills or needing a glass of water nearby. BlueChew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform. And since BlueChew's an online prescription service, there's no awkward conversations, waiting in line, trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. BlueChew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Just because Dallas is arguably the most popular team in the NFL doesn't mean it's the best job. Now that the coaching gig is open, candidates be wise to think it through. Jerry Jones said last offseason that he was all in. The reality is they're not. They haven't built the roster to win. And winning at a high level in Dallas is going to be very, very tough. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, Do it for less at Harbor Freight.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Golf doesn't stop when the temperatures drop. At Shooters Golf, it's always tee time. Our heated, climate-controlled bays and cutting-edge top tracer technology let you play 18 holes year-round, rain or snow. I know, I play Pebble Beach over there all the time. Whether you're perfecting your swing or playing a full round with friends, you'll stay comfortable while enjoying the game you love. Plus, fuel up with a beer and a bite from our full-service bar and kitchen. Book your bay today at shootersgolf.com and keep the game going no matter the season.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
New year means new stuff. Time to haul away the old. Two Men and a Junk Truck is here and ready to help with your post-holiday cleanout. Book us online. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Gold Limits. I was told a long time ago, whether it's writing or talking, when in doubt on a topic, go Steelers quarterback. Every year we have a quarterback derby or quarterback stories, quarterback drama. That's the best way to phrase it. Every year. Going into the late stages of Ben.
You know, I guess this old Cowboy's got a little bit left in him.
Was he going to come back? Was he going to retire? Was he going to take a pay cut?
Negative Nancy.
Was he going to quit after the Browns game?
Whoa.
Then they drafted Kenny Pickett, of all people. And then there was total drama in Pickett's rookie year. And then it was Pickett and Rudolph, and I forget who else. Oh, yes, Trubisky. How could I forget him? Do you have the original Trubisky train with Lanny Fratteri? And then it was, let's blow up the quarterback room and bring in not one of these guys, but both Russell Wilson. It's the Trubisky train.
There was no doubt about it.
Both Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, and here we go again.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Do you have myself, Donnie, and Pomp giving our Broncos countries let's ride? And
Steelers Nation.
Yeah.
Let's ride.
Steelers Nation, ride with me, baby.
Oh, boy. Steeler Nation, let's ride. And here we are again.
Yours is the most outrageous.
Here we are again. Part of me is filled with dread, and part of me is filled with, this is pretty good for business. If I were a fan, I would be sick over this, however. We're going to be talking about the Steelers quarterbacks every day for the next... How many days? Hundreds and
days.
Hundreds
months.
Of days. Months, yes. Right up until the season and beyond. And I don't know what it's going to look like. That's one thing. Listen, I still give Mike and Omar credit for taking big swing on the quarterback. I do. They went out and they swung for the fences, but I think they might need to again. And we'll be talking about it every single day. And it'll be interesting every single day. That's the thing. It's 1:47. Now's the time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township. And What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. You know, I'm also looking at free agent wide receivers. Have you looked at this crop? Crop being sort of, if I changed it by one letter, it would still work.
Sparingly, it's T. Higgins. There's a couple other good ones, but not much.
If you don't get T. Higgins, and believe me, I'd trade George Pickens and make a play for T. Higgins. I also wouldn't mind trading for Tyreek Hill, even though it's one headache for another, and swapping places in the draft with Miami, although I doubt they would do it. But they'd be getting the younger guy in Pickens who they probably think they could sign. Plus, they're idiots. They're Miami. So why wouldn't they do that, right? At least offer.
I would offer it as well. What about Hollywood Brown? You any interested in him?
The number one guy on this list is Stephon Diggs. Buffalo got rid of him and got better.
What about Chris Godwin? I like him, but he's coming off a broken ankle.
I love Chris Godwin, but he's coming off a broken ankle. Amari Cooper's horrible in Buffalo right now. Keenan Allen, no.
DeAndre Hopkins?
Deontay Johnson. All you need to know about the wide receiver crop is on this list at Spot Rack. Of course, this was before Deontay already got waived by Houston. Is Deontay is the seventh guy on the list.
Are you looking at a projected top rankings? Or are you looking at the amount of money that they're making?
How much money, which to me is how good they are. Mike Williams.
Clearly not if Deontay is that high up.
I mean, they say he's going to get money. I don't think he will.
Or is that what they were paid last year?
I don't know what it was. Yeah, it's their previous. There's nobody here. KJ Osborne,
no.
Aguilar. I don't even know who
Josh Palmer's
Ashton
decent.
Dolene is. I don't know who that is.
What
Zach
about
Pascal?
Devontae Adams? Would you take him?
Yes.
Or Tyler Lockett? He's kind of fallen off in Seattle.
Devontae Adams for a good price would be wondrous.
Garrett Wilson wants out of New York, it seems.
How about Tutu Atwell? Or Kadarrell? Van Jefferson's on the list. So's Gunnar Olszewski. You know what? Bring back him. Go with Olszewski and Skoranek, and we're good.
Why not bring Claypool out of retirement? That'll solve all their problems.
Is he retired?
I don't think he voluntarily retired. The NFL might have retired him. Nobody wanted him.
That was one of Tomlin's great quotes. Was I'll take care of the practice regimen, and he can be a player. And he said, I think that's an appropriate division of labor.
You don't think he should just play the music? He can shuffle the playlist on Spotify or wherever.
His memory wasn't hurting there when somebody said, hey, Claypool said he wants more music at practices. Let's end with Benzie off the top rope and Tomlin's answer, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bob will join us tomorrow. It'll be a banner day at the Bender household.
See you tomorrow.
Mike, is there any accuracy to the report that Pickens was late on Christmas Day to the game against the Chiefs?
Man, that's a few days back. I really don't know I have the answer to that, to be quite honest with you. I got a lot going on in pregame. I can't answer that definitively.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Deontay Johnson has been cut by the Houston Texans. They're still in the midst of the playoffs. Pitt basketball will play Florida State Wednesday at 9 o'clock right here on The Fan, beginning at 8:30 with the pregame show. Penguins tonight will host Seattle. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Indiana Pacers put their 6-game win streak on the line as they host a team with the best record in the NBA. Cleveland will visit the Pacers tonight, and the Cavaliers bring the East's best offense into the game. Indiana is giving up close to 115 points a game, so the BetQL model is playing the total in this one. Their best bet in the NBA is taking the over between the Pacers and the Cavs in Indiana. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
January is the perfect time to start new at ShorkeyChevy.com. Chevy Silverado pickups and full-size Suburbans up to an incredible $10,000 off. The popular Chevy Tahoe now up to $9,000 off. There's even 0% financing available. Plus, huge trade values guaranteed to save you even more. Your New Year deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in both Murraysville and the North Hills. ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
What's your name? I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men, in concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. And we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home, the team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves, tee off on a PGA course, and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
If you or a loved one experiences a life-altering event like an auto accident or work injury, or worse, the tragic loss of a loved one from somebody else's negligence, you have one shot to get justice. It's Dan Zangrilli for the Western PA Injury Lawyers, LGKG, now with 7 locations. When you lawyer up, nothing else matters besides credentials, knowledge, tenacity, respect, and at the end of the day, success. My friend, Attorney Joe George.
Talk to our clients. Look at our website. See our reviews. Our clients tell it all. Look at the credentials we have. Those are credentials that come down from other attorneys that are rating us. Our firm is AV rated.
What does that mean?
That means that Martindale Hubbell determined that we have the highest ethical standards and highest capabilities in the business. There aren't many firms that have any AV-rated attorneys. Larry Kelly, AV-rated. Joe George, AV-rated. Super lawyers, top 1%. You don't get those credentials unless other attorneys see what you do.
That's LGKG Injury Lawyers. LGKG, your home team. Visit lgkg.com.
Looking for a rewarding career? Adelphi Western Region is hiring youth counselors at their Highland Detention Center location. If you have 60 college credits and a desire to work in a fast-paced, team-oriented environment, Adelphi wants you. Their youth counselors provide structure, support, and guidance in their detention program, all while gaining valuable experience in the field. Join the Adelphi team today. Apply now at highlandcareers.org. That's highlandcareers.org.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express Store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers eliminated from the NFL playoffs. The attention shifts to the Penguins, who are also on the outside looking into the playoffs. They host the Seattle Kraken in Dan Bilesma tonight at 7 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the final Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Particularly at this level in this business and game, there's football justice. You get what you deserve. And so, we're here and we're here for really tangible reasons, man. We didn't involve in the right ways. We didn't strike the right chords at the right time, particularly down the stretch. And so we've been eliminated from the single elimination tournament. Certainly there's change that comes with this time of year. Certainly there's change that comes when we don't have the desired outcome. And so those are just the realities of the business. I would imagine there's going to be some things that change around here on a lot of levels. But that's this game, as I mentioned. I understand that. I'm open to that.
All right, Mike Tomlin blathered on for about a half hour and change, and at times there were some pointed questions. I'd like to congratulate Ashley Leotis from Channel 4 for taking the gloves off a few times and asking some pointed questions.
We got to give her credit by crediting her actual name. We can't Connor Siri her. Liotis.
Okay, Ashley Liotis. There you go. You're right. We should say her name correctly. I always forget that I say it wrong, and
yeah, so do I usually.
Appreciate that.
Well, see, now we're off to an awkward start. Let's get right into it. Come on.
So I went into Tomlin today with the same expectations I went into the Steelers playoff game. Very low ones, and I didn't expect he was going to say anything seismic, anything that was going to make me feel better about the direction of the Steelers, that we were going to get a lot of Tomlinisms, we were going to get a lot of cliches, we were going to get a lot of questions that were sidestepped or not fully answered, a lot of excuse-making, blah, 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 blah. So I'll just start with what Schefter seemed to latch on to when he went on McAfee in the middle of all this, the biggest insider in the NFL, and that is the point Tomlin made about how change is part of this, and there's going to be change at a lot of levels. That when you have a season like this, in a string of seasons exactly like this, change is inevitable. I don't believe him. My faith and confidence in them doing the right thing in situations like this is so shaken and so disturbed and so out of balance, like, It's gotten to a point, and maybe people will hate this comparison. It's like when a politician talks. The BS meter is so off the charts that he said words are hollow. Yeah. And things like when you say to us as the one common denominator here and one common thread, other than the owner who's not going anywhere, and what's happened with this team and their lack of postseason success and failing to meet their own standards, you promise or champion change when you're not going anywhere. I'm sorry. He said at one point he's not going to sell optimism. Congratulations on all your success. You did it today. You're right. You did not make me feel any better about where this team is headed. I don't buy any of this tough talk.
Because talk is cheap.
Yes.
Talk is cheap, and nobody who has the power to do anything, either in Art Rooney's case, seems to want to make decisions that are tough, that bring about real change. And in Mike's case, as long as Art doesn't want to or doesn't see a need to, why would Mike? I felt like most of it was Mike just saying, oh, yeah, all this sounds good. Everything I'm going to say, at the Adam Schefters of the world, for example, can put it out there, can regurgitate it, can, say, ooh, Mike is really putting his foot down, planting a flag here. Any of us that have seen it for the last, damn near a decade now know that it's just not real. Know that next year it is way more likely that the Steelers of 2025 resemble strongly in both how they play and what results they get the Steelers of 2024 and the Steelers of 2023 and so on, back and back and back we go. Like, I don't know. Why would anybody, other than maybe a couple little high points where he gets a question he doesn't expect or he gets a very pointed question that people really did want to hear asked, why anybody would go into this thinking it would be anything other than the usual exercise from him?
He said, this is football justice. You get what you deserve. You reap what you sow. It's so ironic that he says it when he is now someone that's presided over the longest active playoff losing streak in the NFL. They're tied with the Dolphins, but that spans decades, and obviously the same coach has not been there the entire time. He is one of only 4 coaches that have been given this amount of leeway or this amount of leash with consecutive seasons without a playoff win. There's only 3 other guys who weren't either forced to retire or fired by their organization. So where's the football justice in that? It's
football justice is getting a 3-year extension and a raise after last year when you did the same thing you always do.
There's no soul searching. There's no real looking into the mirror.
No introspection whatsoever.
Exactly. And there's no, despite this change comment, there's no real belief that heads are going to roll at all.
His answer when he was asked about coaching staff changes was to parrot the thing we always talk about.
Well, some guys don't have years left on their contract.
Right.
Is that what you're about to say?
Yes, because we know the only way you get fired is if you are either stupefyingly incompetent, and at that point it was Canada and Kenny both under the broiler, or your contract doesn't get renewed. Like, you don't really get fired from the Steelers if you're a coach. It's an appointment for the like. You know how there are non-guaranteed contracts in the NFL, obviously? You say, well, how much is the actual guarantee? You sign a contract to coach the Pittsburgh Steelers, whatever position you're coaching, damn near 100% chance you can take all that money to the bank because you're going to see every dime of it. As an employee, you know what I mean? Like, not like Canada still seeing every dime, but you know what I mean. You're going to be employed for the duration of that contract.
Donnie, your take on what we heard a few hours ago here.
Well, I also just want to touch on something that you guys haven't yet that I thought, and Chris and I had the conversation in the back. Joe actually walked back at one point, too, and all 3 of us talked about it. The way that the head coach talks about the owner as if they are more so partners and it's not, this guy's my boss. Like, there is absolutely no fear that anything will happen to his position.
I mean, if anything, I think
that is how secure he is in his spot, where he's talking about it more like, this is my buddy, my partner in crime, more so than if I don't perform, this guy will let me go.
Donnie, don't you think Art has more in recent years telegraphed that he, as the owner, feels fortunate to be able to call Mike the coach?
Absolutely.
If anything, the power structure is inverted from what it would normally be.
Well, and Omar has said that to us, too,
Right.
where he just feels like he's so lucky and grateful that he gets to work with Mike Tomlin.
But, guys, in this organization, I know the GM would normally be above the coach in any other one. In this one, the coach is absolutely above the GM in the power structure. And that goes back to Cowher's time when he won the power struggle with Tom Donahoe.
And I don't really blame Tomlin for talking that way, because that has been just the culture that it has become, where there is no reason to fear for his job.
I have one more. I know that we have many little parts to drill down into here, Pony, but like a broad takeaway. One other question, like answer that he gave stood out to me. I forget who asked the question, but it was essentially like, does your offense need to be more like retooled to better equipped to handle shootouts and get into shootouts? And essentially it was like to be more of a passing offense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Score more points. He said, well, certainly we need to score more points. And then he said, and this just, I don't know, to me, the devil's in the details here as far as stubbornness and like resistance to change. However that may be, Like, I am not going to concede that the way we play offense can't score points. I'm just going to imply that there's a lot of ways to skin a cat. We just have to be better at ours. Even though their way of doing it this year was both inefficient and just ill-advised.
To go back to what Donnie said about the way Mike sounds like a guy that he says the word urgency several times, but there actually isn't any urgency and there's no accountability, which was another thing that came up about him having accountability with Rooney, the players being accountable to him, etc. The way he answered the trade question, just scoffing at it and batting it down like it's the most laughable thing of all time. All of these things that put more pressure on him are completely off the table, and he knows it. So he does get to strut around and, like a peacock, show his plumage and feathers and stuff. Because despite these playoff failures and, because people will say things like, he actually overachieved this year, which doesn't really blame him at all for the lack of talent on the team or how bad their drafts have been over the last few years. It makes him out to be Atlas, just carrying the Steelers world on his back and shoulders and somehow dragging it to respectability. The narratives are all out of whack, and I think he kind of, I won't say enjoys it, but he knows it.
He knows he knows he is. It gives him refuge and it gives him cover.
It's not lost on me, flipping back and forth during the game last night, that I'm seeing Bill Belichick on with the Mannings, highlights of that, him at North Carolina, and it dawned on me, yes, they sunk to only 4 wins. Yes, Bill Belichick got Mac Jones wrong. But that guy got run out of New England after winning 6 Super Bowls for having, 3 underachieving seasons? 4? Even?
Well, that's where it goes back to the owner for me, Pony, because the owner and Belichick clearly weren't on the same page, and that's where Art Rooney's different.
Donnie posted the other day the timeline of all the things that have happened to Doug Peterson since Tomlin's last playoff win. The guy's life has changed 4 or 5 times, including winning a Super Bowl in the middle of it.
Again, though, these are Art Rooney problems that, other coaches are held to much more aggressive standards, and Mike doesn't. Mike just gets to enjoy the current standard here, which is set by the guy above him, who, as Donnie pointed out, treats him more like his friend and what would you say in an office? You're not superior or subordinate. Well, you're just on equal footing.
They're peers.
They're just, a peer. Thank you. So I do think when you bring up stuff like that, how Bill Belichick was treated at the end in New England, what the standard was for him, that's Art Rooney stuff.
But obviously the paradigm shifted there because he went from running everything to being, given a box with his belongings in it and shown the door. So it got to a breaking point, or it got to a point where the owner of the team said, enough is enough. Somehow, after 8 straight seasons without a playoff win and 6 straight blowout losses in the postseason, the owner's nowhere close to that, and the coach, is trying to say things, I think, to placate the masses, but it's not working. I don't think there's a human being out there that listened to that 35-minute press conference who's like, you know what? After hearing Mike, he cooled me down. He's right. Okay, it was a minor setback. We'll get back at it this offseason.
What do you think is the overwhelming sentiment having listened to it? If it's even anger, it's like the numb anger because you've just heard this and seen this before, and you know that there will be some new faces on this team next year, but that the person who sets the agenda and the person who grants or gives the team his identity will be the same person.
412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Let's get your reaction to Tomlin. It does sound like there will be some scapegoats. We'll get into who those people are coming back to. First, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The final game of Wild Card Weekend was a blowout. Rams beat the Vikings 27-9. We will have all of the divisional round matchups right here on 93.7 The Fan, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood 1. Houston and Kansas City Saturday at 4:30. Washington, Detroit Saturday at 8. The Rams and Eagles Sunday at 3. And then the Ravens and Bills Sunday at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malzy.
Thanks, Donnie. I want to tell everybody right now about Awaken 180 weight loss, a thing that has changed my life that can help change your life if losing weight is something that you've been needing to do, wanting to do, and unable to do on your own. It's time for you to check out Awaken 180. You owe it to yourself, as a matter of fact, to check out Awaken 180. Paige, the owner, from her on down, everybody there cares about your success. I can speak to that firsthand. I lost 35 pounds in 6 weeks. I've kept it off and still talk to Paige, still talk to my coach, still check in, still stay accountable. It's all sorts of good stuff. That accountability is a big part of it for me. I had lost weight in the past at times, and then I would put it back on. I don't with Awaken 180 because I'm still checking in with my coach. And doing that, by the way, the coaching that you get, it's free even after you reach your goal weight. So if you've started 2025 and are dragging on a goal of weight loss, it's time to check out Awaken 180 weight loss. In the first 2 weeks when I was on, I lost 15 pounds. So think about where you could be by the start of February. Now is the time. 844-346-1800 or schedule your consultation online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The January Fan Beer of the Month is Fire Whistle Brewing's Fire Whistle 139 Engine, a red ale. And the charity is the Parkinson Foundation of Western Pennsylvania.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Drive your dreams. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? The Viking season ended in disappointment. Fans are understandably upset. But if you pull back, this is a team that no one saw getting 14 wins. They played above expectations. They're supposed to be in building mode, and as bad as today feels, give it a few weeks. Don't simply throw out all the positives just because it ended so badly. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
It's 2025, and it's time to get your home Zerorez-ified by calling your cleaning heroes at Zerorez. Take 24% off all services for this month when you call 412-701-1188 or book online anytime at ZerorezPGH.com.
Springs are the most critical and dangerous part of your garage door. It's not unusual for springs on a 250-pound door to break after only 5 years. That's extremely dangerous for people or pets nearby. Don't gamble. Call 1-844-345-4737. That's locally owned Precision Garage Door Service, the only area company with springs engineered to last up to 10 times longer. Precision Garage Door offers a preventative maintenance and 25-point safety inspection program in Pittsburgh and surrounding areas for only $39.95. That's peace of mind. As America's #1 garage door service company, Precision has locations in over 80 cities. Need a new door? Repairs, replacement springs, openers, or rollers for your old door? Precision provides free estimates. 1-844-345-4737. Garage doors are their only business. Precision trucks are stocked to roll 24/7. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can
PA 060566.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Nothing beats playoff football with teams fighting to punch their ticket to the big game in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action from kickoff to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I think changing in coaching staffs are a component of our business. I certainly don't think all of our coaches are under contract. Change is a component of it, and I acknowledge it, but we're at the very early stages of making those type of decisions and discussions. How can we keep our team healthier? There's a discussion that happened yesterday, for example. We experienced a rash of soft tissue injuries this year that was impactful. And that's just an example of many of the things and subjects that we have covered and will continue to cover.
Fan Hotline on this Tomlin Tuesday is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So, sounds like the conditioning coach who idiotically had Russell Wilson pushing a sled before training camp started and subsequently he missed more than the first quarter of the season could be a guy who gets scapegoated in all of this. Also, guys whose contracts have expired, they won't get renewed. And
where
that'll
did that
probably be the extent
come
of it.
from?
From Boston College, where he coached.
Donnie? From Boston College, where he coached?
Dino.
Yeah.
Tomlin.
Thank you.
Checking on the Barber football focus grades.
We will hit on this Pickens bombshell report in The Athletic today and Mike Tomlin getting caught with his pants down when asked about it at his press conference today. 412-928-9370. Let's hear how you, the fan, reacted to what Mike Tomlin had to say today, how you're feeling about the state of the Steelers after hearing Mike Tomlin's final State of the Union address for this season. 412-928-9370. Going to start with Steven on the fan. Hello, Steven.
Hello.
Hi, Steve.
I didn't get to hear what he said, but I wanted to make a comment about the Steelers in the last decade and a half. They've been playing inferior teams and losing or getting beat up real bad or an outlier game. Now, if he can't achieve beating these inferior teams, why are we even talking playoffs or Super Bowls or anything else? He's had 15 years, and we always lose to inferior teams. We never go in and beat anyone up.
Well, they didn't play an inferior team in the playoffs this year, last year.
I think he's talking about the regular season. I think he's talking about like losing to Arizona and New England back to back. He said, why even talk about the playoffs when he's losing to inferior teams? That's how I took it.
I thought the bigger problem this year was the way they performed against the great teams and how the gap between the two looked so stark and how they were basically non-competitive in those games to the tune of 90-40 during that three-game stretch against the Eagles, Ravens, and Chiefs at the end of the regular season. Bob is next. Hello, Bob.
Hi, guys. Before I get to Rooney, when you watch these Steelers play, if you have a elementary or high school even background, these defenders for the other teams are literally calling out the plays before they happen. After the games or in the halftime, they're even being told, if reported, of mocking them because how simple their offense is. And when you hear Tomlin on the sideline at the halftime, they say about, what can you do, this, that, the other thing. He always says, well, it's not about scheme. We just got to do the routine things more routinely. He refuses to see. He has no competency on defense where they get skunked every year when it matters.
I have to just interject here and say, I can't believe I'm doing this. It's like the one thing they did well this year was make adjustments at halftime, and their third quarters were probably, if not the best in the NFL, very close. So that's probably the one complaint or the one criticism you can lob at Tomlin today that I'm going to disagree with. It's the way they started games, not the way that they adjusted in games.
But
this
it's
year.
not how you start. It's how you finish. Unless you start so far down that finishing the game is a formality for the team beating your brains in.
Jeff is next. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Forget Tomlin. It starts at Art the second because he's an heir. He didn't build anything. He inherited the legacy. He inherited the team. He inherited his family's fortune. I worked for a guy that built a company, and he passed away, and the son inherited it. It was the same name on the business, but everything changed, and Art is it's no fault of his. I mean, I'm a truck driver. I'm just a Steeler fan for 55 years, but I think it's at the very top. And if he's content to manage his fortune and legacy and, what's he worth, $2 billion or more? God bless him. But his heart, I don't know.
No, I got you, Jeff. I think that what you're expressing is an issue that we all have, that there doesn't seem to be, from Art's spot, if he's going to keep Mike around, there doesn't seem to be ultimatums or parameters put on things or guidelines in place like, hey, this is what we want you to do. If you don't do that, you're going to
I think he
be
trusts
fired.
Mike with the football stuff
And
and feels like he knows it better than Art himself does, and therefore I'm not going to put football terms on this guy. And I think Dan Rooney wasn't afraid to do that. And also when you become an owner who I do think prioritizes and values this idea of consistency and conservative thought when it comes to like hiring and firing coaches over actual results, that's when you get stuck in the mud, and that's where he is and that's where they are.
Well, yes, they prioritize stability over success.
I mean, I think the word I've used often is fetishized it. Like they've acted like this is our brand now. We're the brand that never fires coaches.
Yes, caller Paul yearned for the days of when Dan Rooney and Art Rooney were here.
I'm a kid that watched Franco and Joe Green and Chuck Noll, and I remember Ernie Holmes shooting at cars on the turnpike. I mean, where is your pride?
Those were the real Steelers back then.
Yes. Longing
Dad,
for those days.
Dad, I just missed the days when you could pick up a box score and see Franco and Rocky going off for 100 yards.
I just love
and
the
Holmes
days
on the A1 page.
when you could pull up a police blotter and see a 70 Steelers name in there.
That's actually, that call is almost the kind of tweet that like the Super 70 sports guy would make. Take me back to when the Steelers were real men. Franco and Joe Green, Ernie Holmes firing at police helicopters, that kind of thing.
Dave is in Canonsburg. Hello, Dave.
Hi.
Hi.
First of all, I'm pretty tired with Tomlin. His act's getting pretty old, and I'm sure it's getting old with a lot of the players, too. One thing I wanted to mention, though, is in-game decisions. Nobody, at least nobody that I've heard, mentioned this in the Ravens game. He called a timeout on 3rd and 2 at the end of the first half where the Ravens gained a couple yards on first down, a couple on second down. They weren't calling timeouts. They were content to go in 14-0, or if they picked up a first down, maybe they'd get down there in field goal range. Tomlin calls a timeout. Is it more likely that the Ravens will make 3rd and 2, or that we'll get the ball back?
I thought they baited him into it. We talked about that. They baited him into it and buried him with it.
And it goes back to a stubborn insistence or irrational belief that his defense is going to rise up and come up clutch in moments like that when their playoff history suggests otherwise, regardless of how much money they're spending on the defense, what the big names are playing in the defense, and how full of himself as a defensive head coach Mike Tomlin is. Yeah, I thought that was an astute observation. Yeah, we'll get the stop here on 3rd and 2, and we're going to go quickly and score, and we're going to take the momentum into the half.
Wrong.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Mike Tomlin today. I expect change and on a lot of different levels. You believe him? Who's the problem here? More Tomlin, more Rooney, 412-928-9370. We'll give you the final PM Team Tomlinism of the day and more of your calls coming up. Plus, we will break down this George Pickens story and Tomlin's reaction to it. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops at Florida State Wednesday night, 9 p.m. tip. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan with pregame coverage beginning at 8:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. Shorkey, Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Mitsu by the mall. Your place to go if you want the best deal on the Mitsu that fits you. You want a brand new Mitsubishi in the driveway, you go see Mitsu by the mall. Easy to find right in my old stomping grounds, and they've got great deals right now. How about this? Start new with one of the remaining 2024 Outlanders. They've got the best inventory in town, so you're going to find the one that fits you. Up to $8,500 off on those remaining 2024 Outlanders. You can finance at 0%. And the 0% financing doesn't stop there. The Eclipse Cross available with it as well. And at Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills at Mitsu by the Mall, Tim Farrar in the team there, he's the general manager, they're making it even easier for you to get into that Mitsu that fits you, because they're giving you up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. So a new start, easier than ever. It's your New Year deal your way. What a great day. Shop Mitsu by the Mall at Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. We know this about pro athletes. They train all the time to perform better on the field. It takes a lot of time and effort. What, though, would you say if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about BlueChew. And BlueChew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to do this. You got to try it. BlueChew's tablets, they're like a performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you get extra confidence when it is time to perform. You can turn oh no into oh yes. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. So if you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Hockey fans, here's a cool offer. BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving existing customers another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with an NHL Odds Boost token. Take your shot at extra winnings when you bet on NHL action with your favorite sports betting app, BetMGM. All you have to do is log into your existing BetMGM account today to receive your NHL Odds Boost token. Then simply add a hockey wager to your bet slip and activate your token. If your wager lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings on unrestricted bonus dollars. Log in to BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as withdrawable bonus dollars. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
In the time it takes you to actually board that flight from Group 8,
Now boarding Premier Altitude Elite Club members.
you could have bought a Hyundai on Amazon. Yes, that Amazon, where you buy everything else.
Mid-tier Altitude Elite, feel free to board now.
So while you're waiting for them to make up new boarding groups, you can order your dream car and the dealer will have it ready in no time.
Now boarding groups 1 through 7.
So close. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability, pickup through participating Hyundai dealer in select markets.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Don't just unclog your sewer. Clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydro-jetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
I have a cliche that the guys oftentimes throw back at me in jest, but it's true. 2 is a pattern. And I say that because there's an expiration date on adjusting and adapting. I use that phrase to reflect urgency, to reflect how quickly it is we need to adapt and adjust and move. And so we've had similar results. Rest assured that we're not doing the same things hoping for a different result. We have adapted. We have altered our approach, and we will continue because we're not getting what we seek. And that's the confetti game, is to be world champs. Our goals are really clear. It's also really clear that we're falling short of it, and falling short of it in a consistent way. And so we're still going to continue to be open to adapting our behavior, our program, the structure of what it is that we do, to turn over every stone in an effort to get what we desire. That's just the appropriate and mature way to approach it.
PM Team Tomlinism of the Week, the final time. The confetti game. He can't say Super Bowl. He has to give it some other nickname. That's the essence of Tomlinism.
Is that like the Squid Game?
Never seen Squid Game. Have you done? Sarah getting into Squid Game on Netflix?
Yeah, what do they do on the Squid Game? A lot of people die, I think.
Their faces look like PlayStation buttons.
Okay. It doesn't tell me a lot.
You know, like the X's and boxes.
I would think that the Squid Game would be
Amanda
would be into it.
She's watched it. I don't watch it with her.
Alex does not. Alex has descended fully into the realm of books. She said things recently like...
She reads the fantasy smut books, right?
Yeah, and she's, like, proud of that. She's like, oh, my friends and I, basically, like, mounting up to read some more, like, smut. And, like, they're just, like, ready to go. Time for more smut. No. There's one that... Pony, we have a calendar now that she bought that, like, mirrors our Google Calendar so that the two of us can see what's, it's an electronic one.
Yeah.
There are book releases.
Oh, boy.
On the calendar. Like, 3 a.m.
I'm not watching
drops.
Squid Game. I watched the Monday night playoff game, and then after that I watched the 1974 Steelers-Bills playoff game.
You actually did?
Yeah.
Like recently?
Last night.
Oh, after last night's game. Okay.
Yeah.
I read All Quiet on the Western Front after last night's game.
No, you did not.
Yeah, dead serious. I don't read as fast as you. You could knock that book off in a night. I like reread parts of dialogue.
I thought Remarque was a little dry in that book. I don't need to go back.
Well, I've got to compare that with Storm of Steel. Have you ever read that?
No.
Very dry. Again, very dry in German. By the way, contained in that Tomlinism of confetti game is, I think, one of the most offensive parts of the entire press conference. The 2 as a pattern thing. Mike, what's 8?
I would have asked that question. I would have said that. I would have blurted it right out. Okay. And
I'm kind of surprised Ashley Lyotis didn't ask that question because, like, she in there, I think, or Will Graves, like, there are people in there who I think would blurt that out.
Also, when he talks about adapting and evolving, he hasn't. His ability to manage games late, his challenge acumen, the style in which he wants to win, which since Ben left is with defense and trying to expend so many resources to defense and to only have that defense crapped on and kicked on and laughed at in these playoff games.
I mean, even when Ben was still here for the last 2 years, I think that they tried to be a defense-first team. because he wasn't the same player he had previously been.
Yeah, true.
So, and really they tried to supplement for him with offensive players in a very ill-fated draft. Like cheap offensive talent. Hey, we've already got the defensive guys locked up and paid.
Here is the runner-up for Tomlinism of the week when Mike was asked about defensive players blaming each other and pointing the finger at each other late in the season.
I've never been around a prideful unit that doesn't bicker when things aren't going well. Bickering is not always a negative thing. Bickering is a cleansing. Bickering is a gaining of understanding. But sometimes, particularly in today's sport culture, it's presented as somewhat of a negative thing. It's not. These guys play hard, they live hard, they love hard, they talk hard, they communicate hard. That's the world we live in. And so what is viewed as from the outside as potentially a negative isn't always a negative from those that are involved. It's very necessary in an effort to gain clarity or a cleansing or an understanding sometimes.
They love hard.
I mean, that was basically what former Fan Afternoon host John Seibel said about a team. He said they whatever hard, they play hard, they care hard, and we all kind of chuckled.
Love hard.
Donnie, what was the one movie, the fake like John C. Reilly movie, Walk Hard, the Dewey Cox story? The fake like Johnny Cash Walk the Line ripoff? I mean, what? Come on, man, what is that?
Here is Mike in Morningside back with us. Hello, Mike.
Hey, guys. I really feel bad. The Cowboys going to get replaced again this year. The cleat changer. And then I think what we really need to do is next year we need to change the mascot because this is getting to be like we need Eeyore because it's going to be okay, Mike. Here we go again. Just another season, one and done.
Steely McBeam on the chopping block.
Would it surprise either of you to know
that's the big change coming?
Would it surprise either one of you to know that one of my mother's nicknames for me since I was probably like a teenager or like preteen was Eeyore?
No.
Donnie?
Remember when we made fun of the Steely McBeam update so bad they went back to the original?
Yeah, we had the lady who originally coined the name on the show.
Look at what looked like almost like a hipster version of McBeam.
She made the smart observation that the OG Steely looked like Bill Cowher.
And the new one looked more like
Tomlin. They tried
Tomlin.
to make it look more like Mike Tomlin, but it just didn't work.
It was too urbane and suave.
It didn't, yeah. Dave in Delmont, who usually has positive things to say about the Steelers, is next. Hello, Dave.
Very funny. Thank you for taking my call.
Yep.
For 4 years now, I've been calling for him to leave. I had to listen to that today. I had to shut it off. I couldn't take it anymore. For him to stand up there and say that they might need some organizational changes and not really understand that he's the one, the sole person that's been here for the last 8 years, and he's the reason, he's the problem, and not one reporter would just ask, hey, do you think maybe there should be a change at the top?
I mean, I think that he was asked that.
To say that.
I think he was asked a question that, Dave, that more or less was like, do you think you're the right guy for the job? He didn't get asked straight away, Mike, do you think you deserve to be the Steelers head coach? But he got asked about as close as you'll ever hear to something like that.
Here is Ethan next. Hello, Ethan.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I'll be quick. I just wanted to get your take on when Tomlin said save it today when asked about his no trade clause. Do you guys think that he wouldn't waive his no trade clause, or do you think he's been?
I think he loves being the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers because he knows that there is no more stable and secure job in coaching anywhere.
And if he's sent somewhere, the optics of it are like he failed, he didn't get the job done. And he needs a fresh start or a new beginning somewhere because of the way things ended here, and he doesn't want that.
Do you think he's been given assurances by the ownership that he won't be traded?
Yeah, because he has a no-trade clause. He negotiated into his deal.
They couldn't do it without his say-so, and I think the more pressing question is, does he have an assurance from the owner that he's not going anywhere? Yes.
More proof that Tomlin is the great enabler. What happened on Christmas Day, Tomlin's reaction to it, everything you said about the troubled wide receiver that is George Pickens coming up at 412-928-9370, plus more of your reaction to another early postseason exit and final Tomlin Tuesday of the year. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. First, I'm going to tell you guys about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. Yes, the NFL playoffs continue. now that the Steelers season is over, and things you can shift your attention to and bet on. These playoff games this weekend, including the Bills and Ravens in Buffalo. Baltimore is actually favored in this game, and new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. That's $200 in bonus bets, and you don't have to win the game. All you need to do is make a $5 bet after you make your first deposit on America's #1 sportsbook, the FanDuel Sportsbook. I think the Ravens will win. They won the game in the regular season. I love Josh Allen. I'm rooting for Buffalo, but I don't think the Bills have an answer for the Ravens' run game. And we saw what Derrick Henry did to the Steelers' defense. The Bills' defense, I think, is a little bit better, but we've also seen the Bills' defense get gutted by the Rams recently, and they took on water late in the year. So I'm going to take Baltimore here. FanDuel.com/Andrew to join today. FanDuel.com/Andrew, 21 plus present in Pennsylvania for sound real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Lions, UJ Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
So stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
The pro football playoff season is here, and there's one place to be. The BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Your home for wagertainment, giving you the sharpest insights and bringing on expert guest analysis.
From point spreads to props, live betting to futures, BetQL has you covered every step of the way with wall-to-wall coverage on the road to the championship in New Orleans.
Listen live on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the free Odyssey app and twitch.tv/BetQL or YouTube at Odyssey Sports.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for Shenderovich, and Fishman. Did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big, long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen because really they don't need one? Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. You know why? Because it's your money, and you pay nothing unless recovery is made. Also remember, you will have the peace of mind knowing that from the minute you contact Shenderovich, and Fishman, you will pay zero, no legal retainers, fees, or expenses of any kind until they win your case. and they certainly do win your cases. So if you've been injured, call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The number is 1-888-98-TWINS. And remember, they really do have your back and not your wallet.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your New Year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at Jim Shorkey North Hills Mitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-647-8866. That's 800-647-8866. Once again, that's 800-647-8866.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet3.
Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Available in app only. T&Cs apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins trying to get back on track and qualify for the postseason for the first time in 3 years. They host Seattle tonight, and Dan Bilesma, now the host of the coach of the Kraken. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, it's the final Tomlin Tuesday of the season.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
There's certainly obviously more room for growth there. I think he covered some ground in 2024, but there's certainly a heck of a lot more ground to be covered. We'll see where it leads us.
3 years in, I mean, he's a veteran now, and you're still sort of seeing problems pop up.
I'm always concerned about the growth and development of individuals, whether it's skill relative to the positions that they hold, professionalism, maturity, or combinations of all of the above.
Do you consider changing your philosophy when it comes to coaching guys like that?
I think I'm always in consideration of changing my approach to get a desired result, particularly when, it gets repetitive.
Any accuracy to the report that Pickens was late on Christmas Day for the game against the Chiefs?
Man, that's a few days back. I really don't know I have the answer to that, to be quite honest with you. I got a lot going on in pregame. I can't answer that definitively.
So much going on, Mike, that you would forget when a player with a nagging hamstring injury that you'd want to test out before the game who hadn't played in several weeks. So much on your plate, so much going on that you don't recall having to send a lackey out to try to find George Pickens and make sure that George Pickens was in the stadium or on his way to the stadium to play in that game?
Man, there's so much breaking news too, Pony. Sit down for this one. Steelers.
Is it quarterback news?
No,
save it.
I'll save it for you
Save
then.
it.
Yes.
They have a quarterback under contract now. We'll
Very exciting times, boys. I can barely contain myself.
15-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. So the story goes here, Mike DeFabo of The Athletic, George missed these games with a hamstring injury. And then the game he comes back for, the one where he's received criticism for not running hard through his route and
criticism from people other than Mike Tomlin, though, who
preventing
did not
the Russell Wilson interception in the end zone that turned the tide in that game. And then, of course, what happened afterwards when he goes up to Kelsey and Mahomes and wants to make a spectacle of dapping them up on national TV while they were getting congratulations on winning the Christmas game. That he showed up late, so late, in fact, that the Steelers had to submit the players who were out for that game who were inactive before George was even in the building. Which is problematic when you're trying to ascertain information on whether the guy is going to be ready to go based on his debilitating hamstring injury for several weeks.
Basically had to wing it and hope that he was going to be ready.
Yeah, also you'd think with the way Russell Wilson meticulously prepares for and gets ready for every game that, I don't know, maybe they could play catch with each other and use that time on game day to try to restore some chemistry and rapport that they had before Pickens went out with the injury in stadium before the game.
Nope.
It's a two-pronged problem here. It's Pickens has to obviously take personal accountability for his behavior, that here is a guy that is up for a new contract very soon, who has the talent to be a great receiver, but doesn't seem like he has the inner drive and the desire to really be that guy by fluffing off stuff like this and having, I would say, mediocre traits as far as getting himself ready or being ready, and the coach for enabling it, the coach for allowing it. In a situation like this, I get it. It's desperate. They need to win to keep their hopes alive of winning the division.
No accountability, though. Just none. There's no consequences, period. End of story. Not only that, on a day where the guy shows up late, reportedly, according to Mike's story, and you have to just wing it on the inactives, when he runs a route that gets criticized or doesn't really run a route, you decide to throw it on the quarterback instead. You're the only, prominent person involved with the team who definitively blames the quarterback. The offensive coordinator hints at his annoyance with the wide receiver. The quarterback speaks of, basically thinking the receiver was going to go elsewhere on that play. Doesn't crush him, but doesn't absolve him. But you, the chief guy in charge, are the one saying, nah, I don't really think you're barking up the wrong tree to go after Pickens there. Russ can't throw that ball or whatever.
It's just unprofessional behavior by Pickens across the board, and there doesn't appear to be any checks and balances to it. If you don't do this, this is what's going to happen to you. This is the price you will pay. One time in a game, and that was the Dallas game, did there seem to be some consequences for his pouting and mercurial behavior. And Mike then had to lie about it and say, well, part of sports and football in this day and age is load management, which was a load of BS. Because after that game, his snap count went back to where it was before that game and where it was before this season.
He just could not possibly admit, because I think to him, admitting that he benched the guy because he was pissed off at him would be admitting that some of the critics out there were right, that he needed to discipline him. And then I think one time you have actually heard Mike, through his media pulpit, actually call out Pickens and essentially say he needs to grow up. And that happened one time.
It's a microcosm of the way things have unraveled here, the Pickens saga. If they were winning a lot, and this was a subplot to it all, if we were in Philadelphia right now when we were debating whether or not it's appropriate or not for A.J. Brown to read a book on the sideline during a game, and they're winning playoff games by double digits, and they had a 10-game winning streak, that would be one thing. Whether or not that's, a valid discussion and a legitimate thing to be debating and arguing over. Is this the kind of behavior you want from a star player?
Mm-hmm.
They're winning, so it kind of the whole tone of the conversation should be different, because
it's almost flippant in a way, because it doesn't matter. They won and they won going away.
I mean, even in retrospect, like Antonio Brown going on Facebook Live right after the Chiefs playoff win, that I was up in arms about and not happy with, because, again, it showed a complete lack of respect. Or
you'd kill for those problems today.
Exactly. They were going to the AFC Championship game. I yearn for the days of Todd Haley getting body slammed after a playoff win on a North Shore bar, or Joey Porter trying to beat somebody up on East Carson Street after a playoff win.
Well, that's Andrew Filipponi saying that second one. I just want to. Chris Muller isn't saying
those that. Seem like those types of.
Those are quaint problems.
Those types of melodramas seem to be that those were the halcyon days of Tomlin's post 2010 Steelers coaching career. Now we've got that BS, and you can't rationalize it with they always win. Mike has a lot of headaches. There's always a bottle of Advil nearby, but they overcome it somehow, some way.
Like, what's the old classic light beer tagline, great taste, less filling? For them, it's like bad taste, more filling. You're just going to feel awful after you have this one. Like, we're the Steelers. All the things that made this tolerable are now no longer happening, but everything else is worse, too.
And again, I'm going to go back to Rooney on this, where George does routinely, almost weekly, things that give the coach and really the team writ large a black eye. Trying to pick a fight on the last play of the game in Cleveland and not trying to win a game. Putting eye black on that says, always effing open on national TV. Not running the right route. Getting in fights with people during games. It's just dropping 3 balls and then trying to go after fans. How does the owner of the team not put that back on the coach and say, get your guys in line? You keep selling me on the idea that we could be this halfway house for troubled souls where a guy might have a reputation in college that he's a distraction and he's a diva and he's a lot to deal with, but you can get him in our infrastructure, in our culture, and you can get his head screwed on straight.
When's the last time that worked?
Good question. Or the opposite happens, where a guy like Chase Claypool has a reputation for being a team-first guy. Then he sees how the wide receivers who were here before him act and conduct themselves, and he gets, infected with that wide receiver me-first disease.
He was on his draft profile about Claypool. It was prominent enough thing that it got mentioned what a high-character guy he was for the position. And then he was, I believe, filmed in a parking lot, kicking somebody in a parking lot fight, not seemingly a favorite of his teammates, and then gone. So, now what with George Pickens?
Donnie, what's your reaction to this story?
I just don't know how. Well, first, we got to credit Benzie for completely catching Mike flat-footed.
Man, it's like a punch. It's like you ever see when Manny Pacquiao got knocked out cold at the bell in one of his big fights?
I don't understand how Mike could be caught flat-footed on this. I don't understand how he didn't.
Do you think
that was another good point that you brought up? Normally their PR is very on top of things.
Do you think that they briefed him for it and then nobody asked it right off the top and he almost forgot about it?
I don't know.
I think Mike's savvier than that.
Yeah, he's way too good when he's up there that he would almost wait for that the whole time.
Right. I mean, he clearly sounded like he had no idea. You are right.
And then when he did talk about it, he sounded like an idiot when he answered the question. There is no
That's a few days back.
No possible way that a head coach of a football team would not know that one of his best players was not in the building.
He plays dumb on Pickens all the time. He pleads ignorance.
Aditi pointed out by just getting the question and answer in a screen cap. She writes, with most NFL teams, the head of security or operations is responsible for cluing in a head coach if a player isn't in the stadium. One would think someone would notify the head coach as he's filling out his inactives that his wide receiver 1 isn't in the building, right?
Based on the way the story was discovered, uncovered, and then broken down by DeFabo, it made it absolutely sound like the coach had sent out a henchman to find him and get him in the stadium. It just shows a complete lack of and on Pickens' part,
professionalism.
But yearning to be great. You've been out of the lineup for so long. It's a huge game against the team that everybody in the NFL measures itself up against.
With a captive audience, so if you're going to ball out, then that's the time to do it.
And your ass, I would think I'd want to be there 5 hours before the game.
I'd be there with bells on if I were Pickens, saying, get me the ball 15 times, we're going to shock the world, all that stuff.
I'm back, and I'm going to be the reason why we turn this thing around and we win today.
Like when Randy Moss went to Dallas his rookie year after they passed on him, 3 for 163 or whatever and 3 touchdowns, that would be the time for him.
Yeah, he went after up to those guys after the game and basically said, "Come get me." Well, how about you go out there and you put on tape a reason for the Chiefs to go do that?
I got to be honest,
buddy.
I got to be honest. Him coming and saying that, I know players always respect other players' talents. I got to imagine Mahomes is probably looking at that and Kelsey and going really? Nah, we're good without you. As good as he is, Anybody in this room or in that room, Donnie, where you are, want to see George Pickens on the Steelers' 2025 opening day roster?
No.
I've all season I've pretty much said that they should look into bringing the guy back, and within the last week or two, I'm on the other side.
I'm with you in that.
I think
Take the teacher's pet away from Mike. Take the guy that he's obsessed with away from him, so he can stop making excuses for
I don't
him.
even care about being punitive for Mike, towards Mike anymore with this. I'm kind of on the side of the old school football guy who, there's a lot of things they could do better where Pickens probably would play better, like having a better quarterback. But that guy ain't walking through the door, and he's more valuable to you as a trade chip at this point. And certainly less of a headache once you trade him than he is currently on this roster.
Let's get your take on George Pickens and Mike Tomlin coming back here at 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. That's also the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Plus, another former Diva Steelers wide receiver just popped up in the news. We'll tell you what happened next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back home tonight. They host the Seattle Kraken. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. It is Mulsey here with an important little reminder for you, something to keep on the old radar screen, and that is this. The Super Bowl is right around the corner. So what's the plan? Are you going to do that same old, the same thing that you do every year? Or option 2, are you ready to step it up and try something even better? Get a Super Bowl experience like no other at the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest coming to Acrisure Stadium on February 9th. You'll get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players make history. Meet the game's most legendary players, all while enjoying live music and crushing game day bites. Super Bowl only comes once a year. Who's ready to celebrate bigger than ever before? Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older to attend. Additional terms and conditions apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Vikings needed a definitive answer on Sam Darnold before this offseason kicked off. They now have it, just not in the way they wanted. These last 2 duds, to lose the NFC's top seed to the Lions and then have their season end against the Rams last night, should make this J.J. McCarthy's job moving forward. Darnold's season remains remarkable, but he's not the long-term solution in Minnesota. I'm Andrew Bogish.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Are your glass shower doors past their prime, dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Well, transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a custom glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. This is the same team installing large glass storefronts all around town. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online, boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a couple questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price, or you can call 412-621-1799. They can also customize your bathroom mirror.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We're already seeing delays on the Parkway West. Outbound side, you're moving slowly from Grant Street into the tunnels. Inbound is stacked up to the top of Green Tree Hill. I'm Kyle Fronheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The chances of starting your New Year's resolution decreases each day you put it off. Don't let another year go by not knowing how simple losing weight can be. Fast, sustainable, and proven weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We haven't had any conversations about pecking orders or priorities regarding any individuals contractually. We're not there yet, and I don't know that that's going to transpire this week. We're just still assessing what transpired in 2024. Those are more 2025 things.
Mike Tomlin today, when asked about George Pickens getting a second contract. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Deontay Johnson was given a second contract by the Steelers, one of the few receivers. Didn't end well. He is out on the street again. Pink slip from the Houston Texans, the scuttlebutt in Houston. Johnson unhappy with the amount of playing time he received in Saturday's playoff win over the Chargers.
If you're scoring at home since last, league year started, so March 13th, I think it was. He started the league year technically on the Steelers, was traded to the Panthers, was then sent in a trade to the Ravens, was cut by the Ravens after being suspended, was picked up by the Houston Texans, another playoff team, and has now been jettisoned by the Texans. Can I get a 5th team for Deontay Johnson this year? Can we get 5? How about he goes, I think here's what he needs to do, Donnie. I think we need to have him get picked up by a team that's currently playing in the divisional round, get activated, get pissed off.
Get cut by them.
Just
keep failing up.
Yeah, whoever lasts till the 8 conference title games, you got 4 teams to pick from. I guess if it's the Ravens, he can't, obviously. Or no, if he got cut, I guess theoretically he could, yeah. Then he's got to last until the Super Bowl. Who's left? And then in the Super Bowl, winning touchdown caught by Deontay Johnson for the Detroit Lions. Super Bowl MVP with 2 catches for 2 touchdowns, Deontay Johnson.
I'm sure the Tomlin stooges will look at this as more evidence that Tomlin gets the most out of his players based on the...
You mean nationally, like the Rich Eisens?
The wayward career of Deontay Johnson since he left the Steelers, and I'm guessing others will use this as proof that the Steelers will not be able to get much back in a George Pickens trade because the sins of these receivers post-Pittsburgh will get held against the Steelers in negotiation rounds. Oh, well, you're trying to sell us a bill of goods here on a guy. We're going to get him, and he's going to turn into a monster, just like some of your other guys have. But it only takes one dumb team. And I think one stupid team will look at the talents of George Pickens and say, hey, we've got a better coach here. We've got a better quarterback. We've got a better offense. We put him in this, and he'll thrive.
Wouldn't that team still probably have to pay him because he'll just pout there?
I think so. Mm-hmm.
So if you know that George Pickens, I looked at his valuation. What would you guess it is? I went and did the spot track thing where they try to put a number value on him.
$25 million?
A little lower, actually. 22. That ain't wide receiver one money.
They also have T. Higgins way under 30, so I think they're off on the wide receiver projected deals.
How off are they on Pickens? Like, projected deals is one thing, but like actual real value, like how far off is $22 million for a guy that does what he does, that comes with what he comes with?
No, I agree. I think in that case it's probably closer to being right. Mike is in Coriopolis. He's on the Fan. Hello, Mike.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I haven't talked to you since the Pirates season.
Oh, boy.
Thanks for, non-conversation, right?
Well, then you want to recap every Steelers game? We'll do week 1 through the playoff game.
Actually, you could do it in like 2 sentences, Mike. You could be like, it looked like a lot of other seasons, and then it looked like a lot of other playoff games.
Yeah. Well, and thanks for you guys pretty much covered what I wanted to cover with Pickens, but this example with Deontay Johnson for me just shows a professional response by a football team, whether it would be Houston or the Chiefs or even like what the owner Kraft did there in New England recently, saying, hey, this is a public asset. I have a responsibility here, and we got to move on. And we just unfortunately don't have that in this case. I can't imagine that any conduct of any nature like this would have existed when the old Mr. Rooney was the owner.
And thank you, Mike. And we had Mark Schlereth on Friday, and obviously Schlereth's had his battles with Steelers fans this year because he was anti-Russell Wilson when the season started, and everyone wanted to rip Schlereth, and then eventually everyone came back around to agreeing with Mark.
Yeah, vindicated
but
in the end.
One thing he said about Pickens with us on Friday was he would have benched him and sat him down in the Cincinnati game, and that was without the knowledge that he showed up late for the Chiefs game.
Yeah, this gets worse and worse for Mike now that this is out there.
You compound the guy's lackadaisical, unprofessional response to coming back from injury in the Kansas City game, and then you stack on top of it the way he played against Cincinnati with the drops and the trying to fight fans and players continually having to go up to the guy and trying to get him to focus on his craft and get his head screwed on straight.
Yeah, there's been I'll go back to what Will Graves said, too. A good question. Like, the guy is now, in NFL terms, very much a veteran. You last even 3 years, you're a veteran. Why would there, like, Will asked it a little bit more nicely, but why would there be any belief on the part of Tomlin or anyone else in that organization that he's going to change?
412-928-9370. More of your reaction to Mike Tomlin today. George Pickens reportedly late for the Chiefs game. And your thoughts on what to do with George. Mike Tomlin non-committal on a contract extension for George. 412-928-9370. Donnie's final Tomlin tidbit of the year coming up next. His biggest takeaway from Tomlin's press conference. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops at Florida State. Wednesday night, 9 p.m. We will have the game for you right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 8:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way with Bet Parks. Hey, guys, it's Donnie Football. You can play all of your favorite casino games: blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, slots themed after Peaky Blinders and Breaking Bad. Join me right now, along with Mulsey, Black and Gold alums Max Starks and Charlie Batch on the Bet Parks team. Bet on more than the score. Bet on player performances like touchdowns, passing yards, rushing yards, and more. Another round of the Pro Football Playoffs with 2 games on Saturday and 2 games on Sunday. Then the college football title game is Monday night. Play all of your favorite casino games and bet on all of your favorite sports. And new users, download the BetParks Casino and Sportsbook app and get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParks.com for details. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Crowley is wrestling with the idea of giving the Steelers a pass if they lose to the Browns.
She was.
No!
He was talking back and forth.
A little bit. I'm saying this for everybody to hear. I'm not going to overreact one way or the other to these games.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. But you say you're not going to overreact, but then you're going to show up on Monday.
Yeah.
Come on.
Ah, screw it. If they lose to the Browns, I'm out.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Stay up late for some Big 12 hoops. I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Baylor heads to Arizona tonight. The Bears a 5.5-point underdog on the road. And the BetQL model, backing the dog. BetQL is going Baylor plus 5.5 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Sammy P. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves, tee off on a PGA course, and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
Hey, it's Michael Jenkins with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's head to the ice for a little action in St. Louis tonight, with St. Louis hosting the boys from Calgary. This is not a good spot for the guys in red since they're on the back end of a back-to-back. They've had a better season at St. Louis, but Calgary is going with its backup netminder, and he has been struggling during his time between the pipes, losing 4 straight games while giving up a total of 18 goals during that stretch. Meanwhile, St. Louis simply matches up well with Calgary, going 8-2 in their last 10 innings, including 4 consecutive victories. St. Louis on the money line is the play tonight in the gateway to the West. That's it for your Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What are your plans this winter? Snowy walk in the park? Curl up by the fire with a nice book? Get stuck in the hospital with COVID-19? If that last one isn't in your plans, and surely it's not, then consider getting an updated vaccine. Because if you're 65 or older, you're 14 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID-19 than someone under 50. So get your updated vaccine and make the most of this winter. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
Listen to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti. Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. They'll share their takes on all the playoff matchups and storylines each week. Presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Lamar wasn't taken at the top of the draft. Hurts wasn't taken in the first round. I don't know that I necessarily agree with the question.
Donnie's Tomlin tidbit, this final one for the 2024 season, as Tomlin offered his own post-mortem on another Steelers season without a playoff win. Donnie, set that answer up. We didn't have the question attached to it. Explain the Tomlin tidbit that we just heard.
So Mike Tomlin was asked about the other quarterbacks, or I guess all of the remaining quarterbacks in the playoffs, and it was pointed out, do you think you guys need to be picking higher up in the draft to better your chances of getting a game-changing, great franchise quarterback? And he quickly did a good job of cherry-picking the two guys that were not picked at the very top of the draft. Lamar was the end of the first round in 2018, and Jalen Hurts was in the middle of the second round in 2020. But it's also fair to point out that every single other quarterback remaining was selected within the top 10. Now, yeah, some of those teams jumped up and traded to get those quarterbacks, but every single other quarterback left besides those two were selected in the top 10 of whatever draft they were part of.
So feels relevant to point out that he took Chase Claypool in the year Hurts was drafted before Hurts.
Yeah, not to mention the two guys
and
you
Terrell
picked in
Edmonds.
those drafts sucked.
He had access to both of the quarterbacks he cited and decided, no, thanks, but no thanks.
And then we hear after the fact that they loved these guys.
Sure. They love Patrick Mahomes, too, I heard.
So I like the last thing Donnie said, though, about the trade-up. Because the two teams in the AFC that, well, I guess I should only say one, because Kansas City's won 3 Super Bowls and the Bills have won 0. But if I were ranking the quarterbacks in the AFC, my personal ranking would be Mahomes 1, Burrow 2, Allen 3, Jackson 4. Burrow's not in the playoffs, so I'll just stick with the two guys that I had 1, 2. Both of those teams had good seasons and moved up in the draft. They didn't tank out. The Chiefs lost to the Steelers in the divisional round and then moved up to take Mahomes in the 2017 draft. And then the Bills went 9-7 in 2017 and moved up to take Allen in the 2018 draft. So I think as long as you have the conviction to do that, you don't have to take a step backwards to take 2 steps forward. You just have to identify the right quarterback and then have the balls to go up and get him. I think the Bills made 2 trades, actually, to get Allen. They had to move up twice to get him. And he was not looked at as the top quarterback in that draft, and Mahomes wasn't either.
Major risk
Mitch
in a wild
Trubisky
card.
went ahead of him.
Deshaun Watson did too. No, or did he? Yeah, I thought he did. The Steelers, we know, only make aggressive trades up like that for off-ball inside linebackers who also happen to be very undersized.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good rebuttal, I guess. It used to be that we'd say the only time they moved up in the draft was to take Hall of Fame players or Super Bowl MVPs. But then Devin Bush got in the way of that narrative.
They technically moved up to take Broderick Jones, but I'm the last.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'll be the last rat on that ship.
8 quarterbacks left in the playoffs. 7 were first-round picks.
I felt part of his answer. I know what the question was, and it was about being bad. I just do feel like part of the answer that he gave was a defiance of the idea that it has to be like a top-flight pick. Hey, look at this guy, barely in the first round, and look at this guy, well into the second round. Yeah, I hate that kind of statistical cherry picking because 75% of the guys still playing were primo picks, including 2 guys who were literally number 1 overalls who got traded for one another.
That was Donnie's Tomlin tidbit. The Lions, though, do get credit for rehabilitating Goff's career because when he got traded, McVay was done with him and didn't think he could win a Super Bowl with him anymore.
And because the cognoscenti all thought McVay was a boy genius who, if he couldn't get anything out of you, no one could.
And thought
termed Goff like a 1-year bridge that the Lions would have to eat before they found their real quarterback.
And thought Dan Campbell was just a meathead who talked about biting kneecaps and things of that nature.
So that's one other thing, though, with the Steelers in the pursuit of a quarterback by hook or crook, however they would go to get it. I'll be honest. With the current coaching staff, knowing Mike's tendencies and preferences, I don't think you can find a player who might be limited in certain ways, but like still is for example, Burrow I think would be good just about anywhere because he's a pretty good athlete and he's very quick to process. But I think they have a pretty good offense there, like the scheme that's like good at identifying weaknesses in defenses. I think you'd have to get more of a Josh Allen type of player here, a guy whose physical talents are so overwhelming that he almost is incapable. He's game plan proof. Because I don't trust them to put a really good Ben Johnson-style game plan and offense around a quarterback.
Not only that, but how about also just the offensive personnel around the guy? The teams that have lost to Mahomes in the last 2 Super Bowls haven't had first-round quarterbacks. It's been Brock Purdy and Jalen Hurts. But look at the players
primo
offensively.
Rosters.
Exactly.
Both sides of the ball, really. Those are probably the 2 best rosters in the league that lost.
And so some of it is drafting. But also some of it is your quarterback is so cheap that you have now this windfall, this extra cash that you can invest in other places. And the Steelers had probably, if not the cheapest, one of the cheapest quarterback rooms in the entire league. And how many good players would you say they have offensively? The wide receiver's a head case. There's no other good wide receiver on the roster.
Good, useful players.
The backup running back is better than the starting running back.
Here's a game
to play in the first round.
Here's a game to play real quick.
What were you going to say, Donnie?
I was going to say their best offensive player is the center they drafted in the second round.
How many of their starting 11 on offense this year? Let's assume for our purposes that you have to start Najee, but I think you could play this game with Warren. In their own division, take their starting 11 players on offense. How many of those guys would start if you made an all-division team? I'm not sure any of them. Linderbaum's better than Frazier. Burrow or Jackson is better than Russ. Derrick Henry is your starting running back. Chase is your starting wide receiver. Zay Flowers and Higgins both have a very good case to be there.
How about Jerry Jeudy?
Jerry Jeudy has a case to be there above Pickens. Tight end, you've got Mark Andrews at the bare minimum in Njoku. Isaiah Likely is a good backup tight end. Go across the offensive line. Is Dan Moore starting? Hell no.
No.
Zeus is, right? Orlando Brown Jr. or, pick
Ronnie
a guy.
Stanley.
Ronnie Stanley might be a starter. Rosengarten's better than Broderick Jones at bare minimum. The point in the exercise is I knew where we would end up. Not one of their starting 11 on offense would make an all-division starting 11.
Maybe Sayamalu.
Who are the Browns guards when they're healthy, though? Batonio, is he their left guard?
Well, they weren't, though, this year.
Okay.
I still don't think he would.
Here's my point, though. You're probably, at best, you're going maybe 1 for 11, but probably 0 for 11.
And you have all this money, in theory, to spend on players because you've got quarterbacks that this year were making a grand total of what? $6-7 million?
Maybe the real indictment is if we did this for the defense that costs $137 million, how many of these guys on their starting 11 would make an all-division starting defense?
I think the Browns would have a couple of linemen, too. Conklin would be the right tackle.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Both guards are Batonio and Wyatt Teller.
Had down years this year, but I mean, I'd still probably take either one of them.
I mean, how many guys on the defense would? I think that we're talking about roster composition here. I don't think Cam Hayward's making it.
What?
Is he? Is he better than Hendrickson and Garrett? I don't think not this year. He isn't.
That's a good point.
He isn't. Roquan Smith starting over Queen.
Yep.
We don't have to belabor the point here, but Kyle Hamilton had a better year than Minka.
Mm-hmm. Deshaun
Elliott, maybe. Cam is the only one where I feel comfortable. Yeah, Cam's starting on that team. That's it.
Justin's on the fan. Hello, Justin.
Hey, guys.
Hey, man.
Thanks for my call. Want to make a quick note. Even the other 5 teams beside us who are out of the playoffs, they all had first-round quarterbacks. So kind of just depicts that you need that position a high value in the first round. But anyway, just want to talk about George Pickens. Frustrated. It's like deja vu all over again with these receivers. I just think it's Tomlin enabling them. I think he just needs to bite, harden down on him and, see if he can get any reaction from him. And if he doesn't want to
They need to have the courage to just move on is what they need. At this point, I don't think you can discipline after the fact and say we're gonna finally show this guy we mean business.
And I also think it's hard for cool dad to become
tough
hard-ass dad.
Yeah. Once you establish what you're going to be, that's what you are to that player. And clearly he's more hard-ass dad to some of the guys on the team that he thinks either can handle it or he thinks aren't so important. You know what I mean? If you're a guy that he doesn't think is essential maybe and you screw up, he'll staple some other player to the bench. I mean, didn't he staple Warren to the bench after he fumbled in a game?
Yeah, that's like punishing someone for a football mistake. I get what you're saying.
But George dropped a bunch of passes. I mean, he's never going to bench George for dropping passes. He could look, like Butterfingers out there. But
he benched Broderick Jones in the middle of that game where he had all those penalties.
Right. And because clearly,
he makes an exception for George.
Well, say what you will about Broderick, who is not good, and I admit that. He acts like way more of a professional than Pickens does.
412. He's tried to get his head back in the game.
He's tried to be the guy saying, hey, come on, let's focus.
412-928-9370. This report that George Pickens was late for the Chiefs game, his first game back, then didn't play well, maybe caused an interception. Next week was horrible in Cincinnati with his behavior. And talking about Tomlin's role in it all. 412-928-9370. Also, what the Steelers said about the future of the quarterback position today and the move they made at that position today. They did sign someone. All that and more coming up between now and 6 o'clock on this final Tomlin Tuesday. First, I'm going to tell you guys about Mike's Beer Bar. Mike's is a great place to drown your football sorrows, watch the playoff action Saturday and Sunday without Pittsburgh in it, watch hockey tonight. That team trying to make the playoffs. Mike's is a great hockey bar, 80 rotating taps of great local craft beer, awesome food options like wings, steak on a stone, wraps, burgers are all there. They make sure the games are on. You never have to beg or ask or demand it. They do such a great job there as a staff of making sure it caters to the sports fan. So meet me at Mike's right next to PNC Park. Mulsey.
Thanks, Pony. Let's talk about Universal Windows Direct right now because I want your 2025 to be a bunch of different things. Ready? I want it to be more comfortable when you're in your own home. I want it to be a more energy efficient year for you. I want it to be a year free of drafts. Not beers, like the actual cold air blowing through your house when you're trying to keep your house warm. I want all those things for you. I want your energy bills to be lower too, and Universal Windows Direct can help with all of them. Their exclusive Super Spacer technology makes sure that their windows perform better, last longer, and keep your home comfortable all year round. Every one of their windows is backed by their true lifetime warranty, by the way, for as long as you own your home, and then 20 additional years to the next homeowner. Right now, they have a great deal going on. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. There is no limit. You could buy 10, get 10 free, plus 36 months of no-interest financing. And if you've already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct. They'll beat it. Call Universal Windows Direct today, right now, 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
Frigid evening ahead with overnight lows into the teens and wind chills in the single digits even below zero, with gusts picking up at 20 miles per hour. Scattered snow showers move in overnight through early Wednesday. Little to no accumulation. And Wednesday, mostly cloudy with highs in the low 20s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-298-9539. 800-298-9539. Again, that's 800-298-9539.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Is foot, knee, hip, or back pain making your workday unbearable? Maybe you need high-quality support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help you, like Deidre and Tom.
The pain would shoot up my heels. I would tiptoe out of bed because my heels hurt so badly. When I went to the Good Feet store, they allowed me to try on the arch supports. I walked around and I started sobbing because I had no pain.
I work 8 to 10 hours a day. Probably 60% of the time I'm on my feet. I had pain in my feet. Like the second or third day after I left the store, no pain. My feet never hurt. I can stand up straight. I'm 6'1" again. My legs, I have no pain. Everything's gone. No pain. Zero pain. Unbelievable.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay on any line. Plus Price Lock, we won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
When he's good, he's Thorogood. The bad of the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers. The baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident at the intersection of Route 65 and Academy Avenue in Edgeworth. Expect a slight delay in both directions in that area. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Check out 400 RVs, January 11th to the 19th. Hit RVshow.com.
400 RVs, 25 brands, 150 models, more than a dozen RV dealers will compete for your business with their best prices. January 11th to the 19th, David Lawrence Convention Center. Visit pitrvshow.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines. Sports, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Couple of Penguins Stanley Cup winning coaches square off tonight. The Penguins in Kraken at 7 at the arena. Dan Bilesma is now Seattle's coach, closes out a 5-game homestand for the Pens. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a final Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
We don't have a quarterback under contract. We got some major discussions there. It was a really good experience with the 3 quarterbacks that were on our roster this year, individually and collectively. We certainly are open to considering those guys, but there's a lot of work ahead of us. And the major work, obviously, starts first and foremost with just understanding what our options are, what the field looks like in terms of free agency, what the draft pool looks like, and then beginning the process in terms of decision-making based on known variables. And so, Omar and I have got a half a day carved out here this week just to begin that component of the discussion.
And more got said, including comments on Justin Fields and what Tomlin is looking for in a quarterback. And plus, things have already changed. A quarterback has been signed to the Steelers roster. We'll tell you who that is in a few minutes. On this final Tomlin Tuesday of the season, Andrew Filipponi, Chris Muller, Donnie Football is here too. We make up the PM team. We'll continue to take your calls over the next 2 hours. Tons of ways you can listen and watch our YouTube channel. Craig Riley, our boss, saying that is exploding again today. People on there commenting throughout the show. Lunatic Fringe likes to hang out on that channel in Medium, which is fine. Also, the Odyssey app, 937thefan.com, the old-fashioned way on the radio. You can also leave a voice message over at the Odyssey app and drop a comment or line for us on what's happening here with the Steelers and Mike Tomlin and everything else. These comments today, I think I'm trying to speak Tomlin. I'm trying to decode Tomlin here like a translator would for a Spanish-speaking baseball player who's trying to communicate with an English-speaking Pirates media horde.
Then just call Nate McLouth.
Oh, because he's fluent in both, and you said he had like an accent that made him sound like he used Spanish.
He speaks better Dominican Spanish than natives of the Dominican Republic.
That's crazy.
Which is just hilarious. There's a great video anyway.
First of all, he said it was a really good experience with these guys. You went 10-7 and you crashed and burned at the end. I don't think it was a really good experience for anyone when that's the end result.
Would you expect quickly load that as anything other than boilerplate? Like, does he mean it?
He could have said, hey, across the board, this wasn't what we wanted this year. So he could have done the thing where he, lumps everybody in. The coaches didn't coach well enough. The defense didn't play well enough. The quarterbacks didn't play well enough. He could have, I think, phrased it that way. He didn't.
Okay.
And then I think when a guy says that they need to understand what all the options are. You don't say that or do that if you're convinced that somebody in that room is your guy. So the organization clearly, I think, is going into this the same way the fans are, which is there really isn't a black and white, cut and dried, easy cookie cutter answer to what they're going to do here. I think the way Tomlin talked about the quarterback situation writ large today is evidence that he was not impressed with the way Russell Wilson finished the season and doesn't necessarily think that with another year under his belt in this offense and with better players around him and with an offensive line getting a year older and more experience is going to bring out better play in him. I think he probably looks at it like we tried it. It wasn't a complete failure. Unless he's going to give us another deal of the century, it's probably time to move on. And at the same time, he benched Justin Fields for Russell Wilson.
And didn't go back to him at any point.
So he's not going to feel great about that option either. And I think his verbiage today and the way he described things, I don't think it was just being coy because he didn't want to put his cards on the table and give like any of those guys that are here a leg up in negotiations with the team. I think it was just kind of a generic way of giving us his true colors on it. This is This is really not a good situation, Chris.
I think that you can extrapolate exactly how they as a front office view it and how he as a head coach views it from what Russell Wilson has actually said, already stating his case that he wants to be back. What does that tell me? Russ knows that he played at a level that isn't going to have him, having any suitors from the outside next year. And Russ is trying to prime the pump. Oh, I want to be back.
He's trying to manifest it.
Well,
He's trying to speak it into existence.
Because he doesn't have option B. And because he probably knows on some level that let me put it this way, if Russ had played so well that it was like overwhelming, A, they actually might still be in the postseason right now. And B, he wouldn't be saying, I want to be back in Pittsburgh, because he'd be considering all of his options.
Donnie, I just didn't hear anything that made me think that, like Caballi's take, that Russ actually was a silver lining to the Steelers' loss in Baltimore. I didn't hear a head coach who looked at it like, you know what, Russell Wilson is the least of our problems right now.
No, if anything, today told me that it seems like Justin Fields would have a better shot of being back here than Russell Wilson would.
And what was one of the things that made you feel that way?
Just in general, he spoke more highly of Justin Fields, but then he also went back to the quarterback mobility thing and how much of an importance that is for him. And we know that he has shortcomings in other parts of his game, but Justin Fields is a lethal man on the ground.
Here is Tomlin on that exact topic.
Very, but that's not a new discussion. I've expressed that in this setting, in settings like these, for years. The X factor that quarterback mobility is in our game and how it's trending and been trending, that is not a new discussion.
He used to do that when, I think, trying to paint the picture that Ben at the end of his career was holding them back. And he would bring that up, and now he's just straight up alluding to it and acknowledging it in the press conferences when he would highlight the other team's quarterback mobility and their lack thereof. And what a advantage that was for the team they were playing.
How tough it was for him as a defensive coach to prepare for that.
So, he has talked about how Justin Fields is one of the great runners in the NFL. And I think, though, if he has that much belief and praise for Justin Fields, the runner, think about how little Tomlin must view his passing pedigree or passing acumen to bench that guy for Russ this year.
He also must, think that there's no way Fields gets better, at least under the tutelage provided here.
Or I'm just going to play devil's advocate with this theory. They bring Russ in on a one-year deal. They have to basically promise him that he's going to be the starting quarterback to get him to play here for the veteran minimum. We know that Russ has a pre-existing relationship and business partnership with one of the Steelers' owners. Mike knows that he has no real pressure to win this year. There's no rush to win. He'd like to win, but he also...
He doesn't operate with the same urgency other coaches would have had to.
Right, so if he is a boss that wants to give Russell Wilson a shot, even if Mike is not fully on board with that, he's going to do it because if it doesn't work, he knows he gets 2025 promised to him in 2026 and 2027 and 2028. But the only thing that makes, I think, that theory fall apart is once Russ started to struggle, if Mike really believed in Fields, I think he would have just gone back to him.
Said, screw it, I don't care.
And he would have been able to tell his superiors, like, look, we tried it.
It didn't work.
It didn't work. Exactly.
What are you going to do? Do you want to win football games or do you want to keep relationships that you have?
So I think Donnie's right. I mean, after listening to Tomlin today, if I were going to bet on a holdover quarterback to be on their team next year, it is Fields. What I'm a little bit, and as someone that was at first excited about the prospect of watching Fields play because of the athleticism, the thing that I have been really taken aback by is how many Steelers fans now seem to be excited about the idea of Fields for this.
Hey, let him play
season
for 17 games and see what you've got, that kind of thing. Like, hey, give him a real chance now. You just said to people, watch our YouTube feed, the last most recent comment is Fields number 1 QB for 2025. Let's go.
It just feels like another dead end to me after having watched him play. unless the weapons around him get significantly better.
And the scheme that's created for him is tailored to exactly what he does well, which I don't trust them to do.
What is that scheme?
I mean, I do think there are probably elements of it from what Arthur Smith likes, which is we want to run the ball, we want to run it with you more as an element of the running game and then run play action. But, man, my problem with Justin Fields is what kind of everyone in Chicago has said. Guy does not see things quickly enough to give himself kind of just a lot of the easy pitch and catch throws that like kind of make up the bulk of a lot of NFL offenses. And if you don't do that, then you got to have somebody who is elite at getting the first read open in most offenses. You know what I mean?
If his first read isn't there, he's either got to take off or just check the ball down immediately.
But you know what problems that creates? Say you somehow bring George Pickens back, and he's probably the first read on a lot of plays. Think of how ticked off your pass catchers are going to get if they know that, hey, unless this play's drawn up for me and I win, he's just taking off running.
Yeah, that was one thing Russ did better was he spread the ball around to the Steelers, as Tomlin says, the eligibles, better than Fields. I guess in theory can.
On this discussion, shouldn't they, another YouTube comment, we're getting the YouTubers out there, Donnie. Don't you think they should take a flyer maybe on Sam Darnold with a Mayfield-type deal?
No. You know what happened last night for me?
Sam Darnold, that bloom came off that rose.
So for years, I fell victim to the same thing the Steelers get entrapped by, which is when a guy plays well against you, you value those results more than the guy's total body of work. And so every time I've seen Sam Darnold play against the Steelers with the Jets and the Panthers, I've been impressed. Even going back to his USC career when he played against Penn State in the Rose Bowl. So I've always felt with him like there's greatness in there somewhere, and it just needs to be unleashed. And I thought that Minnesota basically did that. My issue with him would be he's pretty much been put in a perfect situation, and it still doesn't look like he can get a team in a perfect situation further than where the Steelers are stuck.
No, he was seeing ghosts again. They did not protect him at all last night in that game, but his previous game was awful.
I don't know, Chris, if you look at how long he held onto the ball on those 9 sacks, it was like the same thing that people complain about with Russ and Fields.
I think it was a little bit of both, but even if you just acknowledge that to some extent he was responsible for it, it goes back to the same thing that people have always said about Sam Darnold, and it's that he doesn't see things quickly enough. Like I know Mayfield lost, and I had them going to the NFC title game, so I'm an idiot, whatever. But Mayfield, I think it's actually disrespectful to mention him in a similar way to Sam Darnold. Like to say like they're the same guy. Mayfield is just a better quarterback. It's not particularly close.
Well, Mayfield had a year where he took a team to the playoffs and had one of the great passing touchdown rookie seasons of all time before
and the guy threw
the Browns gave up on him.
Year.
Yes, and then he's had now back-to-back good years with the Bucs. Exactly. No, it's not. There's nothing comforting about this. I don't think that, and I don't even put a lot of stock in. Well, if it's Fields, you just grit it out for a year. And it gets back to the conversation Donnie brought up last hour about sucking for a quarterback in the draft. I don't see the Steelers executing a tank plan. What?
I'm addicted to these YouTube comments now. Sign Fields again and trade for Mason.
Well, you got like the Boobsburg guy on there. He's probably like giving you his take on things, right?
No, we've got the guy today that's amusing me is just Utah to NYC, who has just posted the fire emoji and then Tomlin's name like 10 times in the last hour. Intern Dom has chimed in on Twitter. Justin Fields ranked 23rd in the NFL in QBR this year and was lower than Russell Wilson. What is everybody's obsession with this guy? He played worse than Russ, who everyone wants to run out of town and replace with Fields. It doesn't make sense. This fan base is going crazy.
412-928-9370. Here's Matt in Gibsonia. Hello, Matt.
How are you guys?
Hey, man.
Well, I got 2 weird ones for you. First one is Tomlin will not leave until he surpasses Chuck Noll as the all-time winningest coach here.
Why stop there? He won't leave until he's 94 years old and he breaks Don Shula's record for most wins.
But they won't even think about getting rid of him until then.
How long would he have to stay to pass Chuck Nolan's Super Bowl victories? He'd be the first 200-year-old man on the world.
He'd be friggin' Methuselah at that point.
It's not about Super Bowl wins. It's about winning games.
Wait, are you saying for Mike it's about winning games? Because I think for fans, they would trade and say, yeah, if you tell me we're going to go 9-8 next year and make a run to the Super Bowl, I'll take that all day.
I would take that all day too, but it's just about surpassing Noel. They're tired of hearing about Noel. They want someone new.
He'll never surpass Chuck Noll in the even if he were to win more games.
I
will never surpass him.
But I believe it's what they're trying to do.
What who is trying to do? You're implying that it's somebody other than Mike trying to do this.
The Roonies.
The Roonies.
Yeah. And then what's the other one, Matt?
Absolutely the Roonies. But as for the quarterback, I don't trust Tomlin to coach any young quarterback coming out of college. I don't trust him to coach Justin Fields.
I don't trust the organization to surround a young quarterback with a big-time offensive coordinator and a vision for success. That goes beyond Mike for me. We don't hire a lot of good coaches. We have a small coaching staff. We are not seen as a place where talented coaches go to move up the ladder. There is no coaching tree. I think that's on Tomlin, yes. I think that's also on Art Rooney. I think that has always been a byproduct of Art Rooney. And I wish in some of these stories that get written nationally about Mike that it would get mentioned more, that he just has no coaching tree to speak of, that you never hear about somebody on either side of the ball. It's one thing you say he's a defensive coach. Why should he have an offensive tree? Where are the defensive coaches he's brought up?
Tomlin on the future of the quarterback position says he understands that all options are on the table, but it sounded to us like he's leaning towards Fields over Russ for 2025. Do you agree with that? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Plus, the Steelers did sign a quarterback today who has started a playoff game in the last few years. We'll tell you who that is next, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops on the road tomorrow night. The Panthers at Florida State, 9 p.m. tip. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage starts at 8:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Hey, thanks, Donnie. The Super Bowl, if you didn't know, I think you probably do, but I'll remind you if you didn't know, it's right around the corner. So the question is simple. What's the plan? You going to do the same thing that you do every year? The trusty same old, kind of gets boring maybe after a while. Or are you ready to step it up and try something even better? Get a Super Bowl experience like no other at the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest. Coming to Acrisure Stadium on February 9th. You will get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players make history, meet the game's most legendary players, all while enjoying live music and crushing game day bites. Super Bowl only comes once a year. Who's ready to celebrate bigger than ever before? Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older to attend. Additional terms and conditions apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Beyond Lincoln. Join the family. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. And as Bill Parcells likes to say, people tell you who they are, listen. And last night, Sam Darnold shouted from the rooftops, I'm not that guy. I'm not good enough. Don't rely on me. In a crushing performance for the Vikings, whose 14 wins went up in smoke, Darnold showed he's still the person who failed with the Jets and the teams that follow. He seems like a nice enough guy, but no NFL team should believe in him in free agency. I'm Bill Ryder.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip,
or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
Colder with a snow shower tonight, the low 12.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the outbound side of the Parkway North, just past exit 7 for Union Avenue. There is a lane restriction there. Expect some delays starting around McKnight Road. We've also got an accident at Route 22 and Old William Penn Highway in Monroeville. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The chances of starting your New Year's resolution decreases each day you put it off. Don't let another year go by not knowing how simple losing weight can be. Fast, sustainable, and proven weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I thought that the way that he managed his professional circumstance was really impressive. I thought he brought an urgency to his day-to-day work regardless of his role. I thought he got continually better within our system of ball throughout the process. I thought the way he conducted himself makes that a legitimate thought or idea at this juncture.
Mike Tomlin on the idea of Justin Fields being quarterback 1 next year and him being open to it. Supportive answer. Segment brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. Check out their fan beer of the month, Shrew Brewing's Polyphonic. Sales support the American Cancer Society. I think it's possible, although we've seen Tomlin go back on his word, that he said to Justin Fields, hey man, I'm going with Russ right now. Sit tight. We still believe in you. You can be our guy in 2025. And that made the pain of getting benched with a winning record easier for Justin Fields to endure and accept. I could see Mike doing that. I don't have that on authority. I'm not reporting that. I'm not saying a player or somebody inside the building told me that. But based on the way I know Mike works, and I know the things he'll say to pacify and placate players, and the way he's had to sometimes sell guys on being good citizens and getting, sticking with the program and things like that, luring them here, recruiting players, things like that. I can see that kind of conversation happening mid-season when he had to tell him, you're the first quarterback in NFL history that started 4-2, wasn't injured,
and got benched.
Yep.
I got distracted for a minute. I was watching Nick Wright's big segment that he teased at the beginning of his show.
Him getting splashed with water?
Yeah. Him breaking up with a take. Have you ever broken up with a take?
Kenny, remember I came on the air after that Cleveland game and said I'm done?
Are you breaking up with your Lamar is not going to be good enough take?
Close.
I'm starting to wobble on that one?
I'm going to the game Sunday night, it looks like. Bills-Ravens.
And you'll be going as a Bills partisan, correct? For the purposes of this game. I'm not saying you're a Bills,
My goal is
I'm not saying you're cheating on the Steelers or the Giants.
My goal is to see my dad go through a table on Sunday.
You think he would do it?
And I think I can coax him into it, yeah.
Do you think he's in physically good enough condition to take a table?
He takes bumps as in his acting.
Can you imagine him getting leg dropped through a table, Donnie?
Remember when
Mr. Filipponi covered in ketchup and mustard by zealous fans?
Donnie, remember I was so sure the Steelers were going to lose to the Bills? I said if the Steelers beat the Bills, I'll let somebody put me through a table. And the Dudley guy said,
"Oh yeah,
I'll do it."
We had a line of people. We had Bubba Dudley. We had MV Young, who's like a local wrestling teacher.
Britt Baker volunteered to do it.
That would have been one that would have set the old liability world aflame. We'd have had to have Top Dog Law, even though we didn't know about them yet on the line.
All right. Steelers quarterback questions galore here. Tomlin's response seemed more supportive of Fields than Russ. Didn't sound like he's really totally gung-ho or all in on any of these guys. Russ already working out, posting videos to Instagram of him in a gym with a medicine ball.
What are we doing
back
here,
in the
man?
lab?
I know his little drill that he showed himself doing is better than the Jameis Winston stuff that he used to post, but only by matters of degree.
Nice guy, unbelievably corny,
See you, man.
also washed, and I wish him the
See you,
best in what
brother.
he does next.
Couple thrilling games where it looked like it might be different this year, but goodbye.
Mark is on the fan. Hello, Mark.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good, Mark.
Hey, we're completely not talking about the part of the team, and we haven't been talking about it for like a decade, that needs the most help, and that's the reason the defense is not dominant the way it used to be. And that's the part of the defense that got run over on that playoff game, and that is the defensive line. And Kevin Colbert has done a terrible job, and that's why he got let go. And now Omar's trying to assemble some sort of dominance on this team, and it's going to happen slowly no matter what, and that's why I hate the way people are talking about getting rid of Tomlin, is because if you get another coach, it's still going to take years to put together a solid team. No matter what you do, it's still going to take years because you got to draft.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can find a coach on the street that can go 8 years without a playoff win, Mark. No problem. That would be
Nobody
easy.
is complaining about Zach Taylor, and he has a quarterback. Nobody's
what do you mean? He went to the Super Bowl and the AFC Championship in back-to-back years.
And he didn't make the playoffs this year. So
okay, you're right.
That sort of
who's been a better coach the last 4 years, Zach Taylor or Mike Tomlin?
Mike Tomlin's
You're
been
on
more
drugs.
consistent.
You're on drugs. If you can't even answer the question, you have to change the answer and say he's been more consistent.
Mike hasn't won a playoff game in 8 years. Zach Taylor has been to more AFC Championship games than Mike has won playoff games.
He also has a quarterback. You gotta depend on the players.
Do you think Mike was completely a bystander in, for example, picking Kenny Pickett in a huge reach in the first round? You think Mike was just off to the side?
That's not what he's good at. You got to be able to have somebody help him.
Mark, he goes to every Senior Bowl,
he loves
draft
that time
meeting,
of year.
College visit. His hands are in everything they do. How can you absolve him of blame for that?
Because he's only got so much time on his hands. Just because he's there doing his best at something doesn't mean that he's capable of being
hold on. So to be very clear here, are you saying Mike, because he's got a time crunch, should actually have no say in personnel decisions and should only coach the players he's got?
I'm saying he only has so much time to scout.
Are you saying that you think he should be removed? Do you think, Mark, yes or no question, do you think Mike Tomlin should be removed from their player acquisition process, yes or no?
No, because he is the coach of the team, but the problem is
But you're blaming the GMs and not him for some of the players they have acquired and acting like he doesn't have any agency in that process when he has a lot.
It's not just the GM. There's so many things wrong with the team.
Yes, the head coach and the owner also make – yes,
the only common denominators.
The coach is the common denominator.
Yes, the
so
coach
is the owner.
and the owner are the only two common denominators, Mark. How can we not just, hone in on them?
Because the coach
of
is
what?
Doing everything he can.
No, he's not.
Hold on a second.
Yes, he is.
Time out.
If he was doing everything he could, he would scour the earth to find better coordinators, better coaches.
They lost to a quarterback they had a chance to draft, and a running back that is historically great. And how did they lose to him?
And do you think that Mike – let me ask you a question, Mark. If Mike thought that Lamar Jackson, even with Roethlisberger entering the twilight of his career, But even with Roethlisberger under contract,
about that. I know who they drafted instead.
If he went to Kevin Colbert and Art and said, "I know we have Ben, but we've got to plan for the future. He's coming to the end of the line. We need to draft Lamar Jackson." Do you think they would have drafted Lamar Jackson that year? Yes or no?
Yeah, I do think they would have.
Then you have to put that on him.
And also, when you say things like, well, how can you blame him? He lost.
Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect.
He's got the highest paid defense in the NFL, and they just got run on for 300 yards.
Mark, when you Belichick, look at Bill Belichick's record without Brady.
He's got 6 Super Bowls. It doesn't matter.
Mark, when you say things
and
like,
without Brady,
Mark,
he's got nothing.
I know that, and we brought that up. When you say things like, how can you blame him? He lost to Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes. Fine. Well, then I'm just going to flip it on you. What do you say about him losing a playoff game when he has Ben Roethlisberger in the prime of his career at home to Blake effing Bortles?
Ben was a bum from day one, and
shut up, dude. Shut up.
Admittedly, I thought the end was kind of funny.
Shut up with that. I'm not going to stand for that football character assassination of Ben.
I mean, I think
he was a bum from day one.
They catered to Ben too much late in his career.
No doubt.
But the idea that somehow he was dealing, with his hands tied behind his back with a quarterback that could barely do anything is ridiculous.
What a ridiculous thing to say. No one's perfect, and he's trying his best.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the guy has been on the job for almost 20 years. I was a defender of his longer than most. And what we're reduced to now after an 8th straight season without a playoff win, what's the number? 73-0 in the first quarter of their last 6 playoff games? Having been outscored by the scoring margin of the 1943 NFL title game in the first quarter. And now we're reduced to saying he's trying his best. What's the line from Christmas Vacation, Donnie? So do washing machines? He's trying really hard. He's working really hard at it.
Yeah, give him a participation trophy and some orange slices.
What are we doing here?
I agree that their talent evaluation, their drafting, and all those things has been poor. Tomlin has a massive hand in that. And, I get tired of hearing things like the reason why they didn't win is because they didn't invest in things like their defensive line. They're spending $130 million on defense. Larry Ogunjobi's making more than $10 million a year. Hayward was a good investment, and Benton was that actually worked.
The arrow still pointed up on Benton, and they had a first-team All-Pro.
Yeah.
You're not even making what I would think is a great evaluation.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. That was fun. More of your calls, plus Donnie's football debrief. It's his segment next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
You can hear all of the divisional games in the NFL playoffs this weekend right here on 93.7 The Fan. Houston and Kansas City Saturday 4:30, Washington, Detroit Saturday at 8, LA, Philly Sunday at 3, Baltimore, Buffalo Sunday at 6:30. All of them can be heard right here on The Fan, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about my friends at GetGo Car Wash. I was there this morning with Stella, and actually the 2 dogs were in the car too. It was the whole household was basically in my SUV today as we went through. Clean vehicle with salt on the roads and more snow and the elements and stuff. It happens very fast. Vehicles get dirty. We went down to West Virginia for a 40th birthday over the weekend. Car came back that looked like it had basically been hit with a mud bomb, dirty snow bomb, and we went and took it through the GetGo Car Wash, and now it looks like it just came off the lot. 40-plus locations all around Pittsburgh for you to get your car cleaned today. And like I said, unlimited. You pay one low monthly price, and then you can go again and again and again and again. The price doesn't change. They don't charge you more, and you can cancel anytime. So super duper easy to sign up. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited and start washing your car at GetGo today with the GetGo Unlimited Pass. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited.
Thank you, Pony. It's a big Tuesday at the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app. Pro football playoffs rolling on this weekend. Detroit, of course, finished with a record of 15-2, first round bye. They are a 9.5-point home favorite hosting Washington. The total in that game, 55.5, could be a shootout. Sunday, Philly, a 6-point home favorite hosting Los Angeles. The total there is 44. Next Monday night, college football championship between Notre Dame and Ohio State. Ohio State, a 9.5-point favorite. We know some barbers out there who might be very interested in that particular game. Whether your team scores or not, though, there's another way to win, always. On the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, BetParx, the only app I ever use and recommend to bet sports and to play all your favorite casino games for real money. Download the app right now and enjoy all the action and excitement for the casino at your fingertips. New users, download the app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Your casino bonus must be wagered. BetParx.com for details. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, or Maryland for the BetParx app. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The January Fan Beer of the Month is Fire Whistle Brewing's Fire Whistle 139 Engine, a red ale. And the charity is the Parkinson Foundation of Western Pennsylvania.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Oni and Muller, Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Donnie Football Debrief every day at 4:30. He finds a football topic, the one that is most interesting, most entertaining, most illuminating to him. And we break it down here for a few minutes. Usually as a sponsor, it doesn't yet in 2025, so get on board. If you like football and you like Donnie, this is the place to be. Don?
The debrief, January 14, 2025. We get this from Dan Graziano and the ESPN crew today. Prediction for the next Jets head coach, Arthur Smith, current Steelers offensive coordinator.
That would be Woody Johnson and Arthur Smith's dad having a bond over being...
Hey, we'll talk about being rich guys?
Rich entrepreneurs.
I'm a billionaire. You're a billionaire. I have great ideas. Me too.
Nothing about what Arthur Smith did in Atlanta and nothing about what he did here, I think, is sellable to the Jets organization as a way out of this run of misery where they have not won a playoff game since they beat the Patriots to get to the AFC Championship game here in 2010.
One of the few teams with a longer playoff win drought than the Steelers. Arthur Smith, no offense to him, although I don't really care if he thinks that I'm a jerk or not. He kind of proved what he was all about in a less than perfect situation as head coach in Atlanta. He had some positional talent and couldn't get quarterback even close to right. You know what I would love, though, Pony, about this if it actually happened? Forget about the opening it would create on the Steelers staff, and then maybe there's something interesting that becomes of that. You would then have to see, would we get Mike Greenberg trying to pretend on television that this was a good move because Arthur Smith did great under Mike Tomlin for, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Greenberg would spin this in just the most disgusting,
he'd say,
pathetic, sniveling
Arthur
way
Smith
imaginable.
is good enough for Mike Tomlin, he's good enough for me.
I believe in my New York Jets.
Meanwhile, Rex Ryan is sitting next to him and wants to
duck.
Body slam him because
he wants that job.
Okay, can I make a comment about Artie Smith that is maybe a little bit out of pocket or out of bounds?
When has it ever stopped you before, and why are you asking permission now?
I can't believe how old the guy looks.
It's all that zin. Crowley's going to age in dog years.
Donnie, have you ever looked up how old Artie Smith is?
He's like 45, isn't he? He's not that much older than me. I don't think.
If you had to guess, and I've given it away, by the way, I'm leading the witness here.
He's definitely within maybe 6 years, I'll give it. I think he's 46 at his absolute oldest, and I've never looked it up.
I was going to say like 48.
He's 42.
Oh, my God, dude. He's 42?
Yep.
It's the stash.
He is aging in dog years. I thought when you were rich, you could afford, like, things that kept you looking young.
Yeah, I mean, look at Brady.
Oh, Brady looks like a waxen, like, non-real human being.
It looks like Brady gets Botox before every game he calls on Fox. His face looks plastic.
Yeah, Brady looks terrible, man. He has that waxen look. He looks more like, honestly, a mortician gets him ready every morning.
You know, Johnny the Barber was a mortician before he became a barber. That's what his degree is from Ohio State.
Problem. One of our other true loyal listeners, Fake John and Robinson, went and looked this up. I got a screenshot that day. It said he searched majors on Ohio State's website. Mortuary science, nowhere to be found, boys. I believe we've got a degree controversy. Did you or did you not graduate from The Ohio State University?
Tomlin today on Artie Smith.
I thought we had a good experience in a lot of areas. Certainly the fact that we're talking here today is reflective of it's not always been good. But that could be any component of this thing, man. Like, we're so interdependent in this business, and that's why it's the ultimate team game. I get asked often how Russ performed or how Arthur performed or how the defense performed, and those lines get blurred because of the interdependency in this game, and that's just a component of it. Certainly there's impact from outside forces on evaluations, but that's why what we're doing right now is so significant.
Can I tell you why that's a cop-out answer? Because Tomlin has no problem singling out individual success. But then he says there, because football is the ultimate team game and there's interdependency and one hand washes the other, he can't really give expansive comments on the job a guy did. Which I think when he goes to that well, it actually gives away how he really feels, which is the guy did a so-so job.
But he did the job so-so under Mike's, orders and influence, which is what I can never escape. I do think they hired somebody who had a similar philosophy on football to Mike, but let me put it this way. Arthur Smith might like to pound the rock and run play action and all that and ball control, but he's an offensive coordinator. By trade, he knows he's got to score points and show some explosiveness. He doesn't want to neuter things to that degree. 42. Dude, I'm sorry. 42 is just hard to process, man.
I think we'd all like the Steelers to be competitive the next time they're in the playoffs. They signed a quarterback today who's been more competitive in a playoff game than the Steelers in recent times.
He's been more competitive, I would say, than Ben has been since going back to what? The 2016 playoffs?
Now, his stats from the game are atrocious.
But his team's performance.
Skylar Thompson signed a deal with the Steelers today. He started the wild card game for the Dolphins against the Bills in 2022. The Dolphins lost that game 34-31. He threw a touchdown and 2 picks as a 7th-round pick rookie.
He actually was dog vomit in that game.
Yep.
18 of 45, Donnie. Skylar Thompson, Donnie, from? I could tell. I knew I was going to get you with this
wanted
one.
To say TCU.
But
color scheme is not too far off. Kansas State.
He'll fit right in because the Dolphins did get down 17-0 in that game. So that's already an easy way. That's a nice icebreaker for Skylar Thompson and Mike Tomlin. They both know that feeling.
I remember watching that game, and it was definitely one of those, how on earth are the Dolphins still in this thing? I know they had a bunch of turnovers that they got, including
They took the lead. They scored 24 unanswered points.
Scoop and score.
That was Donnie Football's debrief. Here is Jared on the fan. Hello, Jared.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, just wanted to play devil's advocate for just a second here. Am I the only one who thinks that Fields shouldn't have been benched?
At the time, I think we all said we would have ultimately gone with him.
I agree with you now in retrospect that they would have been better off just playing Fields the entire season and seeing what they had in him.
Yeah, because I'm looking at his stats here, and if you guys wouldn't mind, I would like to read them off, and I would like to get your guys' thoughts on this.
Okay, I don't know. I don't like where this is going. Sorry, Jared. Just my spidey sense is going, and I heard something in the background said call is being recorded.
I don't think the call. Here's call is being recorded. Here's my guess. Likes the show a lot and wanted to send it to his buddies. Hey, look, I got on the air with the guys on the fan.
My bad, Jared.
I had my stats lined up. I was ready to go.
That was my here comes a prank call antenna going up.
What did you think he was going to do? He had 5 touchdowns and 6 rushing touchdowns and Baba Booey, you know.
Howard Stern's wiener or something like that. Yeah, I did. Sorry. I did. Great guy, possibly, but I just started to get...
We apologize if you were just going straight away. And also, we know Justin Fields' stats. Donnie, I don't know. Do you remember where you stood? I think I was a Russ guy at the start who said he should get the job back. And then I want to say, to just my discredit, I did flip-flop and say Fields played well enough that he should get the job. And then, you know what I actually said? After the Dallas game or whatever, I was saying, I'm starting to waver here and rock the boat. I think I was very wishy-washy on that.
It took a couple of Russ games for me to jump to his side because I did have the questions of, okay, yeah, the Steelers' offense isn't great. How much better will it be overall with Russell Wilson? I mean, to his credit, the first few games for him,
he was firing.
Yeah, outside of that first half against the Jets, it looked a whole lot better. And I said, okay, well, I was wrong about that, but then it kind of leveled out in a big way.
So some of the touchdown numbers, like he threw 2 touchdowns, Fields did against Dallas. I do think there is something you can say about his run, though. His performances looked more and more, other than in Indy where he almost brought them back, it did feel like a diminishing returns thing from this standpoint. 74% of his passes completed, like nice, tight little performances, good little, like very controlled games, right? Up through the Chargers game, and then you can look at some of the outlying numbers and say, like, well, wait a minute, this guy was starting to trend in the wrong direction.
Cowboys and Raiders games for sure, even though they won the
Raiders
Vegas
game, he
big.
definitely was trending in the wrong direction.
Here's Dave in North Huntington. Hello, Dave.
Hey, guys. So the problem is nothing, not to be a pessimist, but nothing's going to change while Tomlin is head coach unless the Rooneys force him or
hold on, Dave, that's the real point. Nothing's going to change as long as Art Rooney II is okay with what he's watching, which is the biggest story.
Well, not only that, because even if they tank and they get a quarterback, he's not going to let him grow. I mean, you think if they had Bo Nix this year that he would have still been playing by the end of the year after the way he started? That's
I think the thing. I think the more fair thing to say there is, would Bo Nix have blossomed the way he mostly did down the stretch, or would they have kept the shackles on him and tried to win games ugly?
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. Thanks, Chris. That's the point. He will not let any quarterback blossom, so to speak. Once if he gets nervous at all, he totally lives in his fear.
I mean, that's a pretty nihilistic viewpoint of, it doesn't even matter who they bring in because Tomlin's just going to find a way to screw it up, which, I mean, it's hard for me to argue that right now.
I have a question for both of you. Well, we all think that when Russ started to turn the ball over, he kind of turtled again and wanted it to be more conservative.
Yes, he said as much after the Bengals game.
I have a question then for both of you. So I think there's probably some real honest truth to this, that he inherits Ben. He's never seen as like the guy who developed Ben. He's never seen as the main reason for success. But we all know that he has a huge hand in drafting these players, right?
Yes.
If he drafted the next big-time quarterback and it was just a guy cut out of like the Drake May or Josh Allen mold and the guy started to ball out, I do think Mike would let him do his thing because he could always say, I drafted him. Like, I am the reason the guy is here. He wouldn't see it as the stigma of, I inherited this player. He would let the guy do his thing.
My counterpoint to that is, by all accounts, he loved Justin Fields coming out of college and would have taken him with the first pick in the draft if that's where the Steelers were picking. And he got him, although with scar tissue and with some stain on him from his Chicago days. And it looked like the strategy with him right from the beginning was much like it was with Kenny Pickett and Mitch Trubisky, just don't screw it up. Play conservatively, don't turn the ball over.
I think the scar tissue has a big role in that personally. But I guess like the fairer criticism is just we have no idea even if he drafted like a big-time weapon at quarterback. They loved Mahomes. In some alternate universe, does Mahomes come here and he's allowed to play the way he plays in Kansas City and he's nurtured the way he is? Of course not.
I still think he's great, but I don't think he's as good.
Well, he's great because he appears to be like somewhat coach-proof. So does Allen. But I think he doesn't have 3 Super Bowls.
412-928-9370. Mike Tomlin today on the Steelers quarterback position saying all options are on the table. did seem to hint more towards a reunion with Fields than Russ. 412-928-9370. You want to chime in on that. Plus, a very pointed question to Tomlin today. Why do you still deserve to be the Steelers coach? Why shouldn't this team fire you, basically was asked. You will hear that answer coming back, and we'll react to it together. We're here until 6. It's the PM team. Right now, I'm going to tell you guys about McVay. Heating, cooling, and plumbing, they do all three. I think it makes the most sense to talk about. What a great heating company they are. The great work they do with furnaces and when it's blowing cold air or making too much noise and there's too much cold coming in on a day like this when the temperatures in the 20s are going to get down to the teens. Instead of trying to troubleshoot the problem or fix it yourself, trust the experts at McVay. They service the whole area, a 5-star provider, 412-203-5308, or go to callmcvay.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Pony. It is Mulsey here, and what I'm about to say, it's okay to admit it, fellas. Most of us, if not close to all of us, could probably benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom. BlueChew can help. BlueChew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost, and even better, because I know a lot of people don't like swallowing pills or having to have a glass of water nearby. They are in chewable form. BlueChew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform. And since BlueChew is an online prescription service, guess what? There's no awkward conversations or waiting in line. There's not a trip to the doctor's office. It ships to your front door in discreet packaging. BlueChew's tablets are made in the USA. They ship direct, so that means it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who planned to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
a new chair?
A chair? Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years of keeping homes and businesses safe. With this big anniversary, right now you can buy 1 Guardian camera and get the second for just 75 cents. That's right, add another camera for just pocket change. Guardian cameras offer HD video, motion alerts, and 2-way audio, so you're always connected and in control. Protect your property with smarter security and enjoy total peace of mind. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to grab this limited time anniversary offer. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too during our winter savings event. Hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Panda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue.Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue.Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Saturday, January 18th, come see UFC 311 fight. Mahakav versus Sarukhan. Then Valishvili, Nurmagomedov. Only at Cheerleaders.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Check out 400 RVs, January 11th to the 19th. PittRVShow.com.
The original Pittsburgh RV Show, January 11th to the 19th at the Convention Center. Offers a special weeknight deal thanks to First National Bank. Buy one, get one. Tickets at the door. Monday through Thursday. For details, visit PittRVShow.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins Stanley Cup winning coaches butt heads tonight. Mike Sullivan and Dan Bilesma with the Seattle Kraken in town. 7 o'clock face-off at the arena. The Penguins trying to get back on track. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the final Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
I have no response to that. I understand the nature of what it is that we do, the attention and criticism that comes with it. As a matter of fact, I embrace it, to be quite honest with you. I enjoy the urgency that comes with what I do and what we do. I don't make excuses for failure. I own it, but I also feel like I'm capable. As long as I'm afforded an opportunity to do that, I will continue. But I certainly understand their frustrations, and probably more importantly than that, I share it because that's how I'm wired. I'm not a big-time comfort seeker, and particularly in circumstances such as this, I don't view myself as a comfort provider. You know, words are hollow, to be quite honest with you. It's about what we do and less about what we say. I've learned to say very little when things are going good, and I've learned to say less when they aren't.
Mike Tomlin today, 15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. His final press conference, we won't hear from him until around the draft. So a lot will happen in the Steelers' orbit between now and then with draft prep and free agency and everything else. So, by the way, Chris is here, Donnie. People are taking their time going home because apparently it's bumper to bumper everywhere. So thanks for listening to us while you sit in horrible traffic. That question we did not include in the answer was pretty much from Ashley Lyotis of Channel 4. Fans want you gone. What is your response to that? And he started with saying, I have no response, then went into a very long answer of him saying, I own what's happened here, but I'm still going to coach because I believe I'm capable. I think I'm good enough